just oh well, if you finish your innings, you come over. Just leave them in place.
Kadri. Kadri, sorry, quick. I need someone from the Hippos to be on the scoreboard. So can you go and ask one of them to be on the scoreboard, please? I'll put it in the message. They can do it in 5 over stints. Yep. Yep.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Porto Montenegro Arena for Day 2 of the Mediterranean Cricket League. Another fantastic day for cricket here in Tivat. Today's opening match is between the All-Stars and the Talon Hippos. The Talon Hippos have won the toss and will be batting first. I'm Michael Washburn, your main commentator for today's proceedings. And joining me to get this match underway is Sarama captain Stu Hook. Stu, welcome.
Morning, guys. Morning, all. What a morning for cricket, and what a setup we got here with the Talon Hippos versus the Montenegrin All-Stars. So we're opening here with got Tim Cross, and can't quite see who the other fella is, but we've also got Preston Lee and Brett Lee in the batting lineup to come as well. And to counteract that, we got Darren Maddy, Pavel Florin, and also Brad Hogg. So what a contest ahead. What are your thoughts on today's matches?
Yeah, I think there's certainly going to be a lot of Australians back home looking keen to see former teammates Brad Hogg and Brett Lee go up against each other. Of course, both had pretty good starts to the tournament yesterday. Brett Lee and obviously Preston both got half centuries in their debuts for the Hippos, and Brad Hogg was pretty effective with both bat and ball in a win over your Sarama side. So
Hoggy was still turning them wild, I can tell you that. I couldn't read it at all. He's bowling really well. He loves his cricket, doesn't he? He just doesn't want to stop playing. He really enjoys the stuff like this. So many thanks to Hoggy for being part of this.
Yeah, well, and it looks like Aman Mashwari has got the new ball again. obviously was pretty effective in his opening couple of overs for the All-Stars yesterday, but more importantly, smashed a quite impressive century later on in the day and, got his tournament off to the best possible start.
Absolute quality bat yesterday. He's clean hitting, well-timed innings, and he's a strong boy. And you look at the size of him, 6'2", and he's come in to bowl to Preston Lee. Preston batted middle order yesterday for the Hippos, but he's been put up to open today to counteract Armin's looks like left arm, is it?
Yeah, left armour. He gets a bit of pace on the ball here. It's a bit deceptive in how quick he actually is. So. It's great, and of course, Aman Mashwari is one of the key sponsors. Make sure you do use the link in the top right corner of your screen to check out his account. He's a very interesting personality. There's all facets to his life: business, marriage, cricket, you name it. He does everything. Music.
Oh, yeah. He's a very quiet fella on the cricket field. I'm not sure if that's how he always is, but very quiet and unassuming yesterday. And then you look at his social media, he's out there having the ball and enjoying life, and that's all you can do, really, can't you? Enjoy life, play some cricket, and travel around the world.
Well, it looks like we're about to get underway here. All-Stars captain Jeff Grzinich, who has got off his sick bed and is lining up behind the stumps for the opening delivery. Here we go.
Brad Hogg is just doing up his knee brace, it seems, at deep mid-off. There we go. All set to go.
Took a lovely catch from his fielding position yesterday.
Oh, the one-hander was an absolute screamer. All right.
Nicely blocked out there by Preston. It's always good to get bat on ball first delivery. So yeah, of course you mentioned, Stu, that the All-Stars feature a couple of former international players. Brad Hogg won. Darren Matty yesterday, who took the captaincy reins in Jeff Grzinич's absence.
Yeah, they're fully supportive of this, and they want to play as much cricket as they can. Brad Hogg has to go back home to Australia tomorrow, so he's going to play both matches today, 3 in total. Solidly watched there by Preston. Just dinks it down to deep third man for a single, down at the Yugoslav submarine end.
You had a pretty good view yesterday of Preston's innings from behind the stumps. What did you make of the young lad?
Very technically well drilled, paced his innings nicely, and towards the end started to hit out. So a real classical sort of T20 one-day international innings there. He's certainly played a lot of cricket, you can tell that early on.
Oh, and that is a... I don't think we were expecting that from Tim Cross first up. He's just slashed that right over third man and got the maximum.
Got the 6, absolutely. He's rocking the AKS at the moment. AKS were sponsors of the tournament back in Resnick a couple of years ago, and they donated a few bats and gloves and stuff. And that AKS is a decent piece of wood, I can tell you, and it's certainly going to be well used by Crossy today, who usually bats middle order, so the captain's got some faith in him to face Arman. And let's see what Arman can come back with this delivery.
Yeah, I was about to say the batting lineup does appear to be a little different to what we saw yesterday. It looks like the captain, Tim Heath, has decided that the batting order required a little bit of a rejig.
Good follow-up ball by Arman, and well played there by Crossy. Crossy's not usually one of the helmet wearers of European cricket, but the ICC is slowly bringing in the rule of if you're going to be batting against anything but a spin bowl, you need to wear it. So he hasn't worn many previously, so that'll be his first thing he needs to get used to.
Doesn't seem to be phasing him at all. Maybe his vision's a little bit obscured, but you quickly get used to it, wearing it. And yes, of course, safety first all the time.
It's extremely hot here at the moment. There's no breeze at all. It's sitting about 26, 27 degrees and a little bit humid. It'll be absolutely sweating bullets under there.
Yeah, certainly. The breeze doesn't sort of kick in until the late arvo. Here in Tivat, Montenegro, the temperature's a little bit different, I think, to what we're used to down in Australia, for example, where it tends to get cooler as the day goes on. In the mornings, it can be stifling hot at times.
Oh, yes. Okay, here we go. We've got young Toby Finlay coming in to bowl, I think. Toby used to live and work here in Montenegro, but's gone back to the UK, but couldn't resist coming back to play in this tournament when he was part of the initial discussions when we would talk about the MCL, where to hold it, and he was early doors to host it here. I haven't seen him play though, but let's see what he's got in his sleeve.
Well, if his choice of where to play cricket is as good as his actual cricket, then he's going to go well.
Solid start first up by Toby.
I mean, who couldn't resist to play cricket at a venue like this? You know, you've got one of the most picturesque backdrops in the world. I think the consensus yesterday was that only Cape Town offered something on par.
Oh, that's a massive hit,
big
by
hit.
Preston.
Wow. Well, Preston Lee picking up where he left off yesterday. He smacked 4 consecutive sixes in 1 over, and before gentlemanly retiring himself from the innings to give a few others a hit. But that was quite an impressive strike.
Well watched. Oh, yeah. Boom.
Don't know if our commentary mics picked that up from Brad Hogg, who's in the long on position. Don't bowl there, he said. Much better line.
Yeah. Have you seen much sort of pink ball cricket recently, Michael? I haven't seen too much. I haven't played with it too much. It's certainly good for vision. It's a really nice little concept.
Yeah, we're starting to see a bit more of the pink ball in Australia. There's been a couple of matches each year in the Sheffield Shield competition. So obviously the traditional first class format in Australia. They're starting to play a few day-night test matches or day-night first-class matches. And obviously test match cricket as well. A few more day ones, bringing the pink ball into play.
Nice little dab 3-point there with Crossy. Preston's calling Crossy for 2. Crossy's making out he's half interested in that, but he's not really at the end of the day. Yeah, so it's starting to filter down to this level cricket, isn't it, the pink ball? So it's good to see on that nice little brand new green Knots pitch we got out there. Well,
it's a bit different to what you and I grew up with. You know, there was only the red ball, and if you didn't pick it up, you're in a bit of strife. A lovely back foot cut high over the backward point area, and that caresses all the way to the boundary. Long one out there, Stu. It's the longest part of the ground, but young Preston Lee had no trouble getting the distance.
Nice start here for the Talon Hippos, none for 19. Both Crossy and Preston playing some attacking shots, but smart shots as well. I think with what they saw with Aman, the bowler here yesterday, hitting 120 or 130, they would probably be looking at 220 today. Do you reckon that would be the target for the Hippos?
Yeah, Brad Hogg, when he was on the commentary yesterday, suggested that 200 was the par score you needed for these types of matches at this lovely ground here in Porto Montenegro.
Nice shot by Mr. Gross.
It's gone for the quick single. Just not able to collect the ball in time to give it a run-out chance. Yeah, I think if you were able to put 220 on the board, it's going to be a very challenging total to hunt down. And I'm sure that based on what they saw Aman do yesterday, they'd like to be putting that total on the scoreboard.
One batter that missed out yesterday for the Porto Montenegro All-Stars was Andrew Hartridge. We got him early, single figures, but he's an absolute gun of a bat, and if he gets away today, he's really hard to stop. So he's definitely one to look out for if you're looking for batters outside of Maddie and Hoggy and Aman. Well bowled, well played.
Yeah, the Sarama side certainly were quite jubilant in your appeals when you did dismiss Andrew Hartridge yesterday. As I say, I haven't seen a lot of him play, but certainly his reputation precedes him, as they say in the classics.
Yeah, we had a tournament here last September. I've played against him a few times, and we had Thogdad on commentating while he was batting. I was asking Thogdad, did he know much about Partridge's history? Lovely shot by Tim Cross, up over mid, off before. And Thogdad's response was, well, I was speaking to Andrew's dad one day, and he says, I don't count Andy's cricket scores in hundreds. I start counting when he gets 200s.
Well, yeah, no pressure, young lad.
Lovely shot by Tim Cross on the replay there, and he just hasn't bothered to run. But a lovely fella, Andy, and looking forward to him coming to Estonia this weekend. Actually, he's going to come up and play a couple of scratch matches in Tallinn, so that'll be good to see. Oh, he's in the air.
Oh, and it looks like another maximum. He's very comfortably slotting into this opening role as Tim Cross. Looking the goods.
Yeah. Did he just have a gentle glance over at the captain on the sidelines there, potentially saying, why haven't you done this to me earlier, possibly? Tim Heath doesn't seem to be too interested in taking that any further. Stay at number 6 next.
I'd say the captain told him, you bat the whole innings because I don't want to get out in the middle anytime soon.
Yeah, that's quite well. Pavel Florin down there at deep third man in front of the sports bet sign. Jeez, crack that. Well fielded by Ravan there. Ravan owns the local Indian restaurant right here at the ground called Masala Art. It is literally 40 metres from the deep mid-wicket boundary. What a place to have an Indian restaurant. Yeah,
well, and Ravan Sharma, of course, bowled really well yesterday. Probably sort of stifled a little bit of the momentum the Sarama side was building in the first match.
Yeah, very good cricket player in his own right. Good bowler, definitely good bat, and a very quiet fella. Loves his cricket, doing well in business. And if you don't watch yourself, all of a sudden he takes about 3 for 20. 4 for 25. He really sneaks the wickets, and he's definitely one to watch out for as a second change bowler.
Toby Finlay back on for another over. Oh, Tim Cross again.
Anything short, he's just punishing.
And they come back for 2. It is a slow outfield out there on the long boundary.
It was also a bit dewy this morning, wasn't it? Considering the heat, there was a lot of moisture in the grass, so it's slowly growing a bit. It's also making it a little bit humid at the moment.
We did see the ride-on mower out today, just making sure that we give these players the best possible playing conditions to have a game of cricket.
Yeah, the Porto Montenegro board and volunteers down here, and the Croatian and Estonian players who are down here volunteering, have really put on a great show. Many thanks to them. It's taken a lot of efforts and a lot of different parts of the world to get this up and running, but the hard work's paid off, and this is why you do the hard work, to have situations like this. So cheers, everybody. Oh, did he touch that?
There's an appeal.
If the umpire, he was definitely out of his crease. We're going to have a gentleman's agreement here, are we? Or the umpire's just going to call it?
Yeah, unfortunately, the umpire, Rex Evans, I don't think was quite able in a position to sort of properly adjudicate. This is one of those ones where you would love the third umpire call.
I think it might be a potential case if he didn't hear it hitting the finger or see it hitting the finger, because Preston, I believe, was definitely out of his crease. Toby's claiming that it's touched him.
Yeah,
If he's just flicked the nail, it still counts.
Well, it seems like they've agreed to disagree, and then Preston survives.
I think there's a quick nod of yes to Brad Hogg there from Toby, and I actually believe Toby's probably touched that.
Oh, Tim Cross, another one. Beats Pavel Florin out there at third man.
Yeah. And to Preston's credit, he's got the helmet on, and he's focusing what Crossy was about to call, so he would not have seen it or heard anything if it was a gentle touch, and he was just waiting for the umpire's decision, and it was given not out, and next ball's being bowled.
I'm sure his old man's taught him to follow the spirit of cricket. Yep. And play with all the right intentions from the get-go.
Yeah, for sure. If Preston definitely knew that Toby touched that, I'm sure he would have volunteered to walk off there.
Hammers that one. Again, another boundary for Tim Cross. His elevation up the order is proving to be a masterstroke.
Yeah, he's got the license to use the powerful AKS, and he's definitely doing it justice.
Oh, yeah. And again, I think he definitely touched that one that time, but Preston
was not moving.
having been given perhaps a reprieve earlier on, has made sure that he had his back firmly grounded, and
Well, the good news is Crossy's playing very straight. He's hit the stumps twice this over, so well done, Crossy. Well, this first, what have we got? It's not even 4 overs. We've had plenty go on, haven't we? It's a great start to the second day here in the Porto Montenegro Mediterranean Cricket League T20 series. There's word around town that there's a couple cruise ships in this afternoon doing a couple days stopover, so we're hoping we get some of those passengers down here to spectate.
Oh, and a chance just beats Brad Hogg coming in up the hill. There is a reasonably steep decline here. I don't know if you can quite capture just how steep it is from the pictures we're bringing to you here in Tivat. But Brad Hogg having to run backwards and up the hill, it's a very tough task.
Good effort though, Hoggy. Good effort. Get your captain to put you in the right positions, mate. What's going on? But a good start here by the Hippos as Darren Maddy comes into bowl.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to see our first bowling change of the morning. Darren Maddy a little bit off target with the ball yesterday. He admitted to being just a little bit rusty with the ball, but certainly made up for that with the bat and partnering with Aman Maheshwari really well to guide the All Stars to victory over your Sarama.
Yeah, he gave a couple chances early and we managed to drop them, and you just can't drop a quality player like Darren Maddy. He certainly made us pay the price by playing a glorious little innings. Did he end up getting 50 odd in the end, I think?
Yes, 64 he did for falling. So, yeah, dropped first ball and finished with 64. So,
Decent, yeah.
An indifferent start, but the runs are only stuff that matter. Tim Cross showing Darren Maddy no mercy, but Brad Hogg does collect it out there at the long on boundary.
Okay, so what's going on here?
Tim Cross just saying swing hard, swing high, perhaps.
Preston was asking a lot of the questions when he came out to bat yesterday. I was listening to it. He's like, where's the balls? Oh, he's not even watching. He was asking, like, what's happening with the pitch? Is it moving in? It's moving out? Like, so he'd like to get as much information as possible early doors.
Oh, very nicely played off his bat down to fine leg. And that'll be another boundary.
Lovely shot off his ankles there by Preston. As Pavel chases the ball down to pick it up at deep fine leg.
Yeah, Preston in our post-match interview yesterday as the player of the match for yesterday's win over Sarama. We said to Preston sort of what was it like carrying the Lee name, and was there any pressure to sort of follow in Dad's footsteps? And he admitted he actually would rather follow in his Uncle Shane's footsteps as a batting all-rounder. Certainly showing plenty of technique and ability with the bat.
Absolutely. I saw Shane Lee debut for Australia in Adelaide, actually. It was back in the mid-90s.
He was sort of the original all-rounder in that the great era of Australian limited overs cricket. Obviously followed by the likes of Andrew Simons, Ian Harvey, Shane Watson. So Stu, obviously Sarama will back up again later today against the All-Stars. Looking to get your first win of the tournament. What's been the key messages to your team?
Take it easy in the evening. It's very hot. It's a massive shot by Crossy over deep mid-wicket for 6. And fresh start. Have a good sleep. come down to the ground early, support your sister team in the Hippos, and just get yourself into the game, get yourself mentally ready for the afternoon. We know it's hard playing 2 games in a row. We did it yesterday, so we're going to come in with a fresh set of legs, hopefully, and see what we can do. We're certainly going to give it a crack for sure. Last ball from Maddie and last few minutes from myself.
Very nicely fielded there by Aman Maheshwari. A good return throw. And certainly any help from the fielders put a bit of pressure on the batsman to not try and sneak easy singles.
Okay, well, thank you very much for the morning, Michael. I'm going to pass over now to Richard Parkin, and have a good call and keep going the Estonian cricket teams.
Thank you, Stu. Thanks for joining us. And yes, we'll see you later this afternoon in action, leading Sarama against the All-Stars in today's second match of an exciting doubleheader here on day 2 of the Mediterranean Cricket League. Richard Parkin is just settling in beside me. Obviously a key member of the Sarama side. Parko, welcome to the commentary box again. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having us, Michael. Another beautiful day in Montenegro. It is very warm. Haven't quite got the breeze that we had yesterday's afternoon, but look, you'd still say you'd love to be out there. So, yeah, lovely, lovely day for cricket. Now, was this the man you were telling about us, one of the native, is it Montenegrin or Croatian, Milan Kovacevic, I think?
Yeah, I believe he is one of the local lads here.
We had a gentleman with a similar head yesterday, Richard Starkey, and I thought it was Ringo Starr for a bit. So.
Yeah, I think when we all get to a certain point in our lifetime, we've got to make the decision about whether we're going to go the full skin or just attempt some sort of feathers on the top.
So a good little start for Talon Hippos. Both these boys striking the ball very well.
Yeah, Tim Cross has just comfortably worked his way up to 38, making the most of his promotion up the order.
Tell you what, Tim Cross has prayed to the old gods and the new overnight. I think this is 38 runs is about more than he's hit in 3 years. In his defence, he's not played much cricket lately, but he's absolutely seeing them this morning, isn't he?
Lovely played there by Preston Lee. Just the one, unfortunately. Yeah, I think with someone like Tim Cross, when you hit the first one high over third man for 6, you know it's going to be your day.
Look, I was looking at Darren Matty, so obviously we saw Darren Matty have a spell of 1 for 8. Just watch this one.
Oh, and that is the end of Tim Cross. And the local lad, Milan Kovacevic, strikes.
Oh, we've got a replay up. This is very nice. Bit of shape through the air. Lovely bowling.
Oh, they do say keep bowling at the stumps and you're often rewarded. And that has been just the case for Milan Kovacevic.
Going back to the Darren Matty, he had a spell of 1 for 8. And the first one was a bit of a loosener. And it was wide +4, beat the keeper. So when you look at that, it's a full spell going for 1 for 3. Incredible stump-to-stump bowling, but we saw Tim Cross hoik him a good 15, 20 metres behind the boundary this morning. So Tim Cross seeing everything out of the middle. Great little cameo, and he set the team up very nicely there. 1 for 60 coming up, 6 overs.
So this appears to be Max Sedgwick. It's come to the crease. Again, another one who's been elevated up the order.
It's great to see this. Look, there's a lot of boys back home who fancy themselves as either batting, bowling, all-rounder. Got a bit of this, got a bit of that, and don't always get too much in the domestic comps. So Mac is one who we could be nice to see a little cameo from him.
Nearly a second wicket and as many balls for Milan Kovacevic. What a fantastic first over that he's brought here on. We didn't see a lot of him in action yesterday, but yeah, he's certainly giving his captain food for thought with that opening bowling spell.
Yeah, you look at the bowling figures there. He's the standout bowler so far this morning. as we said a little bit earlier, just a little bit of shape coming out of the hand. So if you're thinking he's already bowling stump to stump, but then just that bit of movement. We saw Tim Cross guilty of playing across the line, not respecting the ball that he was facing, and Milan does really, really well.
So Darren Maddy coming back on. This is the first over after the power play, where there are more fielders permitted outside the inner circle. So just interesting to see where Jeff Grzinich places his fielders to try and stop this barrage of boundaries that we've seen from firstly Tim Cross, but also Preston Lee.
Bit shorter from Darren on that occasion, and he beats Lee for length. He might have been watching that Preston has been coming down the track. He used his feet very well yesterday, especially against the spinners. I think Darren Maddy's picked that up and slammed that one in a little bit short.
Good follow-up delivery there, but well played by Preston Lee. Darren Maddy, of course, a very smart cricketer, one of the original stars, as we mentioned yesterday, of the early days of T20 cricket in England.
Oh, terrific bowling. Yeah, I like your faithful commitment to the concept of the 30-yard circle. It's nothing marked out on the pitch. It is a little bit of a trust-based system here. I must admit, fielding on the circle near the boundary here, you edge a couple of metres if you think you're behind the umpire.
Yeah, well, certainly umpire Steve Tripp and his fellow official Rex Evans, who is standing in the square leg position. Or as we offer it a chance. Coming around from third man there, a whitish third man.
Now, Mac's one of these players. He's a very instinctive batsman, and a couple of times he's tried to build an innings or be a bit more defensively in the mindset, and he said it actually goes backwards for him. So we'll look to see if he just plays a more natural game and opens up. That's nice off the hip from Preston Lee.
Just beating the fielders out there at square leg. Batsmen are able to complete 2. You can see Jeff Grzinich behind the stumps on our screens. Has been appropriately dosed up and taking his position behind the stumps.
Tell you what, there's a lot of people who around this region, you say, oh, you know, he loves the game, you know, et cetera, et cetera. I think Jeff Grzinich has taken that to the absolute extent this weekend. We were hearing stories. He was basically lying horizontal yesterday, fever, chills, all sorts of things. And he said, no, I'm good enough to play today. There's good enough to play, and then there's going straight to keeping on 36-degree heat. So a huge credit to Jeff's passion for the game.
Yeah, no, well, I can attest to the fact that when we arrived in Zagreb on Friday, that he wasn't in a great state. And then, of course, we did the long drive across to Montenegro and this lovely city of Tivat, and I think Jeff spent most of the ride curled up in the fetal position. So yeah, and it just, I think, taken a fair bit out of him, and he was on strict bed rest yesterday, but back to full health hopefully today.
So it's Milan Kovacevic continuing. Nice stump to stump, a little bit of shape. Got almost a little bit of the spin kind of action as he hits the crease coming in. Kind of a lyrical run up, but definitely a medium pacer.
Oh,
It's definitely causing problems out there. A few batsmen hopping and skipping around in the crease.
yeah, he's been a bit of a surprise packet here for the All-Stars. You know, they do have a few big-name bowlers in their side, but turns out the local lad might be the one who is the most threatening.
Maybe it's the pressure of knowing Brad Hogg's just itching to get the ball, so you have to bowl well to keep getting a second or a third over.
Of course, I'm sure we won't be too far away from seeing Brett Lee come to the crease, and Brad Hogg will be licking his lips, quite literally, to get a chance to bowl at his former Australian teammate.
And of course, Pavel Florin is down fielding in gully. He had a great second spell yesterday afternoon. We saw that full mix of what it became quite famous around the world for. He uses the variations very nicely, Pavel, and he picked up a couple of wickets yesterday.
I think actually it was just the one wicket, and it was that of Tim Cross yesterday.
Really? Crossy.
He was actually talking after the match about having the president of the Estonian Cricket Association in his pocket. He's got him in his pocket.
His bunny.
He's got his bunny. And it looks like now we're about to see the great man come into the crease. So with the fielders out, Pavel Florin gets his chance. And his action has certainly proved a great deal since those early days when he became the internet sensation and the unofficial ambassador for European cricket. We talked before about Jeff Grzinich and his commitment to growing the game here in Estonia, but I think he'd be out trumped with passion with what Pavel brings to the crease.
Yeah, we had a great chat with Pavel a couple of days ago about the domestic scene in Romania, and to reiterate some of the comments I made yesterday. Unfortunately, it's a challenge to a lot of smaller European nations facing a limitation of grounds, limitation of resources, and as they try and grow the sport, it places more pressure on those limited resources. So he himself is up north in the country, I think 200-300 kilometres away from Bucharest. So it makes every game quite the road trip. But that's the calibre of the man. Similar to you might have mentioned Kalle Vislapu, one of the native Estonians. He's one of the few in Estonia based not in Tallinn. So Tallinn, the capital, is where the domestic league is based. Fishy is closer to the second city, Tartu, which is a good 200-300 kilometres south. But here's Pavel Florin.
He's just...
I was going to say that looked leisurely, didn't it?
Just had another one where he's just getting his warm-up right. We had a bit of a delay there because Jeff Grzinich called for the helmet to come up to the stumps. A bit like we were saying before about Tim Cross perhaps batting in the helmet for the first time. Safety is all important. Preston smashes that one through the covers. Comes back for the second.
Bit of a loosener for Pavel. He's normally very, very good on line. He varies his length, he varies his pace and height. You have to introduce a new dimension when you're talking about Pavel Florin. We don't normally talk about the bowler's height, but the height of the delivery.
I think if we use the basketball term, he gets a bit of airtime.
Yep.
And that one comfortably comes our way, bounces over our heads here in the commentary box.
So you're going to get some free dental work for a second there, Michael?
Yeah, no. Unfortunately, my uncle is now a retired dentist, so I was getting free dental work up until that point. But, yeah, the one time when I might have really genuinely needed it could have come into play quite quickly.
As we said yesterday, Preston Lee not afraid to use his feet to come down the creases, especially to the slower bowlers. So he worked very nicely to get to the bounce the ball on that one.
Another nice shot there, well fielded, coming around from the cover position by Aman Maheshwari. Once again showing that he is an all-round cricketer there.
Now this will be an interesting matchup. I don't think Pavel Florin is the man to get Preston Lee out, but it could be a good little battle here because Max Sedgwick can swing the blade, has got 4s and 6s already, I believe, at this tournament. And I think as a slower bowler, I think he might look to get onto some of these.
Ooh, bit of a chance there with Aman Maheshwari, but beats him. 2 runs there for Max Edwidge.
One thing, being in the field with Pavel yesterday, he very kindly filled in for Sarma. We were 1 or 2 short for the second game after the hot sun. We'll see how this plays out. Yeah, one thing I really, really came to appreciate in a different dimension playing with a guy like Pavel is his just constant on-pitch energy. So you'll hear him in between balls saying things like, come on boys, help me out, get around me. You know, he really pumps the team up. And when he was bowling yesterday, you saw a lot better performance in the field. People just lifted 10%. So he's just a great motivator of his teammates, and what a character to have.
Yeah, as you mentioned, he'll get hit for 6, but then he'll be saying, I'm getting the wicket next ball, I'm getting the wicket next ball. So he's determined to just put it behind him, get on with it, and make the most of the next opportunity. Great attitude to have.
So,
just wondering now whether we might be able to see Brad Hogg coming into the attack. He's just doing a few warm-up deliveries with Darren Maddy here in front of our commentary position.
So 82 for 1 off 9 overs, just under 10 and over. We found pretty much from the games yesterday that 3 out of the 4 innings, I think, were 200 plus. So we're thinking 200 is about par score on this pitch in these conditions. So Talon Hippo's moving it just under, but presumably plenty of wickets in the shed so they can accelerate and maybe be on track for a 220, 230. What do you think would be the score they need to make this competitive?
Yeah, 220 I think is the par score on this particular wicket as we see Brad Hogg come into the attack. Oh, nicely played off the pads there by Preston Lee. Is it going to get all the way to the boundary? Yes, it has.
Tell you what, we saw the two kind of. Okay.
No, in
wow.
fact, actually, it was not a 4. Didn't quite get there. Slow outfield. But yeah, coming back to your earlier point, I think 200 is the par score. That was the opinion of the man on screen when you joined us in the commentary box yesterday. Preston cuts that one away. Backward a point for 4. So a bit of a loose start there for Brad Hogg. Still working into his spell. Preston Lee well set.
That was the wrong in there. So we had a little spell with Hoggy in between innings bowling, and he basically has the standard leg spinner and then the back of the hand. Oh, almost a chance through the hands. Yeah, he has the back of the hand wrong in. And basically, if he pitches the leg spinner in a certain area and then pitches the wrong in, 10, 15 centimetres inside it, it's very quick to pick up. So what he's done there, second ball to Preston, is pitch the wrong in the leg spinning slot, but it's gone the other way. Now, Preston was good enough to spot it.
Oh, and a chance out there in the deep. It actually beats, I think it's Ravin Sharma out there. Does go all the way to the boundary for 4, so...
Wry smile from Brad Hogg. He's actually been having quite a few good conversations the last few days with Max Sedgwick. They're both from within about 20 kilometres or so of country Perth.
Yeah, from Narrabeen in Western Australia. So a great district in the wheat belt.
Keep forgetting you for WA yourself, mate, and Trav as well. There's
yeah, no,
pretty much a horde
of us here. So yeah.
I was going to say a bit earlier, given Darren Maddy had that 2 ones clipped off the toes, and then you had the Brad Hogg wide, I wonder if it's worth that fine man or something behind the keeper there, because there's a lot of runs leaking there for the All-Stars.
Here we go. There's a chance. Beats Aman Maheshwari at cover. Fired in there by Pavel Florin. So the projected score there, you can see, Parko, is up to 204. So that would seem to be about the par for the batting sides. 3 out of the 4, yes, did make past 200. And let's not forget the 4th one was only just shy of that target as well.
Yep. The interesting, though, I imagine someone like Darren Maddy would still think they've got enough in the sheds to chase that down. And they do have that advantage of batting second, knowing the tally they have to get to. Don't forget, we saw the first Centurion yesterday, Aman. You could say the last name, I've already forgotten.
Maheshwari.
Very, very fine show from him.
Oh.
So between him, Darren Maddy, and a few more, they've got plenty of batting in the sheds.
And a nice stop there with the feet out there in the deep. I'm not quite sure who that is, but that was a little bit of different fielding there, but got the job done and prevented the boundary.
That's the local man, Milan, so probably more of a background in football. They love the round ball in this corner of the earth.
Yeah, Aman Maheshwari, as you mentioned, did score the first century of MCL 2023. we take a bit of a drinks break. Good opportunity to point out that Ahmed Maheshwari is our major streaming sponsor for this event, and you can see the tag up in the top right corner of your screen. Make sure you check it out. There's many different personalities of Aman. He's a cricketer, he's a businessman, he's a married man, he's a musician.
Really?
Very multi-talented. So make sure you get around him, check him out. He's got all sorts of different displays on his social accounts. He's and a lovely wife Barbara as well, who we met last night at dinner. So. Just a great bunch of people. Obviously part of the Croatian national setup for a couple of years, and loves every bit of life.
Quite the multiple thread. I feel like you're going to say we can buy CDs from the kiosk somewhere or merchandise shirts. No, what type of music does he play? Do you know?
He plays a bit of everything, really. He was telling us last night that he was on the. He auditioned for Croatia's Got Talent.
Really?
I think it's got perhaps a slight different name to what we're used to with America's Got Talent or Australia's Got Talent. But it was the Croatian version of that. And he did audition, and he got the call to suit up in front of all the judges and everything, and the big live audience.
There you go.
A little bit nervous, understandably, but belted out his tune, and the crowd went nuts. But the judges were having none of it, so unfortunately didn't progress to the next round, which we obviously think is a bit of a travesty. But is great to see him. Not being afraid to showcase his talents in whatever profession or hobby that he does.
And Michael, something's flashed up on our screens here as we go to the drinks break. Looks a sizable craft there. Can you tell us anything about this boat?
Well, I think as they said in the Steven Spielberg classic, we're going to need a bigger boat. I think that would certainly do the job. What a magnificent piece of... that's fantastic. Have you had the chance to get out on one of these luxury yachts that we're seeing here in Porto Montenegro?
Not on this trip, not just yet. But come down for the cricket at this stage. But look, we when we came down 2 years ago, we had a lovely chance to hop on a boat and motor around to Kotor. I think at that stage, some of the big cruise liners. So Kotor obviously has become quite the international cruising destination. And some of the big cruisers weren't coming into Kotor at that stage, I think, related to Corona. And the local people were saying, look, we don't miss it, to be honest. It's yes, we need the tourism economy is an important part of things, but it's nice on occasion to have the town to yourself over summer. And so we were very fortunate 2 years ago, a group of us, to wander through the Kotor Old Town. Very, very few people around, and have a more leisurely sit down and chat to some of the locals in the cafes. And it's a hell of a place. UNESCO Heritage Old Town. Can't remember the stats, 16th century or something like that. Probably part of the old Venetian or Genoan trading empire once upon a time, but it's a special corner of the earth here.
Excellent. And we can just see the players now making their way back to their positions after an extended drinks break. As you mentioned, it's quite hot out there. The temperature's hitting around 36 degrees at the moment, and there's very little relief from any sort of wind or anything like that. So, definitely want to make sure that these players are well hydrated and rested, and can be at their best to come out and do their thing.
It's something we hadn't really talked too much about, but having, as part of the Sarama squad, having played the 2 games yesterday, I can really tell you halfway through the second game, it really started to pinch in. I'm not a fast bowler. I'm only coming off 5-6 steps, but I do try and work hard through the action. And I can tell you, I've never said no to the captain, but he called me for a third over yesterday, and I was very close to on the fence of saying, I'm not sure about it, but it is very warm out there. There's a lot of heat that comes off the pitch. So some of these boys will start to feel the effect perhaps later this afternoon. I believe the All-Stars are playing 2 games today. Hippo's just the morning game, and then Sarama the afternoon game. But I think some of these All-Stars will start to have it pinch a bit. I'm hoping Jeff's only keeping the 1 game, or is he intent on keeping both? Do you know?
I think at the moment that Jeff is committed to playing this game.
Okay.
Whether we'll see him bat after taking to the field first, he might be one of those classic, I'll only bat if required.
Yep.
Obviously with the talent that they've got in their lineup, as we see Pavel Florin come in for the first over after the drinks break. Max Sedgwick showing no mercy there as he pulls that one away through mid-wicket for 4.
I think the skipper, Darren Matty, might have to think about shifting the field round because Raven is a good little spinner, stalwart of the local game, but I don't think he's the sharpest round the boundary, and he's had 2 or 3 kind of go through him in that region. So I think Darren Matty might have to look around and see.
I think Jeff's taken the captaincy reins today.
Okay.
Darren stood in yesterday at very short notice and did a fantastic job. But I believe that it's Jeff has taken the captaincy back on today.
It is something with Pavel Florin. He obviously knows, he's thought a lot about his game, and he knows that he will be hit, but he just knows where he's going to be hit. So he made a big deal yesterday about setting his field around that kind of cow corner, square leg region to make sure he had good pairs of hands, good runners, outfield fielders as well. Another one coming your way, Michael. Oi, Dave Robson,
nicely
one-hander.
Taken by the cameraman. We so apologise for your pictures went there. We had to protect the equipment.
You never keep him out of the game, Dave Robson.
I think he does his best to. Another one coming our way. But Darren Matty takes the catch on the boundary, carefully adjudging where the rope is. Of course, there is a hill there. And we might have just missed it there, but Pavel Florin with a fantastic celebration, as is often the case. He's picked up his 2nd wicket of the tournament, first of today's match. And that is the end of Preston Lee for 49.
Oh, awkward. What a game cricket is. 49. He would have felt the second that left the bat. That's the 6. 50 up with a 6. Love life. Things can't get better than this. And as we've said a few times, this hill is deceptive. It looks like a shorter boundary than it is. And they just hang up. And the amount of catches we're seeing, 1 metre, 2 metres inside that rope. I don't think we'll see a catch better judged than that from Darren Matty. He was looking up. He was at full stretch, but he also was very, very conscious of where his feet were. It's almost like he shifted his feet kind of horizontal just to get an extra 5 centimetres or so. So that's the experience of the former England international. Terrific catch. He's recreating it for the cameras.
Fantastic personality is Darren Matty. We're very privileged to have him here in the tournament. A long-time MCO ambassador, but his first time actually being able to attend the actual event due to other commitments. We're very privileged to have him here, and he certainly got around and provided some good insight and intel into the great game of cricket to many of the youngsters that are partaking in this tournament.
Tell you what, this will be a good little matchup. Tim Heath, stalwart of Estonian cricket, has come to the pitch, and I tell you what, this boy can hit. He's got terrific hand-eye. He's played cricket for a very, very long time, was at a decent level some time ago, but he's been working on his golf more recently, and so some of the stuff he's doing with golf has really kept the hand and eye coordination going, and I'll tell you what, he can hit it, so this will be a great matchup.
He gets his intention going well there, just stopped out in the deep.
He certainly won't take a couple of overs to get his eye in, Tim Heath. He will swing from ball 1. In the domestic Estonian competition, I think he's about 4th or 5th over the season we've just had for strike rate. Goes at about 170, 180, so not a shy man. And that's on a 70-metre pitch, 75-metre oval. So I think he will like some of the boundaries here.
So a good finish there for Pavel. A wicket taking over.
That's what you're going to get from Pavel. He'll go for a boundary or two, but very, very rarely go through an over without at least a chance.
And here we see Brad Holt coming back into the attack. A little bit expensive in his first over, but I'm sure he'll be looking to bounce back. He's played plenty of cricket over the last 4 decades, so he will not be dishing up another one like that, I'm sure.
Crucial stage of the game this. Hippos need a couple of big overs, get that run rate up to 11 or 12.
Yeah, you can just see on our screens the projected score says it's 204. You know, that's probably about par, but I reckon they'd be wanting to nudge it up to about maybe 220 to just really have that advantage. That is a terrific pull shot by Hippos captain Tim Heath. As we said, we weren't expecting Tim to really take long to settle into his innings. He's going to be looking for the big shots early on. If he's been hitting them anything like he's been hitting the golf balls, we're in for some fireworks.
And there's the wrong and terrific bowling from Brad Hogg. The same line as the leg spinner, and it's gone the other way. And we saw him put a couple past Stu Hook, an incredibly good player of spin yesterday. And he's got Tim Heath as well there. That's the leggy. And Tim Heath responded in kind. One bounce over the fence.
Yeah, again, you can see the big smile from Brad Hogg on his face. He's wondering what he's doing wrong there. So just about to have a bit of a consult here with Darren Maddy. The two have been certainly sharing a whole lot of ideas on not just this tournament, but what they think might happen next with the Ashes setups, given they fall on both sides of the coin there.
One thing I've found really fascinating at this tournament is the mix of the former pros and some of the, kind of amateurs around the European scene. Brad Hogg's probably not bowled a bad ball there, but some unconventional cricketing shots mean that these things could go
there
anywhere.
We go. I think that was the wrong one there we saw. Just beat the outside edge of Tim Heath's bat.
There was something I noticed when I was bowling yesterday. I put 2 or 3 in an area that I was aiming to bowl at to Darren Maddy. We'll pick this up.
A full toss.
Oh,
and it clears the rope for 6.
A metre or so. The fielder there just unable to perform the Darren Maddy, as it shall now be known.
Yep, and that is the end of Brad Hogg's second over. 16 off it. So lifting that projected score up to now 213. So this is sort of the territory that the Talon Hippos would be wanting to find themselves.
Just picking up that point about the former pros versus some of the guys who get on this circuit. Darren Maddy was being very respectful to good balls yesterday. We saw Ben Jones put a couple, seaming in a little bit around the top of off. Darren Maddy had been going at a decent clip, around 200 strike rate, but he still blocked out some of those. Did that to Ben Jones, did that to myself. I put one in the exact same area to Oman, and it's gone over Cal Corner. So I think Brad Hogg would be adjusting to the fact he'll put balls in good areas, but some unconventional stroke play can still find a way.
I think this is Ravin Sharma we've seen brought into the attack. He was a bit of the surprise packet yesterday, really sort of stifled Sarama's ascendancy early on in yesterday's first game. And I think, he'll be looking to do the same. It's actually perhaps a little bit surprising that he's been held back until this late in the innings.
They've certainly got a wealth of slower bowler options. It was Ved, Pavel Florin, Brad Hogg, Darren Maddy bowling mediums, and Ravin is a tricky. He's a deceptively tricky. Not a big spinner of the ball, but he puts it in some interesting areas, and he kind of moves it here and there, and varies his kind of pace as he bowls.
Full toss, and that is duly put away over the mid-wicket boundary for 6.
2 full on that occasion, and Max Sedgwick delivers the treatment. As we said, Mac is a slower bowler himself, so he's a good player of slow balls. Sometimes you see people who, they don't wait on it, they kind of swing through, play early. Mac is one because he bowls a dipping top spinner himself. He's very comfortable to wait and put it away. Let's see if Ravin can bounce back. That's a better flight, but lovely. Big 6 there. Max Sedgwick finding his range.
Yes, and again, not the start that Ravin Sharma would have liked. As you said, he bowled 2 sort of first up good deliveries, and last 2 have been hit over the boundary. Cedric just not able to get that one away, but happy to rotate the strike.
That's the change of pace there. So that one looked too short, but it's come through faster on the batsman. You saw Mac hurrying the shot, so it obviously skidded through on him. So smart bowling from Ravin.
Tim Heath, I think while we're talking about some of his big hitting, that was a lovely, more technical cricket shot, that one.
One thing we will say about Tim Heath, he is a very, very smart cricketer. He counts as he's out there. He counts the runs. He counts the run rate. He calculates these things as he goes. He's always watching, thinking about where the team needs to be. Now, I think we've missed one in the scorers. That should be the end of the over. There we go. It's come up 13. So 144 for 2. I think I'm going to hop out of the commentary, and I think we might have Stephen Ogden come join us.
Yes, no, we've got Thogdad coming into the commentary box now. So yes, thanks again, Parko. We always appreciate your insights. As Brad Hogg suits up again for his next over, and a good first up delivery there, beating the bat of Tim Heath. Ooh, and a play and a miss, so a much better setup from Brad Hogg in his third over of the day, as I'm joined in the box by Steve Ogden. Thogdad, how are you, mate?
How you doing, mate? I tell you what, this is turning into an intriguing morning of cricket in the Montenegrin sun, isn't it?
Sure is.
Going down
Tim
the leg
Heath
side.
looks to hit large, but Brad Hogg beats him for spin.
I mean, I've got to say, I didn't know Tim Heath had this in him, mate. This is a good knock.
He typically will only like to play the big shots. He can be a bit more technically sound than he often shows us.
Oh, my goodness, he skied that one. Oh. What do the umpires think of that?
Oh, now do we have a potential field obstruction? Have we got an appeal?
I think there was a little sort of Bairstow moment going on there. No, all played in the best spirit.
Oh, and that's just too good for the fielder coming around from long on.
Yes, that fielder is Ashley Dunster from Victoria in Australia. So an Aussie's come in for the day, who is actually going to open the batting, I believe, for the All-Stars later.
Excellent.
Cannot wait to face Brett and Preston Lee. Ooh, that's short. Good
all
field.
Over this one. A quick throw. Oh. Tim Heath had to be quick there, but
just got in.
Umpire Rex Evans is saying nope, he had grounded his bat, understandably so. So 14 overs down, 6 to go. 2 for 149. We're looking at 213. You'd be reasonably happy with sort of where that
yes,
total sits?
Yes. I mean, we saw yesterday, didn't we, a lot of runs scored, at least 10 and over. So I think if we can keep the Tarlin Hippos to around 200, like we did yesterday, then we have a good chance of winning. But then you never know against Brett Lee, do you?
You sure don't. Look, Brett Lee did only bowl the 2 overs yesterday.
Yes.
He was sort of held back. We actually thought that perhaps Tim Heath might have been just giving, the Talon Hippo sister club Sarama another chance as we see Ravin Sharma come back into the attack.
Oof. Where's that gone? That looks like 4 runs.
Brad Hogg hasn't picked that one out there on the mid-wicket boundary, and that comfortably rolls over the rope.
It does, yeah. Ravin, I thought he bowled a couple of good ones early on, but they're going after him, aren't they? Anything short on this pitch is destroyed, isn't it? Anything full toss, anything short is getting punished.
Yeah, you need to make sure you have your lines tight. Some skilled batters in this lineup.
Oh, my goodness. Having said, I thought that would be punished. But what I've liked, certainly the pick of the bowlers for me is Milan Kovacevic, who is actually our only homegrown talent, although he's Montenegrin. And just watch this. That's going down leg side. A dot ball. He's a Montenegrin lad, is Milan, but brought up in South Africa, and that's where he learnt his cricket. And I thought his spell to date was superb. Really pitching it in the right zone.
Yes, he certainly showed plenty of skill. It'll be interesting to see whether he is brought back into the attack in these closing overs, given he was the All-Stars' most effective bowler to date.
Yes,
And look, as you said, isn't it fantastic to see that the local lad in front of his home crowd getting the opportunity to strut his stuff and shine like a star?
Absolutely. That ball is, Darren Maddy picks it up. Yeah, absolutely. It means a lot to Milan to represent the All-Stars, to represent his country. And he's driven, I think, from Podgorica today. So he's driven down a long way to make this game. And cricket means a lot to him. That's a big one.
Tim Heath goes big.
Tim has knocked that one onto the road.
Yeah, that was looking a good over from Ravin Sharma, but just the maximum off that last delivery. It just leaves a little bit of a bitter taste in the mouth, doesn't it?
It does. Oh, you've got Dave Robson in next. He can hit a cricket ball, can't he?
Well, Dave Robson is listed to come in next, but he's currently behind our camera, so I doubt that he actually will be coming in next.
That is
he
a very
doesn't
good
appear
point.
to have the pads on or anything like that.
That is a shame. That is a loss to the audience.
No, well, of course, Brett Lee is still in the sheds as Brad Holt comes back on.
Oh, he moved that one. That's what he can do.
Nice take there behind the stumps by Jeff Grzinich.
Yeah, Jeff better today. He was a bit sick, a bit poorly, wasn't he, yesterday?
Yeah, no, he was on strict bed rest. He needed to stay home and enjoy our live stream instead, as that one beats him. Not sure if Max Sedgwick got any bat on that one. No, it was off the pads.
Off the pads.
Umpire Steve Tripp signals there.
Got to say, I've been impressed by the quality of the umpiring in this tournament.
Yeah, all of these umpires are seasoned veterans of the MCL.
Brilliant. Oh,
there's an appeal.
Big call there. I didn't hear anything. But apparently, yes, he's walking.
He's given him.
He's walking.
He's given him. Yeah, I think we might not have picked it up there, but I think umpire Steve Tripp did give a signal. Our cameras didn't see it. We might have to get a little bit of advice to him that if he's going to give it out, can you please make it very obvious to the viewer at home? But yes, that is the end of Tim Heath.
And that was a very nice
good
knock.
Very important knock for his side. Some might say a captain's knock, Steve. So, he's out. And who's now coming in? Well, it definitely isn't Dave Robson. He has not moved from his post.
That is a
behind
shame,
the camera
honestly.
here.
A lot of folk have turned up to watch Dave Robson play cricket. Anyway, Tim Heath leaves the pitch.
So I'm wondering if
to a ripple of applause.
As we see coming to the crease, I wonder if this is Zahan Khan, who was actually probably the pick of the bowlers yesterday with his leg spinners in yesterday's second game. He did take 3 for 9,
wow.
And really just sort of stifled Sarama's run chase. They were looking pretty good there until Zahan Khan came on. He was talking to him off camera yesterday. He indicated that he was only just looking to make sure that he dried up the runs, not take any wickets.
Right.
So to get 3 wickets was a triple bonus for him.
That is incredible. 3 for 9 in how many overs?
And just the two. But the damage was done, and the task became all too tricky. I think he even picked up the key wicket of Ben Jones, who was probably the pick of yesterday's batters, just to put a nice segue in there.
Yes.
So 209. Again, Zahan Khan won't have much time to settle into his innings. We want to see quick runs. That might be some quick twos or some boundaries.
Yeah, we know it is a slog fest, isn't it? He's got to hit the first bad ball, and up against Brad Hoggs. You don't see many of those. Oh,
He's done the catch just wide of
Hartridge there.
Yeah, Hartridge.
I'm surprised Andy didn't get a bowl today. Andy a little bit disappointed yesterday with he only got 1 run. But like I said yesterday, he is possibly the best cricketer in Montenegro on his day.
Yeah, well,
but that's the nature of cricket, isn't it?
It sure is. But yes, you get your opportunity to bounce back. And he hasn't had to wait long.
No. Good ball.
So Zahan Khan doing exactly what would have been expected of him by the recently departed captain Tim Heath.
Yeah.
Get quick runs on the board, rotate the strike.
So will Tim Heath be very pleased with that knock? Will he be telling everyone down the bar about that one?
No, I'm sure he's telling everyone now. Back in the change rooms or our sort of side viewing area where the teams are based.
Excellent.
Brad Hogg
excellent.
actually coming around the wicket here.
Ooh, that's scooped.
A
but
chance coming out there in the deep,
but
but
that's Rob.
fielder just too far back on the rope.
Do you know, Rob Logan didn't fancy coming a few metres forward. He got a bit of an injury yesterday, actually. Rob, he covered in blood from a cut to his left hand. It looked worse than it was.
Was that on the cricket field?
On the cricket field,
Oh,
believe
there
it or
you go.
not. Yes, I mean, yep, many of Rob's injuries are, not on the cricket field, but I won't go into that.
I'm thinking you're right. Here we are. They have Jeff Grzinich has turned to the local lad to
Milan.
close out this innings. But
Yes.
yeah, Milan bowled incredibly well in his first 2 overs. And,
Absolutely. Yeah, I don't want to jinx him, but he was, I've seen him bowl like this before, and occasionally he'll over-try. He'll try and bowl too quick. So what he needs to do is bowl exactly like he did in those first 2 overs.
It's probably the perfect time to bring him back on as well, with Max Sedgwick needing to get the runs along and a new batsman in Zahin Khan at the crease.
Yes, yes.
So
And he's bringing
really
in,
nothing to lose.
He's brought in Ashley Dunster. I'm surprised at that. Surely the batsman's going. Ooh,
Oh, and a full toss, and it is called a no ball.
yeah.
So this will be a free hit. So not the start that
No.
Milan would have liked.
No. It sometimes happens, doesn't it? When you have a break from bowling and you come back and you lose your rhythm. And let's hope that hasn't happened to Milan here.
So no ball for the waist high full toss,
I
which
guess
means this
free hit.
delivery is a free hit.
Yes.
And Zahin Khan launches it, but unfortunately not able to quite
No.
find the rope, and just the single.
Absolutely fielded by Raveen Sharma there. The owner of Masala Art, the best Indian restaurant in Montenegro.
Yes, and kindly supplying us with lunch.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Good feed yesterday.
Oh, good. I'll pass that on to him.
Oh, and Darren Matty comes into action.
He's got
taken
it.
the catch.
Brilliant.
Well
Great
done.
ball.
Coming down off the hill. It certainly is a challenge. You have to watch your footing as you're making your way down, but while also keeping your eye on the ball. And that just shows the experience of a cricketer like Darren Matty. Wonderful catch.
Brilliant. And you know when it's heading towards Darren Maddy, it's not going down. Superb.
So that ends a pretty handy knock there from Max Sedgwick. As we said before, he needed to get the runs ticking along.
Yeah, they've slowed down a bit. 169 for 4. You still think the 200's on here? Have you got some heavy
I
hitters
think-
to come?
Look, I think the 200 is still on. It's a bit hard to see. I'm just trying to see. Is this Brett Lee that's come to the crease? No, it's Greg Mann, in fact.
Right, right.
So Greg Mann opened the batting for the Talon Hippos yesterday. Fell early and now coming into a middle order position, but we do know that he can play shots.
Right, right. Does Greg live out in Estonia?
I believe so. No, he doesn't.
Oh, right. Here comes Milan. Oops.
Oh, and that's another no ball.
Oh, yes.
A nice gift there for Greg Mann off his first delivery, and he's got the 4, and we'll have a free hit for his
Yeah.
second delivery. Oh, wait, I missed. No.
Oh, dear.
Oh.
Now,
And that is a wide, which means that this delivery to come will still be a free hit. You do need to have a legal delivery for it to be considered considered a live delivery.
yeah. So sadly, Milan's lost his rhythm. That's better. That is a much better ball.
Yeah.
And Milan's got to, just get back to what he was bowling in those first 2 overs. Having said that, he's just got his wicket. So
He has picked up the key wicket, but
he has.
yeah.
He has.
The key is just to make sure that you hit your length.
Absolutely.
He will know that the batsmen are going to try and go after him in search of quick runs.
Milan is moving his field around. He's bringing Aman up off the boundary, which is interesting.
Oh, Oh, and that is a
very
big
big
hit
six.
by Zahan Khan. Well done. That's nearly in the pool there.
That could be in the pool, just around the pool.
Just
Of course,
around the pool.
if the ball goes directly into the pool, you've got to buy a round for the whole, for both teams. But that's a good shot. And interestingly, Milan came round the wicket for that ball. He's obviously a little bit upset with himself.
Just trying to make sure he gets his line right. But
Yeah.
I don't think that was quite where
No, it wasn't.
he intended it to land. But again, he gets another opportunity. Oh,
That's a
and that's
great
a
ball.
much better line. He
That
had
is a peach of a ball. And that's what he was trying to do.
cramped Zahan Khan for room there, and not giving him any opportunity to really connect with that one. So it has been quite impressive that he might have bowled a couple of bad balls this over, but he has followed them up with some good deliveries.
That's another.
Again,
yes,
another one.
Yes. Good recovery from Milan.
Good finish to the spell.
That's the end of the over, is it?
That is the end of the over. So
Yeah.
he'll have one more. I'm sure Jeff Krasinich will bring him back for one more before the end of the innings.
Oh, I think so.
In fact, actually, it looks like there might have been a slight miscount.
Yes, that's our scoring suggests there's one more ball, doesn't it?
We occasionally have a little bit of a delay with our score.
I think Milan might be questioning one of the decisions about possibly one of the no balls. Because obviously there's some very specific rules applying to this tournament.
There are. Certainly Darren Matty, just off screen in front of us in our commentary position, did appear to be mumbling as such that he didn't think from where he was standing that it was an illegal delivery. But look, these umpires, they know the laws of cricket very well, and I'm sure they adjudicate them appropriately.
I'm sure they do. That's a dot. I'm looking around the field, and what I love about this team, it's really, really international. I've talking about our Montenegrin. We've got an Englishman, we've got an Aussie, a Romanian. You know, there's a lot of folk from a lot of nations in this All-Stars team.
Very aptly called the All-Stars.
Yes.
And that's a
That
big
is
hit
an
from Zahan
enormous
Khan,
six.
just next to us in our commentary position, that almost lands on the road just behind us.
That is a huge six.
So all of these big hits are very crucial at this stage of the innings.
They are. It certainly looks as if you're going to go over 200, which is what you needed to do, really.
Yeah, we've said all along that 200 is about the par score, so a full toss there from Darren Matty, and that again is going to do it.
It's gone.
Yes,
It's gone.
Despite Brad
Just.
Hogg's best efforts coming up the hill here, that clears the rope, and a second consecutive six for Zahan Khan.
Very close. That was landed about a metre over the boundary rope.
Just showing no mercy to the exploits of former England all-rounder Darren Matty.
I know. No respect.
Goes again. Just the single this time.
That's a good ball.
And we do apologise to our viewers at home. We are just having a slight technical hiccup with the scoreboard.
So how many overs have gone in actuality?
So we're into the 17th over.
17th,
This is
yeah.
near the end of the... Sorry, this will be the 18th over. We'll be near the end as
Looks like
Jeff Krasinich
4
missed that,
runs,
and that's
4
4
extras.
buys.
4 buys, yep.
We will bring you the updated score very shortly as Darren Matty completes the 18th over. So the Talon Hippos on track for a score of about 220, which I think is going to be more than competitive against a very strong All-Stars batting lineup, mind you.
Absolutely. There's some good batting on there. I mean, we know from yesterday, Aman got an unbeaten century yesterday. He was scoring at 3 a ball. We got a new guy. I'd mentioned Ashley Dunster, who is actually an Oxford Blue for cricket. So brought up in Victoria State in Australia. He went to Oxford. He got his blue for cricket. Very good all-rounder. I'm surprised he's not been given a bowl. I think that's his modesty, really. He should have put himself forward to Jeff, the wicketkeeper, the captain, and said, I want a bowl. Anyway, Ashley's going to, I believe, open the batting with Aman. Then we're probably going to bring in Andy Hartridge, who only got the one yesterday, but on his day is capable of scoring some runs. We've got Rob Logan, who is, he would describe himself as a slogger, and I think we all would. That's a good ball.
Good
No, it's
ball.
It's going.
An appeal for LBW. Oh, and Jeff Grzinich with the quick return.
There was a chance of an overthrow there. Milan appealed, but it was certainly going down leg side.
And we do have our scoreboard back up and running, which is fantastic to see. So projected score there of choo-choo-choo, just to throw a quiet little tribute there to the great Richie Benno. One of the reasons why we're all doing what we love here in the commentary box from the pioneer of cricket commentary.
Oh, Rob. Oh,
and a chance out there in the deep.
He went for the catch, and of course he allowed it to go for 4. But you've kind of got to go for that, haven't you? So would you say Richie Benno is your hero then, your commentating hero?
I think he was the one that we all looked up to, Richie Benno. But you know, like many of us Australians, we grew up with the sounds of summer, and you know, people like Tony Gregg and Bill Laurie. You know, go on, got him, go Victoria. But you know, perhaps more for some more recent ones. You know, Mark Taylor and Ian Chappell. Yeah. You know, lots of them along the way. And
I think
Adam Gilchrist, I think, Ricky Ponting will be the main ones now in Australia that everyone is sort of turning to. Simon Kadich, one of the MCL ambassadors, is proving to be quite the popular analyst. Trent Copeland, I'm not sure if you're familiar with Trent Copeland.
I don't know. No.
Played a couple of test matches for Australia, provides very good analysis, very long time servant of New South Wales cricket.
Excellent. Oh, good bowling from Milan, tight until the end. And talking of commentators, one of my claims to fame is I went to college with Nasser Hussain. I was
there you are, Nasser
Hussain. Same college, same year. He's done very well for himself, first as a cricketer and secondly as a media personality.
A very parochial commentator, I would say, at times, Nasser. He very passionate about England, but you know what? I reckon there's probably some Australian commentators that the English folk would say the same of, and that's lovely driven down the ground. It's going to beat Brad Hogg coming around fast.
A very
nice shot from Zahan Khan. So doing exactly what his captain would have asked of him, get quick runs.
Yeah, and I suppose that's the great thing about Richie Benno. I mean, he's sort of, the Poms like him and the Aussies like him. You know, he's been on both sides of the world. Yeah,
well, he had a long career, obviously, in Australia with Channel 9, and I think over in England with Channel 4, I think
that's
it was.
Correct.
So.
That's correct. So, yeah, very well liked, very well respected in amongst us Poms.
Just need to start to get a few European commentators on the scene just to add the mix. Of course, we did hear from Pavel Florin and Mark Tamoya yesterday, so some of the born and bred European cricketers behind the mic.
Pavel would be ideal. I mean, very vocal. I mean, his bio on Instagram, he calls himself the slowest bowler in the world. Quite useful today, actually. Got his wicket, didn't he?
Yeah, no, look, he as we said earlier in our coverage, that Pavel Florin has improved his technique quite tremendously since he arrived on the scene a few years ago. Internet sensation.
Absolutely. So into the last over here.
Into the last over. So Darren Maddy given the task.
Yeah, Darren 0 for 36. He would fancy a wicket, wouldn't he? Here. 5 balls to go. Got bowled in. He's got it.
So well done. And that marks the end of a very good knock from Zahan Khan, bowled by Darren Maddy.
So who's going to come in for the last few balls?
I think we're saying. Is this now? Who is this?
Hard to see.
I wondered if we actually might have seen Brett Lee coming to the crease, but that doesn't appear to be.
That's not Brett
former
Lee,
Australian
legend.
So just 3 balls remaining. Projected score of 222.
Yeah, it's interesting. If you look over to our right, there's a group of about a dozen spectators there. They're all Aussies. and they've all come over. They're all staying with Ashley Dunster, who's fielding there, and they're dying to meet Brett Lee at some point. But I think they're a little bit nervous about going up to.
Oh, I don't think they need to be too nervous. Brett, as has always been, I think, throughout his professional career, a very accommodating person, very friendly. He and his son Preston came and joined us in the commentary box in between innings yesterday.
Excellent. Ooh.
A dot ball at this stage of the innings, not what they want, but I think the Talon Hippos and their captain Tim Heath will still be pretty happy with where they've got to.
Yeah. So it's Tim Filer, is it?
Tim Filer is the is the batsman. So again, another dot ball. So one left.
So is Tim Filer based out in Estonia as well? Right, right. Oh,
And
he's
there
got
we
him.
go. It's a bowl off the final delivery there.
Wow.
And that is a duck for Tim Filer.
Oh, poor Tim.
So 3 dot balls to close out the innings, including the wicket there of Tim Filer. So Darren Matty will be pleased with that last over. One for 3 off that final. 1 for 4, in fact. Sorry,
Right.
I'll actually do it. That's 2 for 4.
I think, to summarise it before I go, I'm 12th man, so I'm going to go over there in a minute. But
Yes.
I think from our point of view, we'd take that. I mean, obviously, you've got some good bowling, but I think that's gettable if we make a good start. We've got some batting, but we need somebody to have a big innings.
Fantastic.
So a Hartridge or an Aman or someone, but great to be in the commentary box.
Great. Thanks again for joining us, Steve. Steve Ogden there. He's got to go and join his teammates. So we appreciate his insights as we always do. So the Talon Hippos finishing there 6 for 216. That is at this stage the highest score of the tournament. And so it's going to take some batting. As we saw though yesterday, the All-Stars are more than capable of posting a big total on the board. They did comfortably chase down the 200 target set by Sarama yesterday, with Aman Maheshwari leading the way with a brilliant century, his maiden century in the MCL. And I'm sure he will be looking to do the same again. As you heard from Steve Ogden just then, Aman Maheshwari will be opening the batting with, looks like, Ashley Dunster in his first appearance for the All-Stars, to also join him in the opening partnership with the popular excuse me, with the popular Andrew Hartridge joining him at number 3. So we will just take this moment to take a short break and give you our advertisers some promo opportunities. We will be back with you shortly. Well, welcome back to Porto Montenegro Arena here in Tivat for the second day of the Mediterranean Cricket League. I'm joined in the commentary box by a very special guest. Sitting alongside me is a debutant for Sarama Cricket Club yesterday, Lema Delbina. welcome.
Hello. Hello.
So you have the distinguished title as being the first woman to play in the Mediterranean Cricket League. How are you soaking up that accolade?
I mean, it's nice to hear, of course, that actually women are able to play such leagues for the first time and just being able to enjoy the sport as well.
Excellent. So how did you get involved in cricket in the first place? Because I'd imagine in Estonia, cricket isn't the first sport that a lot of boys and girls would play.
Yeah. So just around 3 years ago, I was asked by friends to just come and watch the game. I've never heard of it, so I was just interested to see what it is about, just to learn a bit about it. And then they just, convinced me, come play, come join trainings, come see how it is, and then just join more and more trainings. And my friends just helped me going, and now I'm here playing.
And back in Estonia, sort of, what are the opportunities for women to play cricket? Can you talk us through some of the competitions that you've played in to date?
Mm-hmm. So when I started, actually, I started to play with men. So then I was playing in the men's leagues, and then a few years, just 2 years back, then women's cricket started to grow in Estonia. We started to get back the team because somewhere around 10 years ago, the women's cricket was quite prevalent in Estonia already. But now it's just growing back again. We're getting the old players and a lot of new players. And now we're actually playing a lot of games. We have international games, actually, where we have an upcoming Finland match. They're coming down to Tallinn to play with us. And we've gone to Finland as well to play with them, and we have upcoming cups possibly piled up as well. So.
Yeah, and were you expecting to get a game yesterday? I think you probably arrived at this ground yesterday thinking that you just watch a bit of cricket, and suddenly you found yourself out there in the middle.
Yeah, in a way, Stu asked me would I want to play just one day before, and I said, sure, why not? I would love to. So it was a pleasure to play.
Well, not only did you get out there in the middle, but you proved to be Saarema's most economical bowler. You were bowling to a former international player in Brad Hogg. How was that experience?
Oh, that was very awesome. I enjoyed it. I tried my best to bowl as what I can, and to face against him was a pleasure. Afterwards he gave me tips as well, which was very lovely of him. I thoroughly enjoyed it.
We think you should have got him out though. There was a catch dropped off your bowling.
Yeah. There was a catch dropped, but no worries. Next time, we have a game actually against them next, so who knows?
Yes, well, we will see you out there later in action today. So obviously Saarema will suit up against the All-Stars after this match. Saarema yet to get a win in this tournament. Are you confident you can break that duck later today?
I think so, definitely. As we just get more and more used to it, more and more experience, we know how each player plays, we talk about it, then definitely I think we can get it.
Well, and just before we let you go, obviously, as we said, you're the first woman to play in the Mediterranean Cricket League. We hope you're not the last.
Yes.
What would you say to anyone else out there watching at home about coming and playing in this wonderful competition?
I would definitely encourage all the women to play in these kind of tournaments to get the experience, get sort of different playing, because men play a bit differently, women play a bit differently, so you get this experience, and to just come and play and enjoy the cricket, because I feel like this tournament is about supporting each other, just enjoying the sport as it is, and enjoying this lovely view.
Fantastic. Loma, thanks very much for joining us in the Mediterranean Cricket League this year, and we hope to see you again next year. But first of all, we'll see you out in action later again today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to our viewers at home. We will rejoin you very shortly with the run chase. The Tallinn Hippos have put 216 on the board, the All-Stars needing 217 to win. Catch you again soon. Cheers, thank you. Thank you very much for that. Really appreciate that. That's exactly what we needed for the coverage. We needed to get some female voices. Unfortunately, the older one, father to it. Oh, good luck out there. Oh, very tight yesterday.
No idea. Yeah, I was sort of with you before, but hey, there's two like, oh, this is an awkward way to sit. There's well, I'm new, there's like two people.
Oh, you want to get that content from?
I got it yesterday, yeah. The only thing I need to try and get done now is I've got an Aussie 2002 World Cup shirt on my sunball. Brett and Brad can sign that. That'd be super cool. Yeah, and I've got a ball. Darren's got my English shirt for me, and he signed the ball. And they think it's just the ball's for me, the shirt's for the kids. I think we have to sign those. I've got the shirts with me. And I even bought my West Indies shirt for Christmas. Oh, well, cheers, buddy. I appreciate it. Rizzy!
Yeah, I'm almost empty over here. What are you fucking giving me? Yeah, right. A little bit excited. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
No, the last one kicked out too. They're just kicked out underneath it. I'll follow it.
Oh, is that what it is?
Otherwise it wouldn't be right.
You know how like on summer the apron goes out a bit, you know?
Like a tail, isn't it?
Yeah, little fantail at each end. Did you know they're cancelling fantails in Australia?
Yeah, I heard that.
Just on Perth,
And what was the other one? Stop making one of the longest. Redskins.
You're kidding. Yeah.
That's all that.
Green cheese before.
The pruning is part of the cheese process, isn't it?
Yeah. It had nothing to do with whatever people. But you know, Golly was the same sort of thing. But actually, the thing was that Golly looked at it. It actually, you know, but Gollywogs were in World War II talked about favourable when they helped the troops go across the Dakota South. So
Yeah.
not a slur or anything. No, I thought, yeah, I'd be like,
One cunt got offended, the world's going to change.
what microphone on?
No.
Yesterday, right? So that was you kidding me? So it was like in the middle of the what? In the middle of a.
It wasn't about our customer service. They were right too. We're going to be shooting there. After that. Hello there. You took a lot of You haven't got everything, have you? Come back and home? Still pretty much there for a fucking holiday to pick up, eh? Yeah, I just put it back up. Good on. I'd say that's you know, the bloke is still pretty tricky, so he's got a bathroom Alright.
Alright. Taking advantage of it.
Yeah. I don't know what happened, but I woke up and
That sounds like a very interesting story, Ben. Go on.
walking the whiskey.
There's a white guy all the time.
Take the other one, won't it? Fluffy body.
They just pixelate his face.
My mate's been abandoned.
start the innings with us, Benny? Yes, we had that. What did Tim cross at 38? I think Tim Heath get 38 as well. Welcome back to Porto Montenegro Arena for the second day of the Mediterranean Cricket League. We have already had one innings completed with the Talon Hippos scoring 6 for 216 after winning the toss and electing to bowl against the All-Stars. So we do know that the All-Stars batting lineup is quite a packed one. Plenty of talent. We saw Arman Maheshwari score a brilliant century yesterday in comfortably chasing down what appeared to be a competitive total of 200 against Sarama. So it'll be interesting to see what they do now. So the umpires and the players are now making their way out to the middle. And by the looks of it, I'm not 100% sure if Arman Maheshwari is opening the batting. So just to recap a couple of the scores from the Talon Hippos innings. Preston Lee, top scored, picking up where he left off yesterday with a score of 49 today. Supported ably at the top there of the order by Tim Cross, who scored 38. And then some good supporting knocks from the captain, Tim Heath, 35. Max Sedgwick's got chipped in there with 33. And Zahin Khan with some big hits to finish the innings and scored 24. So we are about to get underway shortly. It looks like former Australian cricketer Brett Lee is going to be opening the bowling for the Talon Hippos. Bowled really well yesterday. And I'm rejoined in the commentary position by Steve Ogden. Steve, welcome.
Great to be back. I tell you what, I'm looking forward to this. You just heard a cheer there from the crowd of Aussie, 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 oi, oi, oi. As I said earlier, that is the Ashley Dunster fan club. There's about a dozen of them, all come over from Australia. And really, they've come here not to watch Ashley, but to watch the bowler, Brett Lee.
He's going to need to deliver some fireworks. All the pressure's on him. So, an interesting call here, Steve. It doesn't appear that yesterday's Centurion. We'll just wait for this first delivery from Brett Lee.
Ooh, that is wide.
Yeah, not a bit rusty there is Brett. He bowled 2 overs yesterday. He looked pretty good, but that was perhaps just a little bit of a loosener. So none to worry. When you're defending 216, you can afford to have a couple of those.
Yeah, so both these cricketers, the two openers, are really good batsmen. Brett Lee coming in for his second ball. Oh, Ashley leaves it. Sensible. So, yeah, the pressure is on, like I said. So Ashley Dunster has got half a dozen Aussies watching him in the bleachers. And of course, he's facing one of those players. He's mad on cricket, is Ashley. So, to him, he's grown up watching the likes of Brett Lee. So a massive moment for him. Something he can talk about for years to come.
Oh, and an edge.
Short. It's gone through.
It's gone through the gap, and
yes,
Ashley Dunster is off the mark. So Brett Lee with just a little bit of smile on his face there as we sort of see that ball going out into the deep.
That is, and like I said, I said earlier, Ashley Dunster, he's got an Oxford blue. He's batted for Oxford University seconds, I think it is. So not a bad cricketer, but obviously up against one of the best bowlers in the world. So puts it into into context.
So Brett Lee coming in again. Nicely played out there to Dave Robson at point. So, Steve, an interesting decision. Aman Maheshwari made a century opening the batting yesterday, but not opening today.
He did, and I think it was consensus. He was very happy to bat 3. You've got Andy Hartridge at the other end, who is a fine cricketer on his day. You didn't see that yesterday. He only got the 1, but he's scored many a century, many a double century in the Sussex League he played in. I think he played for, I'm not sure if it was Brighton or one of the other teams. Oh, a little bit of forward defensive. We've not seen much of that, but I suppose when you're facing Brett Lee,
yeah, there would be a degree of trepidation, wouldn't there? When just coming up against someone who's taken over 500 international wickets.
Absolutely. I mean, the reason I'm 12th man, I was supposed to be playing today, but one of our lads, Rob Logan, just said, it's one of my dreams to face this guy. Oof, the bouncer.
He's got the bouncer, but well left nonetheless. I don't think that was probably Brett Lee bowling at full tilt like we would have seen back in his heyday, but
No.
Nonetheless, it probably would have been a little bit frightening going past the lid like that.
That is funny.
Well left, no, nonetheless.
That is brilliant.
That does show a little bit of cricket nous there to
Yes.
to be able to pick the short ball and get the body away from it.
Absolutely. Oh, that's going to be
And that
1
just
run.
splays off the bat. He gets the 1. I think he's quite happy to get off the mark there.
Absolutely.
We're just having a few slight technical
Yes.
difficulties with our scoring, but it is about to come onto line. So that's
Right.
the end of the first over.
And by the way, it was Ashley Dunster scoring those runs and not Andy Hartridge.
So Tim Filer coming into the attack.
Oh, interesting. It was interesting, actually. I gave the team sheets to some friends of mine back in England, to my cricket club there, which is the Carlton Club Cricket Club. And we have a guy called Rowan Pinkerton, shout out to Rowan, who actually used to play cricket with Tim Filer back in Oz.
There you go, and that is nicely played
That
through
is-
the cover region. It's the long boundary out
It
there.
is the
so
long boundary,
Zahan Khan having to come around from long off.
and that is 2 runs to Ashley Dunster.
Very hard to run a 3, I think, on this
Yes.
ground.
Yes.
Not just because it is a short boundary, but the outfield sort of doesn't allow for it at
Absolutely.
times. Oh, and that is nicely played off the pads.
Very nice. Is
I
that
think
going to go?
again just going to slow out towards the boundary.
Has that gone?
But no, it has reached there, in fact, and we see the umpire Rex Evans signal 4 runs to the batter.
So great start from, I say, young Dunster. We have just been to his 60th birthday party. Batting with a new hip and a new knee. Oh, my
and an
goodness.
opportunity
Oh, my
here.
goodness.
Fielder is under it. Well taken, and that is,
And that is a
the
shame.
end.
That is a shame. He went big very early. And that is a good wicket for your boys, for the Tarlin Hippos.
So a short knock there, an early wicket, but it does bring to the crease yesterday's man of the moment, Aman Maheshwari.
Yeah, no, that's an important wicket. I mean, I really wanted to see Ashley get 40 or 50. He's capable of that. I just think he went too big too early. But I suppose he's mindful that Brett Lee might bowl 4 overs and that you've got to score off the other guy. So that is a shame. But you're right, Aman got a few yesterday, Andy Hartridge. These are 2 very good batsmen. And if they can stay together, somebody's got to get a big score today. One of these 2's got to get a big score.
And of course, we should mention, Steve, that Aman Maheshwari is our official streaming sponsor. Provided great support to the Mediterranean Cricket League over the years. And if you'd like to know more about the many lives of Aman Maheshwari, you just need to follow the social link in the top right-hand corner of our screen. And you can find out about all the different personalities that Aman has. You know, he's not just a cricketer; he's a businessman, he's a musician, he's a happily married man, just a wonderful person, and he's got many facets to life.
That is brilliant. I will get straight on that at aman.maheshwari.official. I'll be on that later.
As we see,
I want to know some more.
The man in question get off the mark there. Just a nice easy single.
Which puts Hartridge on strike. Is this Hartridge's first? Yeah, he's taken his guard. He'll be mindful today of, we do talk him up, Andy Hartridge, because so often He's got very big scores for the Buccaneers. That's the local team, the Buccaneers. Time and time again, he's saved us. So we've maybe actually sort of bigged him up too much. Oh, no.
And he goes for the wide one, and that rolls all the way to the boundary for 4.
It works. It works. You've got to get off the mark somehow. I think he'll take that.
So not the start he would have liked there.
A 4's a 4.
Tim Filer following up from a wicket-taking delivery earlier on.
Absolutely.
Here he goes again. He launches a drive, showing his intent to attack.
Yes, of course, that is the nature of this format of cricket.
Tim Filer just pinging that one at the stumps just to make sure that Andy was in his crease. And that is the end of the second over. Brett Lee coming back into the attack. Apologies again to our viewers at home. We're just having a few technical difficulties with the scoreboard. We will get that rectified, and we will have the updated scores to you very, very shortly.
But it's Aman to face Brett Lee. I wonder if he's ever faced Brett Lee or anyone of that quality ever before. Ooh,
well, he's happy to dob that one up in the air. Safely, though, past the man at cover.
Yeah, unorthodox, but it's 2 more runs. Yeah, a few of these scoring strokes have been a little bit nervous, shall we say? But who am I to criticise? That's a good ball, isn't it? Slower one, was that?
Yeah, just a little bit of pace off that delivery. I mean, Brett Lee wouldn't he wouldn't have seen Aman Maheshwari bat yesterday.
No.
Brett arrived due to a delayed flight only just before the start of his first game yesterday. A matter of half an hour or so before, as we just watched this next delivery. Pulled that one away. But no doubt, through all the chatter that happens on the sidelines of this wonderful tournament, it would have been made known to him that that Brett Lee was, that Aman had scored a century yesterday, and we go from there. And there we are. We do have the score back online for you, which is fantastic. So we will now we now can bring you the live updated scores. So 1 for 22, midway through the third over.
Yeah, very, very early doors. It really, for me, depends upon these 2 batsmen.
Oh, and a lovely lofted drive. That is going to go... Has it got all the way? No, not quite. It is the long boundary out there. That nearly cleared the rope.
That is a very nice stroke from Andy Hartridge. He'd be delighted by that.
Well, you said that he's accustomed to scoring 200s, and if he's accustomed to scoring 200s in big leagues like he was back in England, then he would have faced some pretty quality bowlers, and Brett Lee wouldn't be phasing him one bit.
Well, oof, my goodness.
Good follow-up delivery from Binger.
I think Andy is someone who takes cricket in his stride. He's a very modest guy. You meet the guy, you don't know just how good he is at the game, whereas you get some people who have got half the talent and twice the banter, shall we say. So I think Andy will just take whatever's in front of him. But Aman on strike, 27 for 1, last ball of the over.
Oh, and he's gone for it, and he's driven that one all the way to the boundary. So a couple of big hits off this over of Brett Lee.
I'm just wondering, when you're facing someone like a Brad Hogg or a Darren Maddy or a Brett Lee, are you, in your mind, are you thinking this is Brett Lee? Or are you just judging the ball on its merits?
Well, it's a good question, isn't it? Because I can only speak from my experience as a very, very average cricketer. That I would be very, very nervous. Sweating buckets, I think, would be one way to describe it. I'd probably find myself not connecting with the bat, and if I am, it's probably edging us straight to the keeper or someone in slippers. Tim Filer back on for the second over of his day.
Ooh.
Nice tight delivery there, not giving Andy Hartridge any room to really work his way into that shot.
It's Good to see Andy moving into double figures.
I dare say you're probably a little bit more nervous facing the pace of Brett Lee than... Oh, a big hit there from Aman Maheshwari. He's comfortably cleared the rope, and that is 6.
And that's what he was doing yesterday, and he's started off in a similar vein, hasn't he? Wonderful to see.
Yeah, we saw yesterday, once he got going, he just the shots came after one after the other. It was, yeah, he knew exactly where he was going to hit the shot, and the bowlers didn't know where to pitch it to him.
They couldn't cope. I mean, what was it, 12 or 13 sixes?
I think it was 13 sixes in the end. Yeah, quite incredible.
I think that was probably the best knock I've ever seen on this pitch here at Porto Montenegro. But there's an awful long way to go. I'd say it's turning into a reasonable start. I'm sorry that we lost Ashley Dunster so early, but it's good to see these two getting going. Down the leg side,
he plays
that's 4
that
runs.
one. That's another 4 runs. Long retrieval there for the poor fielder that was coming around from fine leg.
Tell you what, it's very hot out there. I mean, sometimes you get a nice little breeze on days like this, but there's not a lot of that today.
We do have an open commentary box here at Porto Montenegro Arena, and occasionally we get a bit of a waft of a breeze coming through.
Oh dear, oh dear.
Oh, there's a chance.
There's a chance. He's gone.
Oh, and comfortably taken.
Oh, that is a big wicket. Aman is out by his standards very cheaply. That is very disappointing.
Now, the Talon Hippos will know what the importance of that wicket was. So that is the end of Aman Maheshwari for just 18.
And really, it's up to Andrew Hartridge to have a really big score. We need someone to get in there and get 3 figures, to get 100 plus. Very disappointing.
So the loss of 2 wickets during the power play. I think there's a bit of a general rule of thumb that if you lose 3 wickets during a power play, you're very rarely going to go on to win the match.
Yes, yes.
It'd be interesting to see how the Porto Montenegro All-Stars approach it from here, as we see Darren Maddy join Andrew Hartridge at the crease.
Yeah, well, obviously we saw Darren Maddy got a few runs yesterday. He's a former international. I'd like to see him get another half century, keep Andrew company here. Not a good start overall. It's not the start we wanted. Even though we're scoring at 10 and over, those are 2 wickets we did not want to lose this early.
So Tim Filer picked up 2 wickets. He'd be quite pleased about that.
Yeah.
Oh, and there's
My
a top
goodness,
edge.
another catch.
Oh, and he's
my
dropped
goodness.
it. He's dropped it at third man. I think that's Dave Robson out there.
Oh,
No, in fact, no, it's not. Is it Tim Cross maybe?
Oh my goodness.
No, the Estonian Cricket Association president there. He's had a chance to. Snare a second wicket in as many balls, and just as he did yesterday, Darren Maddy, he's been dropped first ball and given an early reprieve.
He's like a cat with 9 lives. I mean, certainly I think he should have been out 3 times yesterday.
Well, we did go see him go on to post a nice total of 64 in his debut MCL appearance.
That is true. And
there's going to be certainly a lot of pressure falling on his shoulders as well to work with Andrew Hartridge to build up a bit of a partnership here and get the All-Stars back on track. As we see, just as you predicted, Brett Lee coming back on now for a 3rd over.
Yeah, we need to see him off. Hartridge facing. My goodness.
And that's a big hit from Andrew Hartridge,
wow.
Just landing in front of the umpires and officials area there on the boundary.
And you'll some very vocal support there for Andrew Hartridge. A little bit of banter going on. I'm not sure that is very helpful to Andrew Hartridge.
No, he's as you said, he's a very experienced cricketer. He just got to block out all that outside noise.
He does.
As he goes again with a lofted drive.
He's going to come back. Is it 1 or 2?
Oh, and a very good
stay for 1.
I think that's Preston Lee out there at point, who took that catch of Aman Maheshwari. You just you know, when you got a young tiger out there, you don't want to take his arm on, and I think, as we said yesterday in the commentary, if he's got an arm anything like his father, he's going to be very dangerous in the field.
He is. He is. That's more sensible. So, yeah, Andrew Hartridge hitting Brett Lee for 6. I know that some of Andrew's friends are listening to this in Harrogate and elsewhere in England. The thing is about Andrew, his character is such that he won't boast about that. He won't tell people about that. Very modest guy. Fourth ball of the over. Leg sider, that will be...
No, I think just came off the pad there.
Came off the pad,
so,
yes, yes.
Just as all experienced bowlers do, they just cramp sometimes the batsman for a little bit of room, and
Yes.
Darren Matty not able to really pick that one up and do much with it.
No.
Ooh, swing and a miss there from Matty.
Swing and a miss.
He would have probably faced Brett Lee in an international match before.
Yes.
Darren Matty, very experienced, particularly limited overs cricket for England. The original Mr. T20, as they called him, back in his home nation.
Absolutely. So the last ball of the over from Brett Lee. Oh, it's a bouncer. In fact, was that not given as a no ball? It's over the head, wasn't it?
It's a legal delivery and marks the end of his over. So none for 25 for Brett Lee from his 3 overs so far. Apart from that one shot from Andrew Hartridge, it was a very economical over.
Absolutely. So, yeah, Andy moves on to 19. Darren Maddy on 6.
It's the last wicket as well of the power play, where only 2 fielders are permitted outside the inner circle.
So it looks like they're bowling out Filer and Lee. Well, certainly they're going to have 3 each at this stage. Some little tweaks to the fielding.
And
That
another big
is
hit from
enormous.
Well, Steve, you said that Andrew Hartridge was quite a talented cricketer, and he missed out yesterday, but he's making the most of his opportunity today, and he's raced along to 25 from just 8 deliveries.
He's scoring, you're right, at 3 runs per ball, which is what we saw Aman do yesterday, and we need someone. Like I said, one of these 2 guys, ideally Andrew's got to score a ton here, and he's got to be supported by the likes of Darren Maddy and Brad Hogg and Rob Logan. There is some batting to come. Oof.
Ooh, and another lofted drive, which
That
races away to the boundary. I
4
think it's
runs.
going to get cut off there. No, not
That's gone.
quite. So, despite the best efforts of young Preston Lee out there in the deep, that has scored 4 runs. Well, despite the loss of 2 wickets, Steve, so far in this match, you are keeping up the required run rate to be able to chase down this quite impressive total of 217 for victory.
Absolutely. And that is another 4. If that goes, it's gone. So, yeah, Andy sort of making hay while the sun shines, literally here. 14 off 3 balls. And this is what he does. He scores runs quickly, scores them in boundaries. He's got his eye in. He's a young lad. Like I said, we need him to get a big score.
It takes a brave cricketer to keep taking on the bowlers when you have lost some early wickets, and you just need to find that stability.
Yes. Oof.
Ooh, a swing and a miss
That is a
there.
wide.
But he has found that stability by playing his natural game, by looking for the boundaries when they're there. And I guess as we've seen, he's taken on a couple of those loose deliveries and not been afraid to play his shots.
Absolutely. That's
another wide there.
A loose ball. And that is the trouble. It happened to me yesterday. You get hit for 3 boundaries in about 4 balls, and you try to compensate, don't you? You try to speed up or do something different, and it's the wrong thing to do.
Yeah, Tim Filer just losing his rhythm up there a bit. Perhaps just needs to just take a breather for a second.
And that's another one. Just
wonder if we'll see. We haven't seen the captain Tim Heath come in to just offer a little bit of advice and reassurance. There's certainly some encouragement coming from the nice crowd that's building here.
Oh,
and he's hit that up in the air. The keeper is under it and comfortably taken.
Oh, he's gone.
And that is the end of Andrew Hartridge for 11.
That
A bit of a cruel blow as we
33,
find the end of the power play.
that is disappointing. Andrew will be very disappointed with that. If I was a betting man, I'd say that the Tallinn Hippos have got this in the bag. Having said that, there's a few players who can score quick runs. There's an Aussie international coming out right now, I believe.
No, I would,
no, is that
I would say it's actually the Croatian national captain in Jeff Grzinic.
Jeff's coming out?
Jeff is coming out to bat. We had wondered actually after keeping a full innings, having
Yes.
come off his sick bed yesterday, his very sick bed yesterday, whether he would actually come out to bat today unless required. But instead he has decided that it's time for the captain to come out in the middle and provide a very important knock. He's going to need to play his shots here. So.
Yes. And does he? I mean, I should know. I'm on his team, but it's the first time I've played with him. What do we know about Jeff as a batsman?
Jeff's a left-handed batsman, so we don't have too many left-handed batsmen in this tournament. But Jeff, very good leg side player. You look to see him play the sweep quite a fair bit. You won't want to be bowling leg side to him too often because he will make you pay. Having said that, though, it is the long boundary out there, so
Yes,
it's
yes.
not to his advantage to be playing to the leg side.
No. Yep, left-handed batsman taking his guard. And yep, you're right, 3 wickets gone within the power play, which is not what the All-Stars wanted.
Having said that, though, despite the loss of the 3 wickets, you are above the required run rate needed to get this total of 217. So
Yeah.
it's if you can keep scoring at this rate but not lose the wickets, you might be in with a chance. And
Yeah.
as you said, plenty of batting still to come. Brad Hogg among those.
Oops, that is a wide down the leg side.
So a bit of an indifferent over here for Tim Filer.
But having said that,
2 sixes,
but
another 4.
yeah, but
A
the
couple of wides and the key wicket of Andrew Hartridge.
Oof, he's got him.
An appeal for
He's
down
got
the
him.
leg side.
He's not walking.
I think umpire Steve Tripper's given him here.
He's given him. He's out.
I think he's out.
And the skipper has gone. Was that his second ball? Did he glove it?
Oh, and I wonder if something's been said there to Jeff Grzinic as he was leaving the field. He turned around,
turned around, didn't he?
and appeared to wonder. So yeah.
Oh dear, oh dear.
Jeff, I'd say that didn't think he made contact with that, but has been given out, and that is a 4th wicket.
And now we have a Rob Logan, who was initially the 12th man, but I fell on my sword, allowed him to play today. He would absolutely love to bat to Brett Lee, something to tell the kids. He plays in a league, plays for a social team in London, and he'll admit himself, he'll either score 40 or he'll score 0. It's something or nothing. He'll slog from the first ball. So you're going to see fireworks or you're going to see a damp squid. Nothing in between. But Rob, you'll see actually his stance is very unorthodox. He takes a very low stance for quite a big guy. He doesn't look like a cricketer. He's completely self-taught. He learnt cricket from just going out and smashing it around. He's one of those guys who pretty good at all sports. But this is probably the biggest cricket game of his life in terms of potentially next over facing Brett Lee if he can get through the next ball.
Yeah, well, Tim Filer here, as you can see on our screens, has got 4 wickets from 2.5 overs.
A match-winning performance. Oh, my goodness. And you saw...
Play and a miss.
A play and a miss. That is... You'll see that from Rob Logan. And that is the end of the over, thankfully.
So there you can see on our screen the end of the power play. Tim Filer, 4 for 48. So a tad expensive, but I don't think it really matters too much when you take 4 wickets, including some big wickets there.
Mate, honestly, forget the runs he gave away. Those are 4 enormous wickets. That is a match-winning performance from Tim Filer. And I'd be very surprised I don't want to do my own team short. Be very surprised if we can bring it back from here.
Well, now we see Dave Robson coming into the attack, very straight at the stumps. You don't expect Dave Robson to give the bowler, the batsman, any room here at all. He's look, doesn't necessarily do a lot with the ball, but he is pitch perfect all the time.
Yes, I've faced him before. Oof.
And just like that, follows up with a very tidy delivery.
Do you know, he's got to bowl on the stumps. Somebody's got to tell him, bowl on the stumps early on to Rob. Because he will not, he hasn't really got a forward defensive. And this is a lad, I want him to, if he can survive the first over or two, he might get some runs. See that, very low stance. Very tidy over here from Robbo.
I'm sure Tim Heath is making the appropriate bowling changes where required.
And that's Logan. At least he gets off the mark. Very rare for him to get a single. But it allows Darren Maddy to take the strike. Obviously a very, very experienced cricketer. He'll know what's needed here, won't he?
Oh, and a nice shot off the back foot there, but easily stopped at point.
Picked out a fielder.
Sometimes that happens in cricket. You can play the most magnificent shot, but
Yes.
the fielder denies you from being rewarded.
Mate, happens to me all the time.
That's a very good delivery there from Dave Robson. I don't think Darren Maddy was expecting that to pop up on him quite like it did.
Oh, it's a superb over this.
That is the end of the over. Just the 2 runs conceded. Don't expect, Dave Robson to be bowling too many wides, if any at all.
No, no. So will Brett Lee get another? No, they're changing.
No, there's a change. It looks like, is this Tim Cross coming on to bowl? I don't know if we can get our camera to get a shot. Brett Lee is fielding out here on the deep mid-wicket boundary and got a couple of fans alongside him. Obviously, of course, very popular anywhere in the world he goes, Brett Lee.
Absolutely.
His profile certainly extends all corners of the globe.
Oof.
He's coming into action here, and
that is a good
he needed to spend a little bit less time talking to his fans there and worry about where the ball was going.
That was a good boundary from Logan. He hits it very hard. He's very good on the leg side. I've seen that in the nets over the last couple of weeks. He hits things he moves his legs well, actually, and really hits it hard to the leg side. So don't give him too many of those.
Ooh.
He really doesn't have a forward defensive.
Yeah, just a slightly different length there from Tim Cross. Just not allowing Rob Logan to get the full range of motion with that pull shot.
My goodness.
Yes, as you said, more of a leg side player, so there's going to be a lot of approach of bowling towards the off stump or outside off stump. Nothing towards leg at all.
A couple of very good bowls.
But he has connected that one.
He's
but
gone.
Brett Lee right on the rope.
Brett Lee's got him.
Very good catch.
And we've lost Rob Logan. What's that? 79 for 5.
Yep, a very good catch there by Brett Lee. Adjudicated where the rope was perfectly, and very safe hands in the outfield. And that's the 5th wicket down for the All-Stars, and you'd have to think it's going to be a bit too big of a challenge here for the All-Stars to overcome.
Absolutely, yes. We've got, it looks like Toby Finley might be coming in next, who I've not seen bat or bowl before. But he is apparently a reasonable cricketer, so I can't give you any insight on him. We've got Ravin Sharma sat down there. Of course, we've got Brad Hogg to come. So there's players who can score a 20 or a 30. I just don't think there's players out there who can get a ton. But we'll see. Stranger things have happened in cricket.
As we just, we had Pavel Florin just pass by our commentary box, so don't think he'd want to go too far necessarily from where the players' area is, because he could be called into bat quite quickly here. I think he's listed to bat 11, but things can change pretty quickly. I don't think either of us thought that the All-Stars would be 5 down midway through the 8th over.
No, this very disappointing. And this is the moment in the innings where I regret dropping myself down to 12th man. I'd love to get out there. But anyway, I think I'm playing this afternoon.
Anyway, here's Tim Cross to Toby Finlay.
Yep, Toby, an Englishman. I don't know much about him. He's spending most of his time in Montenegro these days. Looks like he's got a forward defence.
A nice forward defence, so...
Yeah.
What do you think the key is here? Would Toby just be looking to rotate the strike and get someone like Darren Matty to score the bulk of the runs here?
That's a good point. Like I said, I don't know enough about him as a batsman. I don't know whether he's got the shots in him. Oh, he's bowled him. Has he? No, he hasn't.
No, I think it
gone through.
just
My goodness.
Just missed the top of off there.
Wow.
So a very good over there from Tim Cross, 1 for 4.
I mean, certainly if I was out there now, if I was in Toby's position, I'd be trying to rotate the strike. But that's because personally I don't have the big 6s in me. I don't have the big 4s in me. But Toby, we're going to find out. And here is Thogden behind us at the commentary box, a famous YouTuber.
Well,
I think, guys, we're going to be on Instagram with this footage.
Well, we do need to get young Thogden into the commentary box very shortly.
We do, Theo, absolutely. Thogden, he was more of a... he played yesterday. He got... Who got him out, actually? Do you know who got him out yesterday?
Look, I did hear that there was this intriguing battle between father and son, and one individual might have got a little bit more cocky than the other and lost their peg.
That is true. Oh, my goodness.
Dave Robson with another great delivery on the stumps. Again, not giving anything away here at all.
Nothing away, absolutely.
You know, has been a season's fixture of the Estonian setup for many, many years now, and his trademark stock ball has become world renowned.
That's a reasonable shot, but it's going to get no more than 2. Might just be the 1, actually. A good arm there from Brett Lee's lad.
Yeah, very impressive in the fielding department is young Preston Lee.
Oh.
Darren Matty looks to attempt a bit of the old slog sweep there, but can't make any contact. Pretty unusual to see any competition where Darren's scoring at less than run a ball.
Yes.
But he gets that one away.
That's a good shot.
And that crosses
4
the
runs.
boundary road.
That's what we needed. In fact, we need a lot more of those over the next 11 or 12 overs. But yes, there is a little bit of depth. I look over to the rest of our batting. There is Ravin Sharma who can bat.
And Darren's hit that one hard and high, well over the square leg boundary. That has gone several rows back, if there were in fact rows in this stadium. That is quite an impressive shot. So Darren's got a couple of loose ones there, and he's taken maximum advantage.
You know, there used to be that outfield over there. There was times when we didn't skim it as much as we should. And there was one occasion when the Carlton Club Cricket Club was in town playing a game against the Buccaneers. And one of their guys, Gareth Baldwin, very afraid of snakes, really afraid of snakes. Now, he saw one at my house one day. He was terrified. And then when we played cricket, there was a snake in the outfield, which I swear chased Gareth all the way from there to the Blue Room.
So we'll have you here for one more over, Steve, and then we might hand over the microphone to young Theo to get him on the microphone for the first time in this tournament.
Yeah.
But sort of just before we do hand you over, sort of again, just tell us a little bit about sort of Porto Montenegro and the setup that you're building here in the cricket department.
Well, it's wonderful. I mean, first of all, Porto Montenegro itself, it's a development that's been built up. Oh, that's straight
lovely
down
shot there by Brett Lee, a very good arm.
Yeah, Porto came here. This is an old naval military yard which was surrounded by 3-4 metre high fences. It was just closed. It was a military zone, and it was bought out by a consortium, and a consortium of sort of billionaires from all over Europe who had this vision of a marina and apartments and high-end retail, etc. And they've built it up over 15, 16 years, and it has transformed the country. And since then, you've had a couple of other developments, Porto, Novi, and Luštitsa Bay, all three like billion-dollar developments that have taken this tiny nation to the next level. So we're very much tenants of Porto Montenegro. We pray that this green space will always be a green space for cricket, and that might...
I think that might be... might actually, in fact, be a wide. I'll just wait for the decision from Steve Tripp. Yes, so it is. So
yeah, we're very much tenants here. We hope that we'll keep this cricket pitch in perpetuities. Although you see a massive development there, the next development might be on this pitch, which would sadden us, and sadden the local. Straight down the pitch.
Lovely shot. So yes, look, Toby Finlay just showing that. He does have a few shots in his trick bag.
He does. So good to see. But I mean, yeah, the nature of cricket here, it's people come to town, they might work on the boats, they might work in like local sports betting companies or whatever. And they'll see cricket being played, they'll come over, have a beer, introduce themselves, like Toby has, and the word gets around. The expat community is quite tight. And like I said, we've mainly got English, Aussies, New Zealanders, Saffers, a couple of Serbian guy, Montenegrin guy. And we're always looking for new players.
And it possibly certainly helps that you've got a couple of hospitality venues just on the sidelines here.
Absolutely. The Blue Room is fantastic. Masala art for your curry. It is the most amazing place to play cricket. I suppose one day, if we ever lost this space, we've actually got an alt behind us, behind our commentary box. It's actually a 4G football pitch, but we sometimes put the mat down there and play cricket there. The alternative would be to buy our own space and create a full-on cricket club. But as you know, that takes hundreds of thousands, if not millions. That's a big shot.
Big shot from Darren Matty. So this game is far from over.
So
that is the end.
That is the end of the over. So what I'm going to do is introduce my YouTuber son. He's not a bad footballer, but yesterday at cricket, he got out to his dad. But having said that, Theo Ogden, here you are.
Yes, as Theo gets into commentary box, we are just taking the drinks break here. Welcome, young fella. You're well known around this sort of parts of the region. Tell us a little bit about how you've become a YouTube star in Eastern Europe.
Thank you. Well, it all started in England with my dad. We make content sitting down talking about football, and it's a good laugh. Go to different matches around the world. Started off in England covering Bolton Wanderers, that's my team, and then my dad took me along to England matches, went to some international games, all football related. It's never really been cricket, but yeah, played my first few games in a while, cricket again this year, and got bowled out by my dad. It's all good banter, isn't it?
Yeah,
play for Montenegro every summer when we come out here, so yeah, it's all a good laugh. And the Estonians have put on a real show here, putting some great effort, given the pitch some lovely care, and yeah, you guys are doing a great job, so appreciate that.
Oh, thank you for the kind words. But yeah, you did mention there about losing your wicket to your dad yesterday. So talk us through, how much ribbing has he given you since?
Well, it started pretty well. I got a 4 against Brad Hogg, I was guessing where his balls were landing after the bounce. It was it was a mystery, but I got a bit of a skimmer and it bounced over a fielder and it hit the boundary. That was enough for me. Anything that happens from that moment on, I can retire happy in my cricketing days. But then my dad comes up for the next over, and he's obviously looking to get me out, and I'm getting a bit aggressive. I'm stepping out my crease. I want to whack it a little bit more, but I don't play enough cricket to just constantly hit sixes, so I hit it right to the boundary, and guess who's sitting there? It's one of the ex-pros. I forgot who caught me out, but he was a very good player. He took the catch like it was nothing, and then I left for 6. It's all right. I'll take it.
Yeah, well, you mentioned there as well about not playing a heap of cricket, and coming up against a couple of pros. The names Brad Hogg and Brett Lee, Darren Matty. I'm sure you'd be very familiar with those.
Darren Matty.
You don't play a lot of cricket. How do you suddenly feel about coming up against some of these big names who have played years and years of cricket?
As you can see, the Aussie fans have come to watch Brett Lee and Brad Hogg, and we all know that they've come on a trip across Europe just doing a bit of travelling, and they've landed in Montenegro at the same time as 2 absolute legends of the game, and they can't believe their eyes that they're sat here watching it. And to be on the pitch, sharing the grass with the likes of Brad Hogg yesterday and watching Brett Lee today bowling, it was brilliant to see. He was bowling against Ashley back there. It was incredible. Going full pace. I think he's still got it, to be honest with him. But it's just amazing. It's incredible what Estonia have done, and to be able to bring some Australian legends back into the game with some, we've got all sorts here. We've got volunteers, we've got people from Montenegro, we've got Estonian cricketers, we've got loads of Aussies playing. It's just real one big occasion. That's what cricket does. It just brings everybody together, and it's beautiful to see out here in great weather.
Yeah, well, we'll get you to help us out with the commentary once we resume very shortly. As you can see there, it's the All-Stars are 5 for 113, so I've lost 5 wickets, but only need 104, so they're already halfway there. Tell us about what you sort of think. Do you reckon your dad's side can pull it off from here?
No, I don't think so. I think it's going to be difficult. Most of their best batsmen, their big hitters, have gone out. It was a shame to see Ashley out for 11 runs. I think he could have produced a few more, Dunster. And then, we've got the best cricketer from, Croatia, who hit a century yesterday for my dad's team.
Aman Maheshwari. So, well, you were speaking about YouTube, so we probably actually should use this opportunity to plug in the top right-hand corner of our screen, Aman Maheshwari.
I need to subscribe to him.
He is the man of all seasons. He's a cricketer. He's a businessman. He's obviously lives a great family life, and he's also a musician. So definitely check out his account there. You just need to follow that link and follow his Instagram accounts. So
legend.
Well, perhaps you can sort of tell us, how do you build up a sort of following like you do? What are the sort of content that you sort of create that gets people interested and wanting more at the same time?
Well, I've hit 1.5 million subscribers on YouTube, and in all platforms together got about 4 million followers. So it's all happened from going to football matches, talking about football with my dad. I think people really enjoy my father-son relationship that we've got going. A lot of people will watch it with their dads and just talk about football and the newest news and the kits that have just come out and the different stories that come within football. And people enjoy that because it's just what we do anyway. We'd sit down around the city and talk about it, but instead we're doing it with the camera turned on, and people subscribe for that. They subscribe for the natural quality of just the casualness of what we talk about. And then I go to some matches as well. I think I need to start adopting cricket into it. People love it. I think I need to go to I probably have to get out doing some travelling. If I go to India, I'll cover some football and then some of the IPL and then some of the Indian Super League as well. So if I can mix in the both, that'll be great. But it's all happened from just constant hard work, grafting out content, and doing something I enjoy.
Fantastic. Well, perhaps just on that, you said that you might sort of take up a bit more cricket. Have your followers been giving you sort of any tips about, any batting tips, any bowling tips, if you like? Yeah,
well, the Indian Football League is actually growing heavily. We've seen like an 85% increase in viewership in India. So it's a fan base I've been trying to get onto recently because it is becoming one of their main sports. Everyone's getting involved. So it's something, if I do a trip next year, my dad did travelling over there. He went to all sorts of places, and he did it around my age now, 22. He said if I decide to go, he'll join me. So we want to do a trip and just absolutely conquer the cricket and football scene there. So if we do, be sure to subscribe to the channel at Thogden on YouTube. It's going to be special, and maybe a trip to Estonia soon as well.
Fantastic.
That'll be amazing.
We're about to get back underway here.
We go.
So we've, as we said before, the All-Stars, they've lost a few wickets, but they are scoring quite freely. And I think with Darren Matty at the crease, there's still a chance. Brad Hogg obviously still to come. Batted very well yesterday. Probably should have been out to young Lama Dalbina, but I think someone dropped a catch, Theo.
Oh, we don't have to bring that one up. It was spinning. It was high in the air. Come on. It was a tough one. Well, I've had nightmares, I'll tell you that.
That said, she certainly proved to be Sarama's most economical bowler, and as I understand it, she will be fielding, will be in the side later this afternoon when...
I call it revenge.
Revenge day. So... so I guess will we see you in action as well later this afternoon?
We absolutely will. No more drop catches, that's for sure. If I field against my dad, I'm getting him out. If I'm batting, if I'm facing him, I'm hitting him for 6, no question. There's no more waiting around with Thog Dad. He's been giving me a lot of chat over the last 10 hours. It's time to get straight to action. Let's just say that. But it's going to be a great match later. Lots of big players. Brad Hogg involved. My team has some incredible hitters like Stu as well. Let's not forget him. So tune in later. Grab the popcorn. Watch the stream. There's going to be some great action coming up. Oh.
And that is the end of Toby Finlay with the first delivery after the drinks break, bowled by the always accurate Dave Robson.
Incredible.
And that is the 6th wicket to fall for the All-Stars. So not the start they would have wanted coming back after the drinks break.
That's brilliant bowling, that. Spot on. He's delivered that in the Estonian Premier League, hasn't he?
He sure has, and yeah, he's been a seasoned fixture of the Estonian setup for a number of years, and has become renowned for his very accurate bowling. As I said earlier in the call, he doesn't necessarily do a lot with the ball, but one thing you can be assured of is they will always be on the stumps. And line and length gets wickets. It's a proven formula, and I think if we've seen the Australian cricket team batting and bowling a few weeks ago over these last couple of Test matches, what an exciting Ashes series it's been. But
it's been amazing.
I must admit, it certainly has intrigued me as just how much short pitch bowling the Australian cricket teams decided to undertake. Which gives us quickly a very nice segue to welcome former Australian international spinner Brad Hogg to the crease. Didn't quite middle the bat there, but he's off the mark. Oh, he's actually caught the ball as it's been thrown in there by the Estonian Cricket Association President Tim Cross. So Theo, I think you'd have to think this is going to be the make or break partnership for the All-Stars.
Absolutely. It's now or never for them. Some big shots are needed as we go into the 11th over. They're averaging what? It's going to be...
So the current run rate is pretty much exactly the required run rate, as you can see in the bottom left of our screen. As Darren Matty hits that one high, top edge, looks like it might have gone for 6 over the fine leg boundary. In fact, no, it is just short, as signalled there by umpire Rex Evans.
It's not gone for 6?
No, it must have just been short there. Right. It is a somewhat long boundary out there behind
some technique that
behind the wickets. So
they're keeping this game interesting, aren't they?
It's Darren Maddy.
Darren Maddy
keeping the All-Stars in the contest.
Thogdad is loving it. He's got a smile on his face. Ooh, not after shots like that. Swing and a miss.
Thogdad,
more dots than a Dalmatian.
Made himself 12th man for this match. Is that going to prove to be a strategic move by the old man?
I think it was a mistake. He gave his batting position to Rob, and he was out for about 5 runs. No disrespect to Rob. He wanted to have a hit. He spoke about it.
There's another lovely shot there by Darren Maddy. It's too quick for Brett Lee in a sort of wideish mid-wicket position out there in the deep.
So my dad isn't batting, unfortunately, but I'll tell you one thing. The one thing he knows how to do is a forward defensive. He doesn't like smacking it, so T20 isn't really made for him.
Yeah.
So
he's more the longer format of the game, more traditional formats.
He's more of the social media format, actually. Better in the commentary.
And here we are. So we have one of the local Estonian lads, Karla Vislapu, or as he's actually known by his teammates, Fishy, as I understand it, Karla.
Ooh.
As Brad Hogg drives that one straight back down the ground, just the single. So yes, as I understand it, there, Theo, Karla is can be interpreted in Estonian. It means the word fish, so hence the nickname Fishy.
Brilliant. It's a great community you've got there with the Estonian team.
Just safely played there bowling away to point.
Some straight bowling, brilliant bowling. I tell you what, is he Estonian? Amazing. He's doing well. How long has he been in the game for?
I think he, as I said, he's a born and bred Estonian cricketer.
Love that. It's great to see
there are a couple of them that have popped up, learned the game organically.
Come on, Fishy.
Brad Hogg just...
See, Brad Hogg is a challenge here. Yesterday, I would suggest that he took the game not to the max of his own standards. I feel like today, he sees the target in mind. He wants to maximise the score. He wants to win. So whether he can. He'll stay in, but will he get the runs?
Well, no, Brad Hogg's certainly a very competitive individual.
Oh. They're going to need some more runs than this.
Yeah. Brad Hogg, Theo, you might not be aware, actually started his first-class cricket career as a batsman, a middle-order batsman for Western Australia. Scored a couple of centuries in the Sheffield Shield, but then they were trying to develop young spinners at the time.
Tell you what, he spun me yesterday. That's a lovely shot.
That one is nicely swept away. Has it reached the boundary? Yes, it has. 4 runs to the All-Stars. So a crucial boundary this over.
Keeping it on.
We've
95 runs in 54 balls.
Again, just having another slight glitch with our score. We apologise for that. We'll get that rectified as soon as possible. There we go, and is updated.
This is going to be close. This is what cricket's all about. I tell you what, this is when I'm glued to the telly.
So good partnership building here between Darren Maddy and Brad Hogg, the 2 stars of the All-Stars.
Here we go.
Oh, nicely cut away there by Darren Maddy. That is an excellent cricket shot.
This should be pay-per-view, this.
We need to get up to the 4 million followers, I think, before we can start thinking about that. But for those of you that are watching us on the live stream, we appreciate your support. We had, as I understand it yesterday, over 4,000 viewers and still building. And I'm sure today's figures are going to be on par, particularly when you have a match that has Brett Lee coming up against the likes of Darren Maddy and Brad Hogg. And I wonder if we'll actually see Brett Lee when he stops signing autographs over there at deep mid-wicket. Wonder whether we'll actually see Brett Lee come into the attack and bowl to a couple of his former teammates and enemies of the past.
It's incredible multitasking. Fielder was signing some cricket balls, some signed hats, a few Aussie selfies as well. He's a busy man today.
Well, of course, we do have a bit of a visiting Indian contingent here, and Brett Lee, a huge star over in that part of the world.
Oh, that's
and that's
a shot.
An excellent. Used the feet well.
Oh, yeah.
Darren Maddy, 2 skips, and he's hit that over our position here.
We've got Thogdad
in the commentary bot, and has landed on the rope. I wonder if it's done a little bit of damage to the ball, hitting the hard surface there.
So I think Thogdad is loving it. And with scores like that, we may see a very close ending.
So we've just had
Oh, no.
Ooh.
Oh, no. That is a shame. Brad Hogg is gone. Caught out.
That's Darren Maddy out. So
Darren Maddy, sorry.
Darren Maddy out for 49, just shy of his half century there, and the big wicket there for Zahan Khan. Look, we saw Zahan Khan come into the attack yesterday and really change the course of the game. He spoke about only just trying to dry up the runs, but he took 3 wickets, and it hasn't taken him long to get into the action here and pick up yet another wicket.
I must say, my dad is on the edge of the boundary. He is desperate to be the manager of this team. He's trying to do everything to get the batsman going. I love to see it. Look at him. He's right there, giving some coaching advice to Brad Hogg. Who'd have thought?
So Theo, just prior to that wicket there, we had a message come in via our live stream from Posh Tim. I think everyone knows Posh Tim in this little setup, and he's posted advantage back to Hippos. Crucial few overs now. Where's Nathan Puttock shouting encouragement? So
well, I've seen Nathan Puttock drinking Summersby on the ice in a beer glass.
At 9 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, he started early. He was here yesterday. He was the first one roasting me after my drop. So the further Nathan is, the better. Where is Nathan? We'll find him. We will get the cameras on Nathan. Spot the super fan. We need to spot the super fan mode during the innings. Oh, here he comes. What is he drinking? Can we get the cameras on him? It's exactly what I said. Can we get the cameras on the super fan, Nathan? He's got a Summersby in a beer glass. That is a disgrace. Oh, no, it's a Nick Shishko. Oh, my gosh. This is huge. He's gone from the siders to the lagers. Nathan, the super fan, has made a... Oh, no, he's giving it to someone else. Oh, it's a Summersby. He's given the beer to someone else. This is incredible. We found him for Posh Tim. He's got a cider. Back to the cricket.
Well, after that little bit of side entertainment, we should get back to the action with the cricket. Again, we're just having a couple of technical glitches with our scoreboard, but the All-Stars 7 down, and all responsibility lying on the shoulders of Brad Hogg here to guide the All-Stars to victory. It's going to take some hit from here, but it's not within the realms of his ability.
Cheeky one? No.
So Ravin Sharma, the man behind Masala Art, just on our sidelines.
First curry house in Montenegro.
Well, we're looking forward to a nice feed from courtesy of Ravin a bit later on as he just carefully places that one down to third man.
Yeah, you can tell he's played some cricket. He's a great bowler as well. Useful player for the Montenegro Buccaneers. Lovely family as well in attendance today. Always watched him, even in the nets and the warm-ups, so yeah, brilliant.
Zakala Vislapu coming in again.
Some accurate bowling there again.
Yeah, very nice bowling technique. Probably comes off the, probably rivals Brett Lee for coming off the longest run-up of all the cricketers in this tournament.
I was surprised Brett Lee really gave it so much of a whack today.
Yeah, well, no doubt Brett Lee, who we may see again before the end of this batch, certainly would have known that there were some key wickets to be had early, and this wasn't going to be a social tournament. He just needed to step it up a gear or two and make sure that he delivered for his team. And yeah, at this stage it looked like the Talon Hippos may be on course for their second win.
Oh, shot.
Lovely shot. Oh, awkward bounce, but
good stop.
Zahan Khan has still stopped it.
This is Mediterranean Cricket League in its prime. Drop a like on the stream, by the way. I don't know how many likes we've got on there, but being a YouTuber, please subscribe if you're new around here, and let's try and get this stream to 100 likes, unless we've already hit it. We're on 6 likes. We'll aim for double figures there. Let's get it to 10.
We're going for the century.
We're going for the century? Yeah, we'll build out.
We might be going with a bit of a test match approach, but we will get there by the course of the week. So yes, make sure you please do like our stream. Follow everything related to the Estonian Cricket Association and the Mediterranean Cricket League.
500
Yeah? What was that?
500 like a signed cricket ball.
If we hit 500 likes, we'll give out a signed cricket bat?
Cricket ball.
Cricket ball.
Yeah, we've just had confirmation off air that we will get a signed cricket ball from Brett Lee if we can hit 500 likes.
Big ask, but everybody start getting on
today.
It now.
That's today. We're going for 500 today.
Big ask, but if we can do it, some incredible giveaways going on.
Well, a nice shot there by Ravin Sharma, quickly between the wickets.
Some quick fielding there.
Preston Lee out there in the deep. He's certainly showing that he's an all-round cricketer. He can bat, he can bowl. We haven't seen him bowl today, but he can certainly field. Preston is just 16 years old, so he's in the New South Wales, his home state in Australia. He's in their in their state 16 setup. No doubt looking to follow in his father and uncle's footsteps as we see Brad Hogg drive that one just a little bit wide of cover for 4. So a crucial boundary in this 15th over.
After speaking to Brett earlier, he seems very excited by Preston's potential. So we'll be keen to see how he can build on his career over the next few years back in Australia.
There's a full toss there, and Brad Hogg hits that one over. Has it cleared the rope? We'll just get confirmation.
No.
Confirmation from umpire Steve Tripp that it is a no ball. And a 6, so he has taken maximum advantage. And Theo, as you know, when we have a no ball in this format of the game, the next ball is a free hit. So Brad Hogg cannot be dismissed, and he will again be looking to repeat the trick. This could prove to be a bit of a decisive over for the All-Stars.
Well, I call him Hog
Still
Dog.
very much in the game.
Call him Hog Dog for moments like this.
He goes again there.
Yeah.
He's gone the long one, and that is
Yeah.
another maximum. So Brad Hogg.
Hoggy, dog. This is why we watch cricket.
He became an international star because of his bowling exploits, but his batting potential, it popped up every now and then. And we might get to see Brad Hogg star with the bat here. He's keeping this game firmly in the balance. And
he's got the ball stuck in the bush.
Oh, dear.
New ball.
Yeah, there you go. Trust the president. He has a president look.
Oh, he's found it.
He's found it. Yeah, after someone pointed it out to him, I might add. He'd given up there.
We need this game to keep moving fast. This momentum is perfect for the All-Stars. Keep playing like this, and I think they're going to hit the right amount of runs.
So Zahin Khan will want to get his line right here. Oh, a very good follow-up delivery. So after being hit for a couple of maximums there.
What do you reckon? Who are you backing as favourite?
Oh, you'd have to think.
They're going to need some boundaries, and they've got it. That's
There's
a lovely
another
thought.
boundary. Look, I think if Brad Hogg stays here at the crease, the All-Stars might just get there. But I still think that the odds are in favour of the Talon Hippos. You know, while Brad Hogg's still at the crease, there's every chance. And look, and now apologies, our score does say that it's Milan Kovacic at the crease. It is in fact actually Ravin Sharma. I suspect that Milan will be coming in next.
Ravin's got a big job, and he's got the fans behind him, including my dad.
So Fishy back into the attack. Oh, and nicely played by Ravin Sharma.
A one will do it. Get Hog Dog back in the crease. Can the Estonian local lad put his name up in stars? A dot here could be vital. An out here could be history. Oh, he's done it.
Oh, no.
Incredible.
He's bobbed a return catch back to Fishy. And that is the crucial wicket of Brad Hogg.
Fishy, you are a star. The Mediterranean Cricket League. This is why we watch it. And you said the Thailand Hippos were favourites. They certainly are now. Hoggy is gone.
Yeah, with Brad Hogg at the crease, they were always still going to be a chance. But that wasn't what he wanted to do. And yes, now it looks like it is the local lad, Milan Kovacic, coming to the crease.
I must say it was a very... it's a great effort. It was a valiant performance from Hogg. We know he hit some beautiful sixes, some lovely fours, made the most of them no balls. Now it's the job of Ravin and Milan.
Well, he very much kept, Brad Hogg very much kept the All-Stars in the contest there, but with 48 runs required and just 2 wickets in hand, one of those was, I think that means that Pavel Florin will be next to come into bat. So,
We love him.
As much as we love Pavel, I don't think we want to see him out there being the one tasked with hitting the winning runs. So
he calls himself the slowest bowler in the world in his Instagram bio.
Yeah, well, when you're the slowest bowler in the world, I think he's also the... I don't know if we were saying he'd be the fastest batter in the world. Perhaps the fastest batter in terms of how many balls he actually faces before being dismissed.
This is going to be very touch and go. The All-Stars need everything now. They need to average over 2 runs a ball.
Oh, and a big swing and a miss there first up from Milan Kovacic.
I think the cameras are doing us all favours there.
No, it's good to see the crowd building up.
A few more dots like this. Thailand Hippos bowling exactly how they need to be. The Aussies just getting a few more fans there to celebrate potentially Brett Lee's win.
Oh, and there's a chance, but it's a 6. Yes,
Brilliant.
Top edge over third man. All very valuable runs. So Ravin Sharma, I think, could he be the hero? The local lad, the man behind the Masala Art Curry restaurant here on the sidelines. We're looking to his feed, but he's telling us right here, right now, that we're not getting the feed just yet. He's still batting.
We've got some fans behind us here. I think they're singing Aussie, 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 oi, oi, oi. This is what it's all about.
And that is the end
No.
of Ravin Sharma, bowled by Carla Vispalu, and that is...
Come on, Florian. Florian Pavel.
Here's your chance to shine, Pavel. 43 runs, 24 balls.
He's a big game player when it comes to bowling. People question his speed. However, he does get wickets. Can he be the batsman to save the All-Stars all the way out from Romania? I've heard his day job, he's a doorman at a club, a nightclub in Cluj.
Yes.
And now he's got to block the wickets.
Well, the question here is whether it's going to be Pavel or Milan to score the runs.
This could be some partnership. The odds are against them.
Well, I guess while we ponder sort of what happens here with with the end result, we should actually point out that we do have Pavel Florin and Milan Kovacic, two genuine born and bred European cricketers at the crease. And
yeah.
I mean, and this is what this tournament is all about. We want to see the local lads playing the game here, and this is their moment to shine. How good it would be if they can pull off the unthinkable.
That's runs on board.
As Milan Kovacic pulls that one away. And I think this is Kevin Patterton we have now bowling. And Pavel Florin on strike, about to face his first delivery.
Come on, Pavel.
What a moment it would be for him to get bat on ball and get a run here.
Could you imagine the scenes?
Oh, he's let that one go. It's a wide,
Yep.
well left, Pavel.
He knows the rules.
That's a run to the total and an extra delivery, obviously.
Can Pavel make the most of it? I never knew there was cricket in Romania. This man breaks boundaries. Can he break a boundary now? No.
Oh, well done. Pavel's got bat on ball. Very quickly calls the no run. He's learnt the importance, the very basics of cricket.
He's keeping it simple to start off with. I like it. No space for anyone to get out now, so here we go. Oh,
He's got bat on ball, and Pavel Florin is off the mark.
come on, Pavel.
Meanwhile, his pad has become loose as he's running down awkwardly through the crease.
Great to see Romanian cricket for Pavel back in his hometown. Cluj Cricket Club. Maybe we'll get over there at some point. Oh, that's a shot.
As Milan gets that one around mid-wicket, it rolls towards the boundary, and
That's
yes,
a boundary.
that is a crucial boundary in this run chase. So with just one wicket remaining,
They're building something here. The Balkans are... They're building. Come on, Milan.
oh, and he skied that.
Yeah, that's to
Preston Lee's under it.
Preston.
Oh, and he
He's
takes
done.
the catch, and that is the end of the match.
Well done, Preston.
So in the end, a very comfortable win for the Talon Hippos. They are 2 from 2, and the All-Stars, that's their first loss of the tournament. But they will have to regroup quickly because they will be back in action against Sarama Cricket Club later on this afternoon.
Come on, Sarama. We know what we need to do. It's revenge. It's round 2. Thogdad against Thogden. Posh Tim in the comments knows he's going to win this time. We're bringing it home.
So a 35-run win there for the All-Stars. Tim Filer with incredible figures of 4 for 48 is our player of the match. I think rightly so. He was the one that influenced the the Talon Hippos batting innings early on. He might have been expensive, but he did get the crucial wickets of Aman Maheshwaria and Jeff Grzinich and a few others. So Andrew Hartridge, of course. So
Getting Hartridge out, he's the main dog. He's hit centuries before. Incredible bowling from him, accurate, on point, and forced wickets, and that's what we want to see in the Mediterranean Cricket League, and he did that today, and in the end a comfortable win. Congratulations, Tim Filer.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much, Theo, for joining us in the commentary box.
Thank you very much.
We will be taking a quick break, and we will come back very shortly with some post-match interviews with the player of the match, Tim Filer, and the captains from each side.
And then
back with you shortly.
Cheers.
Cheers, mate.
Loved it. Thank you so much.
Good. No, that was excellent. Oh, yeah.
I like that, yeah, you watch back. I need to be out with my top one. Watch back my power league game. Slow it down. What's it all about? Joy? Yeah, loved it. Yeah, too much.
Am I?
Very cricket.
No. Go.
No, you have to. You play the fees. Play the fees, you have to. Otherwise, you have to
Got the mountains in the backdrop. So if Tim is down here, and then sort of, you'll see the cube. Here, right? Jeff just stands behind Tim, and then just behind Tim. Basically, you'll change. So as you walk out.
MOM.
Welcome back to Porto Montenegro Arena for day 2 of the Mediterranean Cricket League. We have just seen the conclusion of the first match of today with the Talon Hippos triumphing over the Porto Montenegro All-Stars. That means the Talon Hippos are 2 from 2. And I'm going to speak firstly to the player of the match, Tim Filer. Tim, coming in. Tim, a pretty impressive bowling performance, 4 wickets, all in the power play.
Boys, stop. Stop. Go down. Stop. Sorry.
All right.
Close up there. We're going this way. Do we get the speaker in now? You hold it.
Good job, mate.
Testing. Excellent. Hello and welcome back to the Porto Montenegro Arena for the conclusion of the first match on day 2 of the Mediterranean Cricket League. A fantastic game between the Talon Hippos and the Porto Montenegro All-Stars. Won by the Talon Hippos. They are now 2 from 2 and a great start to the tournament. So first of all, we're going to do a couple of post-match interviews. I'd like to call on player of the match, Tim Filer, to join me here at the crease. Tim, fantastic bowling performance. 4 wickets in the power play. You must be wrapped.
I am. I'm happy. A little bit of luck there, and try to bowl it straight. They miss, I hit, and they kept whacking them. But a few top edges and early wickets were good.
You took a couple of big scalps there. Aman Meshwari, who took a big century yesterday, and Andrew Hartridge and a few others. That must be nice to get a few big scalps under the belt.
Very nice. Yeah, it was a good feeling. I saw the big fella bat yesterday, and I was a bit apprehensive bowling at full, and he got me away. But no, nice. It worked out well in the end. Binger underneath one, which was nice. So yeah.
And how do you sort of keep the pressure? As you mentioned, you sort of got hit for a little bit there, but you just kept sticking to your plans and ended up with 4 wickets to your name.
Yeah, well, at the end of it, I was just trying to tape the body together and get the ball down the other end. But when you've got quality fielders on the pitch, you can rely on your teammates. And good. Yeah, that's it. So good captaincy, and ball to a plan.
Fantastic. Thanks very much for joining us, Tim. We'll go and rest up, and we'll see you again shortly. So now I'd like to call in the unfortunate losing captain of the All-Stars, Jeff Grzinich. First, Jeff, we'll ask you, it's been a rough couple of days for you. You've been laid up at home in bed. How are you feeling?
Oh, I'm a little bit better than what I was a couple of days ago, but look, it's just fantastic to be here in Montenegro and just playing some cricket. So that's what we're here for, and I'm glad I could actually get out of bed today and get amongst it.
What did you make of today's performance? Obviously, you were chasing down a big total, but you did appear to be on course most of the time to chase down what was quite a high total.
Yeah, look, you probably need, from the last couple of days, about 200 plus to be competitive out here. And so when we kept them to sort of 216, I thought that was a pretty good effort with the batting team that they had. And I knew that we had a pretty good side too that could probably chase down around about that amount as well. So I thought it was going to be really evenly poised, and unfortunately Aman didn't get away, and we just Darren batted beautifully, Brad batted well as well. Unfortunately, we just didn't have guys batting around them enough to really get us over the line. So look, it was a good effort in the end, but I think that the Hippos probably just were better than us today.
Well, and a short turnaround for you. You've now got to back up against Sarama, who will be looking for their first win in the tournament. How do you think you'll go in this second game of today?
Look, I'm confident with every game of cricket I've ever played in my life. I go out there to thinking I'm going to win. So I think our boys, I think we're playing really, really well. We didn't get anyone that got away today, so I think it's just a matter of one of our guys building a big innings and we just batting around that person that has their day. So hopefully we can put 250 on the board and we can bowl well as well. So look, I'm pretty confident.
Fantastic. Well, we'll go and let you recuperate and come back here in a couple of hours' time and see if you can do just that.
Cheers, Michael.
Thanks very much. And just finally, I'd like to call in the winning captain for the second time in this tournament, Tim Heath from the Talent Hippos. We said yesterday that you were the early bookies' favourite. It looks like now all bets are on you.
Well, we don't bet on cricket, but certainly they might be the favourite. We're the favourites for the tournament so far. But look, really, really good win there. The top order batted really well. We got the secret weapon of Crossy opening the batting, and he didn't want to run singles, just wanted to whack it. It's exactly what he did. So bowled to a plan or batted to a plan, and Preston made a few runs as well. So it was good.
And across the two games, you've had all-round performances from just about every member of the team. That must be very pleasing for a captain.
Yeah, it's good to share it around, but it's good for everyone to stand up and do their part of the game as well, most importantly. But I think today we took all of the catches, or most of the catches, and that made the big difference, like the key wickets. So there's some good tough catches out there as well.
So 2 games tomorrow, sort of how are you going to prepare the team to back up twice?
A lot of water, a few miracles, and a bit of good luck. No, we're right. It's good. It's a good small ground, so it's just not much shade out here. But the boys were right. They'll be hungry to get 2 more wins tomorrow.
Fantastic. Thanks very much, Tim. We'll see you in action tomorrow. And yes, as we said, Talent Hippos 2 from none. But we'll return shortly with the second game of today's proceedings between the All-Stars and Sarama Cricket Club. We hope you can join us then.
On a daily basis, we choose our avatar. I'm Aman, and I live 5 different lives in a week. Now I'm gonna give it a try.
But you know, the whole point of this is it's a mobile setup.
Zagreb.
Yeah, that's right. Windy as hell, wasn't it?
Yeah. I was up on they had a 3-metre scaffold and put the camera up there. And then realised that the only way that the actual cords are connected is if it was plugged into the camera. So that's what I us. Are we good to go? Not quite. Do we need to change the? Oh, just no. Hang on. Sorry? I think he's just going to get him an extra mic and he'll be on the mic. So I'll just do intros.
Special comments.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Porto Montenegro Arena for today's second match of the Mediterranean Cricket League Day 2. We see Sarama Cricket Club lining up for the first time, and batting right now are the Porto Montenegro All-Stars, who earlier today lost to the Talon Hippos in a reasonably close match, but in the end it was a comfortable victory, and Talon Hippos are now 2-0. So, as I said, yes, it's the Porto Montenegro All-Stars who are joining us at the crease, and here we are, we're underway. Oh, and a big high drive over cover. What a way to start the innings from the Porto Montenegro All-Stars. A huge hit out there. I think that's Andrew Hartridge that launched a massive 6. But more importantly, I need to introduce a couple of fellow commentators I have here in the MCL commentary box. Very special guests here. We have Brett Lee and Tim Heath. Gents, welcome.
Howdy, howdy. Nice to be here.
Yeah, look, what a grass day for cricket, eh, Brett?
And that first ball has almost gone down to the port here at Montenegro.
Call the Port Authority and see if they can send it back.
And another nice drive out there. It's a long boundary out there in the deep, slightly longer grass that doesn't always help, but here we are. So best possible start.
I was impressed with Partridge.
I think it's Andrew Partridge out there.
Very decent batsman. He had plenty of time playing and hit some very nice strokes in the last game.
Yeah, no, he's. I got told by some of his connections that he's used to scoring 200s, not 100s. Had a long history with. I think it was the Sussex Cricket Club back in England.
He doesn't mind having a crack, that's for sure. Yeah, but what a place to play cricket. What an absolute honour.
Lovely. There's another boundary. So, Andrew Hartridge is off to an impressive start here. He's promised to deliver, and maybe today's the day.
300 on the cards?
Never say never. Never say never. So we should start, first of all, Brett, sort of what brings you to Montenegro for the Mediterranean Cricket League?
Well, here on behalf of sportsbet.io and also, the Talon Hippos. I've been a big supporter now for several years, actually, and obviously with Tim Heath and working closely with him, but the chance is to see what talent is on show. I was very fortunate to come over last year and see the Talon Hippos and see what they got to offer, and I can see there's a lot of talent back home.
Catchable. Yeah, and I remember, Brett, you came across to Finland when the Estonian team played there and came and gave the boys a rev up and a bit of coaching session on our World Cup qualifiers, and then across to Talon to have a session with the girls. So I know they were really appreciative of the tips and tricks that you'd learnt over your long career.
I think the one thing I've learned about coaching is that, again. It's gone through. That'll be
well, it hasn't quite got to the boundary out there. It's the longest part of the ground out there, and also just a slightly longer grass. It's not necessarily Lords.
I don't think it was the grass which tripped him up, though.
The thing I found with coaching is that you can coach to a certain extent, but you need some talent, and you've definitely got that over in Estonia, and certainly. I was super impressed with what the females had to offer. There's a lot of young girls, bowling good pace as well. I said to Tim that there'll be a couple of girls here that could definitely go back and play some Big Bash cricket back in Australia.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, we should actually point out that as Benny Jones lines up for the second over a day, we should point out at mid-wickets, and we'll get the camera onto her shortly, but Lama Dalbina is actually lining up for her second MCL match. And we had Lama on earlier in today's coverage. She has the distinguished title as the first woman to play in the Mediterranean Cricket League, and sort of one of those people that just stumbled across cricket and has loved it and continues to love it.
Yeah, I think she lives down in Tartu, one of the sort of second town in Estonia, and they're a 2-hour drive to come up on a Saturday for cricket, but she's there every single weekend, bowling, batting, umpiring, scoring, doing whatever she can, and just got that love for the game, which is fantastic.
She should have had the wicket of Brad Hogg yesterday, Brett. I'm not sure Brad would have enjoyed having that next to his name. Ooh.
I think he would have absolutely loved it.
No. We had Theo Ogden on before as well, and we just reminded him of what he could have been a part of.
Well, it's interesting. I think the ICC mandated that they really want to focus on growing the women's participation and more kids, especially in Europe. And so, it's coming to me.
Catch it, Beefy.
Mine.
Oh, not quite. Another 6 landing just in front of our commentary position here at the Porto Montenegro Arena. So, Andrew Hartridge certainly going on the attack here. He's making no secret of what he wants to achieve out of this match.
I think the great thing about females having the opportunity to play, like in this MCL tournament, I think back to Elise Perry, from Australia, where she's actually represented Australia in 2 different codes in
football as well, yeah.
Played I think in the 2011 Women's World Cup.
In cricket.
Well, that was the FIFA World Cup. As we've got a catching chance here. Coming around for the magic. Oh, great attempt there. But unfortunately for Aditya Savo, he hasn't been able to quite grasp onto that. But an impressive effort running up the hill here.
But it's interesting, I like the ICC really putting this mandate out, because as an association, we're focused on our top-level cricket always. We want to grow the kids, but actually we need to put time and resource and money into go out and bringing more girls in the game, coaching them from the ground up. There's no history of cricket in Estonia from the schools, so how do we bring that in there and let them really enjoy the game that we love as well?
So a bowling change here. Mohammed Saqib coming on to bowl. Left arm, bowls a bit of left arm wrist spin.
I'll tell you what, watching the English and the Australian girls playing now in the Ashes in England, it's a very, very decent quality of cricket, like compared to, say, 10 years ago.
Yep.
I think there's been this mass growth there.
Well, I think with anything, well fielded.
Well fielded. I think he's just prevented a boundary there.
I think with anything, and business and sport included, like if you give an opportunity and given the sort of free rein to express yourself, and certainly as an athlete, the girls never had the opportunity to play on the big stages. They're always the sort of second tier, and they weren't getting paid the way they should have been getting paid because they're professional athletes. Now it's changed.
Catch the ball.
There might be a chance here. Safely in between the 2 fielders behind the stumps.
Who's the girl playing for Chelsea? Sam
Kerr.
Sam Kerr. She was the champion player, I think, for the season, kicking goals for Chelsea, the front and centre. She's really taken it to the world stage. Even women's football has really improved.
Got a great celebration too.
Yeah.
Oh, we got a strong appeal here.
He got him.
And that is the end of Mark Overton. Promoted up the order, but the experiment hasn't worked. Out for just 3. And Mohammed Saqib picks up his first wicket of the day.
It was a good effort from Mohammed Saqib there. He just held that back a little bit, just a bit more flight. Bit of deception off the wicket. And adjudicated right in front. So the first pole.
Plumbers the duck.
There we are. We've just had umpire Rex Evans he just gestured to our commentary position that he wants that one reviewed. Unfortunately, we don't have the luxury of the DRS here at the Mediterranean Cricket League. We're going to put all faith in Basil Roberts, who was the officiating umpire here.
Being at the third umpire has just indicated to the umpires it was out.
Yeah, I gave
There we go.
the finger was up, and umpire on the field was very happy.
And so coming in at number 3 for the All-Stars is their captain, Jeff Grzinich, backing up a second game today, which is a pretty fair effort for the old boy, given that he's been rather crook these last couple of days.
Yeah, I heard he was horribly sick, but great to see he's made a full recovery, or I hope so. Lazarus have been calling him on the field.
Lazarus.
Can understand that. Yes, I don't know if you're aware, Binger. I travelled across from Zagreb with Jeff and the MCL tournament manager, Dhananjay Singh, and yeah, it was fair to say DJ and myself were the fair ones doing the driving and navigating, because Jeff was curled up in the fetal position for the best part of the 12, 13-hour journey.
Oh, that's horrible, that. Well, wish him well. Hopefully he gets a few.
It looks like...
I think he might have wanted to review his dismissal in the first game as well.
I think he did. He certainly said when we did the post-match interviews, we were going to ask him about the dismissal, and I said, "Oh, do you want me to?"
I think so. Yeah.
No.
Good lines from Maxi there, yeah. Did Jeff score freely?
He normally does. He's a leg side player, leg side dominant player. He
like
does actually like that. He does actually have a very excellent sweep shot. We just see that returned in from the deep. I'll make sure I get my toggle buttons correctly so that our viewers at home can see the full spectrum of the field. So Brett, you've played 2 games now. Sort of, how's the body pulled up after after 2 games here in the heat?
No, it's pretty good. I've been doing a lot of heaps of running actually. So I've been on a bit of a fitness campaign the last 2 or 3 months. So hot though, you know. You can run as much as you want. You can cover 10Ks, as I've been doing a couple of times a week. But when you throw your bowling action into it, you always wake up stiff in the morning. You cannot prepare your body for bowling. I don't care what anyone says.
We were commenting behind the stumps. It's like, that's a pretty heavy bowling action you've got there. That's going to have some pain on the ankles and the feet coming through.
Yeah, when you go full tilt as well, you know, you're only doing a third of your run up. So the thing that I realised pretty quickly is that to get pace, and you know, imagine a pole vaulter. So my front leg was always braced, fully braced. So the reason why pole vaulter can get over the top of the bar is because they use it as a leverage. It's the same as bowling. If you can use your front leg and sort of get that momentum to carry that weight forward. But that comes at a cost, as we said before.
Behind square leg and another boundary, so that's his first of the day. So,
any prevailing injuries, Brett?
I had a couple. It's like when you go to the physio and they give you a picture of a skeleton to shade in the area that you saw. I just showed everything.
Get the crayons out and cover the whole thing.
Just my eyes are the ones that are left.
You might have needed different coloured pencils for which one was more sore than the others.
They're not finding the gaps here at the moment. They're nice shots, but they're straight to the fielders, which is good.
So, Brett, you spoke before there about bowling at full tilt. I think we can all remember you hitting your straps at about 160 clicks.
Yeah, definitely hurt. One thing I was sort of timed on and recording on was when you land on the front foot. Most bowlers are 2 times their body weight. I was 16 times.
I'm 16 times what I should be too.
How quick do you reckon you went today?
Oh, I definitely wasn't in that 160k barrier, put it that way. No, look, it's AstroTurf and good opportunity with the ball. You know, the balls over here are good because they're not super hard either. So, yes, you don't get the bounce off the wicket that you want. And I think if we play with harder balls, it'd be a lot harder on this surface. I've got to say, this surface I didn't expect it to be this good, honestly. I think it's a very good service, and the guy's done a terrific job.
Trav's been practicing, laying a few pitches nowadays. You reckon it's his best one so far?
Yeah, Travis Beswick to the left of us here in the commentary box, helping out with the behind-the-scenes production of our coverage. So that was him just reminding everyone that he's here. But yeah, it's very rare going sort of through Europe that you're going to find a heap of cricket grounds and all that. What was your first thoughts when you sort of came in out the back the other day and sort of stumbled upon this metropolis, let's call it?
Well, no, it was great because we'd spent... That's a good shot.
Nice shot, that'll be a boundary.
Roll away for 4. We drove down from Croatia in a beautiful drive and, get down here into the port, and the first thing you see is the nets are up, all the branding's up, you see sportsbet.io, and then, you see the wicket, and you think, far out, how has someone achieved that in such a little time? So, incredible.
And I guess as a fellow Aussie, you probably don't think of Montenegro of all places, we sort of knew about Serbia and Montenegro back in the day, and that's about the extent of it.
Oh, when, the opportunity, arose, because I was coming over here to Greece and sort of planned the trip, and then lasted a week up here. I was like, Tim mentioned, this is what's happening, would you like to be part of it? I said, absolutely. So I jumped at the opportunity.
I think it was funny. I think you were commentating with...
there, sorry, for Jeff Grzinich. So he keeping the score tick along. I said he would dominate on the leg side, and
yes.
Where both his boundaries have gone.
But so Brett's called me to the IPL commentary, and he's rang me up and he said, "Oh, Beefy, I've got someone here to have a chat to you. It's Chris Gale." And we wanted to invite Chris, who was going to come, but the Canadian league came up, and so we're chatting. And I said, "Oh, no, Chris, you can also come and become a hippo, and we're looking for a 12th man."
Yeah, the old universe boss, he would have liked that.
Yeah.
Now, I've had the pleasure of meeting Chris many years ago when he lined up for Western Australia in the original Big Bash competition, and
he was playing them for Scorchers, yeah.
It was sort of really probably when he was at the, I guess it was a long peak, but really the start of when he came on the scene, and everyone realised just how. Oh, and Jeff gets a fine edge on that one. That might roll away all the way to the boundary. Not quite.
Gleb Vahanos running around picking it up.
Yeah,
He's Terry Talling.
I think a lot of people don't realise when you actually stand next to Chris Gale, and I've had the pleasure to play a lot of cricket against him and work with him as well, but he's so big. He's just a man mountain. Massive.
What was his key? He just good timing, good eye, and could just whack it?
I think that, but also his long levers.
Yeah, like a Mitchell Stark-like. Or,
yeah. And, you think of guys that are with golf with that natural long leverage, tall and not lanky, but, got that strength through the upper body as well.
Well, there's a player, it was a Boom Boom Afridi.
Yep.
And he was actually
Another
fantastic at just picking the balls off and whacking them out of the ground as well, but...
He had a really good eye. Yeah, but when you're 6'5" like Chris Gale, and you're a natural athlete, and you can step and make what is beaten in flight for a spinner, or Chris Gale going forward and actually advancing to the ball and making it a half volley, that's the reason why he hit so many sixes.
But it's interesting watching back, say, early 90s cricket one-dayers. You didn't have that many sixes like Steve or Mark Ward didn't hit the sixes. It was maybe one an innings, and you hit 230 for 50 overs, and it was a good score. Good score. Nowadays we're doing it in 20 overs, Shot.
Lovely shot there by Jeff. That's really his first offside stroke, but he's made it count.
Is it the aggression in the batsman, or is it the actual bats itself which has changed that?
I think a bit of both. I think definitely the technology's changed, 100%. The bats have got bigger, but lighter. So thicker bats. Think back to, Chris Gale when he started. He was using a 3-pound bat.
Yeah.
Very like a sleeper. David Warner now uses a really, really thick bat, but it might only be like £2.10, £2.9. So
and swings through the ball, the air a lot quicker as well.
Yeah, and you've got like a bigger sweet spot. So like the whole bat's almost the whole middle.
Oh, if only I was in first slip.
Edge.
Well, I play a lot of squash, and the same thing, the technology of the squash racket's changed a lot. There's a bigger sweet spot and there's a bigger frame compared to the old Wilsons from back in the day, the Schlesinger wooden rackets. And they actually had to put some limitations in the manufacture of squash rackets because it was becoming too equipment based.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can remember many years ago, and I'm a very average cricketer, I've got to put my hand up and say, but when they introduced that bat with the graphite strip on the back, and I think the likes of Ricky Ponting and...
I used to have one.
Yeah.
What did it do, the graphite
Mike
strip?
Hussey. Well, personally, I found it just made it very lighter, and I remember picking up one and was having a hit with a mate, and I thought, this is the best bat I've ever used. About 3 weeks later, the ICC said no one's ever allowed to use them ever again.
Well, I think with the graphite on the back, it did two things. Definitely made it lighter because you could, take some wood off and actually put the graphite there to make it stronger. But you also think about, with building, a lot of the you get these graphite strips that are built to hold up a house as well. So you got the strength and elasticity of it because it bends.
So just quickly, we're having a bit of a change here in the field. Stu Hook's taken off the wicket-keeping pads, handed them over to Benny Jones, who's just finished an opening bowling spell of number 28 from 3 overs, and he's going to take up a position down in front of our commentary box in the probably in the long-off position, I think. Interesting stat for you, Brett. Stu is just 17 runs away from 1,000 runs across the MCL history. So
it didn't change from last game, though, did it?
No. So he's certainly going the long way about it. Maybe the pressure's getting to him a little bit, but no. That said, he's been a fantastic supporter of the Mediterranean Cricket League for a number of years, and I think it would be a nice honour for him to be the first man to raise the 4 figures.
Yeah.
I asked him if duck was on the menu tonight.
Well, we started playing, we had in Giuseppe, I think it was, down near Split, and then Resnick first of all, a couple there, then Giuseppe, and then obviously in Montenegro. It's a great way to sort of, what a spectacular mountain scenery here as well for a cricket ground. But
gorgeous.
You're right, it's pretty special to come and play in these types of locations with the water nearby, and it's really, I think it's the essence of what a European cricket is.
Batsman coming back for another run there from the long throw out there in the deep.
Yeah, look, if you ask me, 2010 or 2015, in 2023 I'll be playing cricket in Montenegro, I'll be like, no way. No way. But
with Preston dropping catches and slips?
Yeah, didn't carry that, he reckons.
Yeah.
We should actually touch on your son, Preston, Brett. It must have given you a great thrill yesterday to be batting out there in the middle and a father and son century stand and both half centuries.
Yeah, look, it was awesome, and that's something that you dream about. It's one thing that's definitely on my bucket list was to bat with my son and cross that off here. We did something many years ago. It was about 10, but it was a hit and a giggle game, but not a proper cricket match. And the chance to do it in Montenegro, and at an age too where he's playing some really good cricket, that was very, very special yesterday.
Yeah, I asked him after the match, was there any pressure coming with the Lee name, and he nominated his Uncle Shane as the one he's actually modelling himself on. How do you feel about that?
Well, I've always got a good comeback for Preston and my brother Shane with that, because he always goes, Dad, I'm really sorry to say, but I think the batting talent, if I have any, comes from Uncle Shane. I said, when you get 5 Test 50s, give me a call.
It was a funny one I heard the other day. I was watching the Glenn McGrath and Gillespie. They made 60-odd, 100-run partnership, and he came in and put his bat up, and they said, "What are you doing?" And he goes, "Well, to Ponting, your average is 60. That's like me making 750. Of course I'm going to put my bat up."
100%. That was at the Gabba, wasn't it?
Yeah. Oh, Gabba, yes.
Gets the Kiwis, I reckon.
What was funny in there?
A big shot from Jeff. Fortunately, it's the long boundary there for the left-hander.
Half the Australian team are reading books, doing crosswords and having a nap. And then all of a sudden, they started cheering every single shot that McGrath was hitting through the covers.
Yeah.
A fantastic one.
Well, about a year earlier, didn't you nearly take Carl Rackerman's head off with the giant six at the Gabba?
With that graphite bat.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
That's why they banned it.
I was facing, it was against West Indies. Darren Powell was bowling, and they were bumping the the hell out of me. And bouncer after bouncer, I'm back with Nathan Bracken. And I said to Brax, I said, if they pitch one up here, I'll try and scoop him over that side. And swung as hard as I could. You know, one of those things where it just comes off. And you just feel it. I knew it came off. And he went over the top of the gabba and landed on the nets, the practice nets.
Over the stadium?
Over the stadium.
Okay, yeah.
And almost picked off Carl Rackerman. And he fetched the ball with our fitness trainer and brought it back to me, which was cool.
Yeah, I think that was just about the biggest six I've ever seen on telly. Certainly the biggest one I saw live was Mark Waugh putting Daniel Vittori on the stand of the whacker.
Yeah. Yep.
So that was a very big hit.
Oh, and Gilly had a few big sixes in that the 57-run 100 as well at the whacker.
He did.
Was
I'm not sure he quite got him as long as the one that Mark Waugh hit.
Took down
Certainly
Monty
no Andrew
Panesar.
Simons hit a few big ones in different games. A couple of state games, domestic one day there one year. He managed to get one sort of about halfway up the top tier of the Lily Marsh.
That's a big hit.
Did you bowl much with Glenn McGrath, Brett?
Yeah, played all my test career with him. Very fortunate. And just, you sort of talk about a guy that just knows his game. The thing that I learned off Glenn was patience.
Yeah.
And he's...
Well, there's a catching chance out there in the deep. Oh, and a very good
Savio.
save there by Aditya Savio. That is some very acrobatic thing. Yes, and a great follow-up throw there as well. He saved a certain six for sure.
Stu's just if you should have team fine because of a drop catch.
He's thrown the ball and he hit the ball straight at the kneecap, I think.
And so Glenn, just patient bowler, just line and length and waiting for a mistake?
Yeah, well, the thing from watching him for 8 years whilst I was playing with him, I think it was 2006-07 when he retired. And that's when I got handed the sort of captaincy of the bowling unit to take the new ball. And I said, mate, what advice would you leave me with? And he goes, when you want to bowl a bouncer, bowl top of off. When you want to bowl a Yorker, bowl top of off. When you want to bowl a slow ball, top of off. And then if you think about a bouncer 6 times, then bowl a bouncer. And so we played against India, and I had that philosophy in my brain, was just to sort of just bowl line length, top of off, and I had my best season. And I wasn't trying to bowl
61.3?
Yes, I was trying to bowl 161 Ks every single ball. It was just literally, still 150 Ks, but just purely focused on bowling at 95%, just getting the ball to shape away, top of off stump, and I just kept nicking them. And it was just great advice from Glenn.
Was that the year you won the Alan Border medal?
Yeah, it was. And that was because of the advice I got and just being patient.
So that extra 5 kilometres an hour you can put into it, is it worth it, or is it more just that line and length you're talking about in the same spot?
Oh, there's
or
one
is
thing
it times where it's called for?
Yeah, look, there's one thing that you can't, put your finger on to sort of take out the game, and that's pure pace.
Yep.
Anyone with raw pace, I love watching them bowl, and they should never go. If there's a guy who can bowl 145 Ks, you don't make him into a 135 K swept bend swinger type of thing. So, but also too, I've seen guys bowl 145 Ks and spray them everywhere, and that's also no good. So, I always say to people when I'm coaching, why can't you bowl 150 Ks and shoot the ball away and be consistently in that channel? So it's training. It's just training your brain, and the power of visualisation I found was really important.
Well, I think we probably saw a little bit of that, maybe not quite as quick, but with Mark Wood for England in the last Ashes test.
I mean, he has to play the game, doesn't he, Mark Wood? He's a gun. Steams in, slaps his front foot down, brace front leg, good pace, good aggression.
The All-Stars have ticked their total on to 1 for 66 from 8. The predicted score of 165. We've sort of thought that 200 might be about the par on this particular ground. What are your thoughts, Tim?
Not the fastest start. I thought the first over was looking pretty good, the first 2 overs, but it's just slowed down and they're just sort of getting into a rhythm here. But I know they've got a bit of talent in the shed to come out, but I still think you need 200 here.
I agree.
To have a chance.
I agree, and I think that run rate of 8.25 needs to go up to about 12, I reckon.
Yeah, to bring it up to that 10th over, yeah.
And we have a bowling change here at the broadcast end with Lama Dalbina coming on for her first over of the day. Very economic yesterday in her debut match.
Savio unlucky.
Poor old Aditya Savio out there on the deep cover boundary. Just caught out by the unfortunate awkward bounce.
Yeah, it's a real bad bounce. Just hit a hole and unfortunately bounced over his head. That's sort of the dentist fielding shot, that one.
Yeah, inside. Yep.
Nicely stopped out there in the deep.
It's very much 1 or 4, isn't it? There's not too many 2s out here.
Yeah, there's nothing really between.
And best non-Australian bowler you played against?
Best non-Australian?
Yeah.
Oh, there was so many. Alan Donald.
Well, who didn't
I
you
guess.
enjoy facing? Alan Donald?
I enjoyed Alan because AD was my hero growing up, so you always want to play against your hero. Hated facing Shoaib Akhtar because of the pure pace.
Yep.
And like scary. You got 0.3 of a second to find out, is this ball going to kill me, firstly? How do I get out of the way? How do I then play a shot? What type of shot do I play? This happens in, a split second. And your heart rate's, going super quick. Or wild.
That's perhaps a good opportunity, Brett, to ask you, because we when we had Darren Matty and Brad Hogg on yesterday, we sort of asked them who were sort of your heroes growing up, and when you sort of first then came into the same change rooms as them, how did you fare yourself?
Oh, it was the most amazing feeling. I'd sort of told myself at the age of 9, because Mum and Dad asked me what I wanted to be when I grew up and what my goals were, and I said I want to play for Australia and bowl 160k an hour. It's been given, has it?
No, not good. Just a nice, good throw out there in the deep from Aditya Savio.
So from the age of 9, when I committed to those 2 goals, to bowl 160k's and to play for Australia, everything I did was destined to achieve that goal and that dream. So when I walked into the change room and I've got Steve Markwell, Michael Slater, Shane Warne, Glenn McGrath, Justin Langer.
Pretty decent team.
It was nice lofted cover drive, boundary to finish the over there.
It's a very special feeling.
And you got Pfeiffer on debut. I guess it's probably the Pfeiffer on Test debut, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
At Boxing Day. I guess it's the equivalent of a century on debut for a batsman in a lot of ways.
Yeah, we always say Pfeiffer and Tums. It's sort of the same thing, and that's what you strive for as a bowler. And to do it in the first game was pretty special and felt pretty amazing.
We mentioned obviously before that Darren Matty and Brad Hogg are the MCL ambassadors here, obviously along with yourself this year. What can you tell us about your experiences playing with and against both of those two individuals?
Yeah, obviously played a handful of matches against Darren, and that was a lot of fun. And obviously a great competitor, very, very good athlete in every sense, with bat the ball in the field, had a good cricket brain as well. Obviously spent a lot more time with Hoggy, George Bradley Hogg, who, in my opinion, he'd be the first picked in every team. You need someone like Hoggy, someone that's loyal, always gives 100%, always chirpy, doesn't seem to get down or frustrated too much.
I heard him once described as the most energetic but most annoying person that you ever come across.
Yeah, it's pretty fair. Pretty fair. But that's good. You don't want to be in a team with moody players. You don't know how they're going to be one day or the other day. They change their moods. But the thing with Hoggy was, he was like a little dish licker running around like a little dog and chasing the ball. And even at the even at the age of 52, you can still see him run around the field and he's still energetic.
Yeah, well, on Sunday when we were doing a little bit of he's getting a peel there. When we were doing a little bit of a setup, we had the cricket on there in the blue room, the lovely blue room to the right of our screen, and we're doing a bit of a setup, and Darren and I were sort of quite happy just to start watching the Ashes in the nice cool area. Hoggy, I don't know what he was more interested in doing. He found a chin-up bar outside and was doing chin-ups and then doing sprints out in the back and layout. Just could not sit still.
No, he can't.
And I just thought, are you mad? And Darren, he's like, I don't want to do any of this. And I think they were going to have about an hour practice session out in the middle afterwards as well. Oh, and Jeff's got a little bit of bat on that one. And it's going to race away to the boundary for 4. So just starting to lift that run rate a little bit. Runs needed quickly to put a competitive total on the board.
But even that last game, Hoggy was batting there, and there's a few wickets falling around him. He just changed his game just to punch the one, then punch the 4, and stay not out.
And did start his career, of course, as a middle order batsman for Western Australia before. I think he was telling the story yesterday that between, as he sort of wanders across the front of our schemes, go and get a drink. He was telling the story yesterday about it was himself, Michael Hussey and Simon Kadich that were all part of a spin school. And they were trying to make a middle order batsman and turn them into sort of all-rounders. And he was the only one that sort of went on with it. Of course, though, Simon Kadich did get a 6 for in a test match one time. So
SCG, I reckon.
Yeah. So I think actually Brad was playing in that match. It might have been the year that Shane Warne was unfortunately on the sidelines due to taking something he shouldn't have.
Yeah, well, I mean, the thing with Hoggy is that, and a lot of those guys, you think of Simon Kadich, as you mentioned, he's a terrific fella. Brad Hogg, I mean, Hoggy started his career as a batsman. Turn that into a genuine all-rounder. And, you can see, you're right, Beefy, about the way that he changed his game. That's just experience. And that's something that we're really hoping now to work hard with the Australian cricket team and the talent hippos, is that you can't have experience without being in the game for a long period of time, and the fact that all the hard work and dedication and support that Tim's given him financially, but also, helping the team out in achieving their goals and aspirations is that they want to have over a 5, 10-year, 15-year period. They will get that experience. So they know that in a sort of situation that they're bogged down, you don't just go and try and blast a 6 to get out of it.
You're 4 for 30 off 4 overs. You don't just go and try and hit every ball for 6.
No, but because that, they'll learn from these tournaments, and they'll learn from playing at higher honours. They'll learn from better coaching and better opportunity to do that. And that's something that you just can't. There's no textbook that can be given or written that says, "Oh, this is how you do it." It's experience, and that's time in cricket, and that's exactly what they're getting, which is great.
But I think it's also, as that domestic leagues grows, you're faced with different scenarios, and you have an experienced head in to say, right, this is what we need to do now in this situation, and run the game, and then people will learn from that 2 years later, the same situation, people know, just don't go out and try and whack the shit out of it, basically.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Brett, can I also ask you, you've sort of done the full spectrum, if you like, with the Indian Premier League, which I think we can all agree is probably the premier T20 league around the world. Obviously, competitions...
the Estonian Premier League's right up there, don't forget, yes.
But again, there you go, the Estonian Premier League, the Mediterranean Cricket League, they're obviously...
I'm only 46, Premier League. I'm still available.
the Indian Premier League is obviously the pinnacle where everyone was sort of a lot to get to. What do you think, I guess, are some of the basic things that competitions like the Estonian Cricket League, the Mediterranean Cricket League can do to just start to build up the profile and start to put it on the global map of world cricket events?
Well, look, I think it's the time behind the scenes that's really important. So it's having good coaches available. You have to spend some money to get some infrastructure. You have to get some really good talent down there, some past players that are around. Having players that have played at the top level as well to come down and see and chat to the players and, see what they're doing at training and pass on their tips as well.
See how they train, even.
Yeah. And the one thing that, I'm talking top level here, the one thing that the Australian cricket team did so well is that our training, anyone that's been to a closed-off session that the press can't get to or the general public, we train absolutely flat out. So if I'm bowling in the nets to Ricky Ponting, I'm either trying to rip his head off or get him out, because he knows that if I'm bowling 150 k's in the nets, it feels like it's 180 out in the middle. So that when he goes out then to face a bowler that's bowling 140 k's, with all due respect, he says it feels a lot easier. So that's super important. And once again, it's having facilities, mention the right coaching staff, and then opportunity in tournaments like this.
To step it up a little bit, yeah. I remember hearing it was Michael Bevan, I think Western Australian as well, and he used to go,
from New South Wales, Michael
who
Bevan.
am I thinking? Not Hussey.
Mike Hussey, yep.
And he went out to train. He said to his coach, I want 7 hours in the nets today. And they said, what do you mean? He goes, well, if I'm going to bat a whole day playing cricket at a test match, I've got to be able to bat 7 hours. We'll stop for lunch, we'll do it all. I don't want to bat a day. And it's like, that kind of dedication is where you need to be at with your training to get to that level.
The unfortunate bounce of the ground out there at deep cover has just caught out the fielder there.
Yeah, I was also a believer from the other side, from a bowling sense. You know, when I was playing 20 over cricket, T20 cricket, I knew I only had 4 overs max. But I'd train the nets, I'd bowl 6 overs of the nets. And people go, well, why are you bowling 2 extra?
12 wides or?
Potentially. 12 no balls, me in the nets, I think. Step out of the front line. But I would always train harder in practice so that in the game it felt like I could relax and really, really enjoy it. All backed up.
You kind of nearly overtrained, so you're prepared for all situations out in the ground.
And your training, and this is the thing where the Estonian cricket team will really improve in the next couple of seasons, is that if they train super hard, when they go out in the field, they've just got to express their talent as athletes.
But how did you say you're playing in India and you're at 40 odd degrees and it's late in day 4, you're absolutely buggered. How did you, was it the team which pulled you forward or the captain, or what did you do to get through that period just to push forward?
Well, that's where that mental strength kicks in, and that's where the years of training, the years of trying to compartmentalise your life and plan what you're going to do under pressure.
Drop catch.
Run out.
Chance opportunity here. Just not able to scramble in time. So we'll let off there for Jeff Grzinich on 35. Not sure who that was that's dropped the catch out there in sort of the gully position. Mohammad Saqib. Mohammad Saqib's got the only wicket so far of this innings. Oh, he's launched that one over cover. Sorry, over mid-wickets.
Good shot. So, yeah, it was, to answer your question, Beef, it was making sure that I was as fit as I possibly could, in the best condition, making sure that sleep was good, my recovery is good the day before, my hydration, which is the most important thing when you're playing sport, because that wrecks everything. If you're dehydrated, you're cooked. But then also the pride of playing for your country, or pride of playing for your team or your local club, whatever it might be, that never giving up. So when the captain says we need 3 more overs and you are absolutely spent.
Yep, you find the strength.
You've run 17 kilometres that day, you find something in the tank.
Brad Hogg mentioned in the coverage yesterday, Brett, that your preparation for the 2003 World Cup was something to behold. Can you sort of give us a bit of a personal insight about how you prepared for an event where Australia never lost a match in winning the trophy?
Yeah, I just sort of went probably down a road that I hadn't been down before, and that was I just changed the way I trained.
And there's a 6 there from...
in what way were you changing?
I just think that my preparation, when the guys were all going out after a test win, I was sort of staying in, looking after myself. And I was never, one person to go out during the match. I was always, making sure I was very well hydrated with electrolytes and having real good food preparation. 8 hours sleep is definitely the key. So for 12 months, I just had this real strict routine where I wasn't drinking, I wasn't doing anything, I was just purely focused on that job, and that was to win the World Cup, and worked on sprinting. So my advice for any young boy or girl that are watching and listening in is that if you want to become a fast bowler, work on your sprinting. So if I'm going to run a organisation and try and get fast bowlers, and one good thing that we can help out with the Estonian cricket team and the young guys and girls coming through is that first thing I do is take the cricket ball out of their hand. Let's get a sprint coach. Let's work on some sprint training. Because that's really going to help you.
And a lovely hit
Oh,
there over the road.
Almost picked off the guy that had his bicycle helmet on.
$20 for the motorbike rider.
So there's...
Luckily, it had helmet on.
Can you imagine? You're riding a motorbike. Let's just set the scene here. You're in Montenegro, riding a motorbike. You can almost get picked off by a pink cricket ball. Unheard of.
I don't think too many people here in Tivat would be expecting a cricket ball to come sort of flying through their windscreen and the like.
Can we get the camera on the motorbike, please?
Oh, that's brilliant. There he goes.
He goes off. He's running away quickly.
The guy with the white lid.
You told Binger about hitting the horse?
I haven't told Binger about hitting the horse, no.
That sounds like a story, Tim. We've just had someone ask us off camera, Tim, to tell us a story about a horse.
We had a 2012 Division 3 European World Cup qualifier going on, and Slovenia and Turkey, I think, came up and played, and I was doing a bit of work with Shane Warne at the time, so I said, you better come over and be an ambassador for it. And so, of course, Liz Hurley came along as well. And we were all fired and pumped up, and Mark Oman came in, the tall Slovenian off-spinner, and he's put one up, and I've hooked it, and it's gone about 120 metres, and I've hit a horse. I said,
well, that's a very loopy ball, and that's been dispatched in the pool.
No horses down there.
And horse is the national dish of Slovenia, so I said, oh, there's dinner, mate.
I'd like to make note that no horses were injured during this film. Oh, that's very, very funny.
No, we've enjoyed our World Cup qualifiers to be a part of that pathway through, and it's great. 104 countries playing cricket around the world recognised, and it's great that we have that chance. I'm not sure. I mean, I'd love to play in the MCG, but I don't think that will ever happen these days. But still being part of that and playing the Germanys, the Italys, the Finlands, Portugal, it's been a real thrill.
Well, I guess one question for you, Tim. What makes you so passionate? And obviously you're a philanthropist, and you know the work that you've done with the Estonian cricket team. What made you want to go down that road that you've done?
I think you sort of work hard with whatever you're doing, but you need to take time off and find balance. And cricket was like my Saturday sport, where I put the phone away and went with a bunch of mates and played cricket. And I love team sport.
Yep.
I've always loved team sport. And the chance to sort of be a part of, if you're going to do something, you do it properly. So whether that be me and Filer going out and cutting the grass on a Friday night before the game, we really enjoyed that. And you got away from it. Then going out the Saturday, the grass is fresh, you know, you're there talking to Banner, you're enjoying it, going to the pub afterwards for a beer. And we had 3 teams, and it's like, well, actually, I think we can build something a bit bigger here, because we all love doing it and giving back to growing something important.
Yep.
And I think there's a lack of ball sport and team sport sports in Estonia. A lot of cross-country skiing and tennis and basketball and whatever else. But it's like, we've grown up with so much team sport in our life. How do we bring that culture in and bring something different? So, and it's been bloody good fun. And then likewise, if you do something, you do it properly.
Should just point out to our viewers at home who might have just been listening, obviously, to Tim's insight into how he got involved in Estonian cricket. Jeff Grzinich has retired hurt. Obviously, as we know, Jeff hasn't been well the last couple of days, and it is quite warm out there. And I think he's just used the opportunity to get off the ground while he can and have a bit of a rest.
You better well. Now that's excellent, and the fact that you've done that and given all these young cricketers and you know that opportunity to chase their dream is brilliant.
But I think growing up, you know, I played under 10s, under 12s, all the way through playing cricket, and I love being part of that team. And then to bring that into Estonia, it just made it feel a bit more normal as well. But then, on top of that, to be able to join the ICC in 2007, to put a structure in place, to build an association, it was a really good challenge, actually. Because I've been lucky enough to play cricket in most countries in Europe. I rocked into Prague for a conference and I rang the local Czech president and said, I'm here, can I get a game on Saturday? Sure, mate, come down. And just, you're in Luxembourg, sure, mate, come down and play. And having friends all over Europe like that to go and enjoy, it's been great to see the development of cricket in Europe in that sense.
Yeah. I agree 100%. And it's all comes down to opportunity, and as I keep saying, playing on bigger stages.
Yep. Look, Estonian cricket could have been the three teams bringing Turin teams every Saturday and whatnot, but that wouldn't have grown. Hooky, great catch, great catch.
So that marks a very quick innings by Richard Starkey, who's just come to the crease. The All-Stars lose their second wicket.
Nice catch there, Hooky. You read it well, running down the slope.
Great roll down the slope then as well.
Yeah, always a celebration for the cameras. Stu Hook.
It is a rather bit of a challenge coming down the slope here. We saw yesterday Brad Hogg take a nice one-handed grab coming down the hill. His excuse was he didn't think he was going to get the second mitt to it, so he just stuck the trusty, reliable left one out. So Andrew Hartridge there, as you can see on screen, 63 not out at this stage. You reckon he's starting to think about triple figures?
Stepping up a little bit. He hasn't been hitting it too wildly the last 5 overs. We're about 12th over now, yeah?
12 overs down, one for 122.
So it's a run rate of 10, just under 10.
So projected score of just under 200 at this stage. So, as we said, that 200 is about par on this particular wicket.
Well, I think the opportunity here is that he's got a great foundation, that the last 5-6 overs he can step it up with people in the Hoggy and Darren are still to come who can certainly whack it. So he said he's ending up quite nicely here.
Yeah, well, speaking of whackers, we have yesterday's centurion, Aman Maheshwari, coming to the crease. Of course, Aman Maheshwari is our official streaming sponsor for this particular event, and we thank him for his support. If you'd like to know more about Aman Maheshwari, he's a very multi-talented man, not only a cricketer but a businessman, lives a family life, also a musician who was recently on Croatia's Got Talent, would you believe?
Wow.
Was he? Yeah. So if you'd like to know more,
playing tonight.
So if you'd like to know more about Aman, just follow the social link at the top of our screen, and he launches straight into it. Is clear.
Croatia's still got talent, I think.
Half Croatian, half Indian.
Yeah.
His heritage.
What was he playing? What was he singing?
I believe he actually had
a little bit of Bhangra.
He'd had a bit of a discussion about with the I guess the producers behind the scenes. And as I understand it, he sort of raised the idea that would you like me to sing in Croatian, which would have been quite something to have someone of Indian heritage singing as he goes again. So the run rate is certainly going to lift here with Aman at the crease. And he put the idea that he'd sing Croatian, and then they said, no, we want you to sing a more sort of traditional, I think, sort of pop rock type song. So he was there in front of all the judges and the big studio audience. And
wow,
from what we hear is that all the studio audience loved it, but there were 4 Simon Cowells all at the bench, and he got voted out as quickly as he came in.
No golden buzzer.
No golden buzzer.
Well, might be the opportunity to say that anyone's floating around the Montenegro port, pop in a guitar. If you've got a guitar that we can borrow for this evening, drop it in.
A little bit of KTV might be going on tonight.
That's it.
6 and out. Right.
Yeah, a bit of
6 and out. That's it.
Always happy to do a few tunes when the guitar comes out.
Did you used to get a bit of stick out there in the middle about having the band when you were playing both forms of talent there?
Mate, my claim to fame was I wrote a little cheesy love song.
I do recall that.
In India.
The man goes again.
Well fielded.
Well done. Some clever fielding there by Richard Parkin. Actually,
he's not even on the field, is he? Or is he?
The umpires have called a 6 here. Basil Roberts has called a 6.
He jumped from outside.
He jumped from outside.
Yeah. But that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter, does it?
No, I think as I understand
We've got to be inside the field of play.
We are actually going to get Rex Evans on the mic tomorrow, so perhaps we'll use that as an opportunity to put that one to him. But as I understand it, you need to start in the field of play. So if he'd gone backwards to go forwards like that, it would have been allowed. But you can't start from outside the fielding position.
Yeah, you sort of can't be, sitting on a boat somewhere and just try to throw one back.
Classic catches off the top of the boat.
That's it.
I remember we were doing the ICC umpires course, and it's an online one, and there was some ground in England with a tree hanging over, and the question was, if you jump up and hold onto the tree and take the catch, what would it be? 6 runs. So
you'd be trying for treason, though.
Yeah. Catch a ball.
Oh, fielded.
Nice throw, run-out chance. Oh, Andrew Hartridge would have been short of his ground there.
I think Parko's not too happy with the previous umpiring decision either, and we will see the grunts and noises coming out now.
Yeah, we've had Parko on the mic a few times. He loves his cricket. There's another big hit.
Someone told me there was no golf in Montenegro, but I reckon we've got the pitching wedge out at the moment, yeah.
Well, this actually did, this is a bit of a multi-purpose sort of facility, and as you can just see to the right of us, to our commentary team, there actually are a couple of old bunkers here, because this did used to be a bit of a 3-4 hole golf course at one point in time.
Yeah.
There you go. Not sure that the sands sort of been turned over any time recently. The man goes again, and that, nice effort by Lama Dalbina out there on the boundary, but not able to save the boundary.
Just wondering if they can move 2 more guys onto the leg side. And
he definitely likes the cow corner region, doesn't he?
Yes.
Anywhere from leg side umpire.
Yeah, so Aman Maheshwari was part of the Croatian national side last year that were the World Cup qualifiers you mentioned before in Finland.
As well,
so, yeah. I mean, again, he's another one just relishing the opportunity as that one goes flying over the fence.
That's over towards the pool.
We should get our records up and quickly check what was the score for the fastest 50, because I reckon that the way Aman's batting, we could be on well on track to smash that.
8 sixes of 48, so nine balls maybe.
Well, he's 34 off 7 at this stage.
Well, I think, Brett, you had a big performance as well recently. Didn't you get on stage with someone in Australia and sing a few songs?
Yeah, I did.
Who
I
was
was up
that?
there with Noiseworks, actually.
Noiseworks,
Good old Aussie
yeah.
band.
John Stevens?
John Stevens. Yeah, had the pleasure to. I know Steve Bowby very well. He's a cricket nut. So he's the founding member and the bass player for Noiseworks. Cricket nut. So him and his son and Preston play against each other. So we often go to the cricket field and talking music. He wants to talk cricket. I want to talk guitars.
There's quite a few musicians that are big cricket fans. I think it's obviously well documented that Mick Jagger's attended multiple matches throughout the course.
Yeah.
I also heard somewhere through the grapevine that Daniel Johns of Silverchair fame was actually a very good, talented junior cricketer in his day.
He came up to me one time in Sydney and he said, would you come and play my indoor cricket team? I said, mate, if you come over and do a gig at my house, I'm in. True story.
Did he?
No, well, I never caught up with him after that. That was just a passing comment.
Oh, well, call it a standing offer.
Yeah, exactly.
Just
Still
like the come back to me with the 5 Test 50s and
Yeah, it's funny because there, you're right. There are a lot of musos out there that love sport and love cricket. I think of In Excess boys. Timmy Farris, who was I think he's the chairman at Manly Cricket Club at some stage. Loves his cricket. All the guys used to come down and watch cricket. So you have In Excess at the Sydney Cricket Ground watching the Aussie boys play. Elton John, massive cricket fan. I didn't realise how much he loves cricket. Mick Jagger, as you mentioned.
Oh, big 6 here from Andrew Hartridge. That is going to fly over the boundary.
Now, tell us a little bit about the Hugh Jackman. Were you bowling to Hugh Jackman at the MCG?
That was Warnie,
nets,
yeah. I
Warnie?
was there, but Warnie bowling to Hugh Jackman. And
who did you bowl to? Didn't you bowl to someone?
I bowled to Piers Morgan.
Piers Morgan, that's right. And then Warnie to Hugh Jackman, yeah.
I think a few people would like to bowl at Piers Morgan, wouldn't they? Yeah. You got to do the rare privilege of it.
Oh, that's
we get another massive 6. That's going to land over the fence onto the road just behind our commentary position here at the Porto Montenegro Arena.
I spoke to Piers a couple of days ago, actually.
He's had a bit to say these last couple of weeks.
Yeah, he wanted me to come on his show and have a chat about the Johnny Bairstow
incident.
Incident, if you want to call that.
Dismissal.
Yes, moment.
Dismissal.
Well, it was a dismissal.
Yes,
in my opinion.
Yeah.
But no, look, I've always done well with Piers Morgan, and he was talking it up. Long story short, I said, well, all right, if you think the Aussies are bowling rubbish and the Pom bowlers are bowling rubbish, why don't you come down and face a few? And he did, and this went massive on social media, and then we had about 7,000 or 8,000 people at the MCG during the tea break come to witness it. he said to me before he walked out, he goes, if you go slow on me now, it's going to look bad for me. You've got to go full tilt. I said, with pleasure.
You were still playing Big Bash at that time, I
broke
think,
2 of
weren't
his
you?
ribs. Only 2.
You were still playing in
Yeah,
the Big
I was.
Bash at the time, yeah. So it wasn't as if you'd sort of had any time out of the game to any considerable extent.
Might have been over the front line too beefy.
Could have been slightly. I watched the Wide World of Sports during the tea break.
I've got to say, though, that he's dined out in this for a while, begging his 2 ribs broken. And he took me out for breakfast one morning and said having breakfast with Bingo because there's no ribs on the menu.
Did he play any cricket when he was younger, or?
Yeah, he's
just
played.
loved the game,
He's played cricket all over England, you know, at a lower level. But honestly, jumping in the nets with someone that's bowling over 140 k's, I wouldn't do it. Not at his age.
Yeah.
And especially when you haven't played at that top level. So.
Well, Filer put his hand up for a 150. He wanted to face you, didn't you, Filer?
I might have to get the bowl machine out, mate, for that.
Yeah, we done that. Mac enjoyed the bowling machine, didn't you, Mac? Yeah, cranked up to 99.
Yeah.
So all of a sudden, gentlemen, the current run rate approaching 11.5 now. It's
It's
exactly
up,
what they needed.
Yeah. What are they on? I don't have a scoreboard here.
We've had a few technical difficulties with our scoring as it's gone. I think, but so as we understand it, the All Stars are at least 2 for 161. So projected score of 225 at this stage.
Maybe 5 or 6 overs to go.
So
is it?
5 overs to
5
go.
overs, yeah.
This is our scoreboard's just a tiny little bit behind, but we are at the start of the 16th over. So yeah, they've recovered well, the All Stars.
So under and over 221.
Yeah. That'd be good.
Not that we endorse gambling, but time to start setting the odds. I was funny. I went to the first day of the Lord's Test in a box there with a group of bookmakers, and we were watching it. It was very calm in the morning, watching it all. After lunch, one of the guys turned around, right, Beefy, time to start betting on everything. So, will Travis Head make 20 off 20 balls? And then how many runs in this over? And just mucking around for 10 quid a pop. In the end, how many umbrellas in the Western Stand? Under or over 8. So if there's 2 flies going up on a wall, we'd be betting on that one as well. But it was a very interesting day on the beers, watching a great test match at Lord's there.
Fun.
We were privileged enough actually at the ICC Centenary Conference. Tim Filer and I went along to it, and we had a game on the nursery ground.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, that's very good.
And we were allowed to go up to the changing rooms, the away team changing rooms, and we're there. And I've gone out and I've sparked up a smoke. The father goes, "What are you doing?" I said, "Bully for Warning's allowed to smoke up here, so am I." Then we got a pint on the way down to cricket, and
perfect.
We had a massive shot as well. We had the chairman of Dutch cricket there as well, and he was up talking to us, and he talked us through when the Dutch beat England in that one day, or the 2020 at Lord's, and he was so passionate about it and just loving it. He said, the Netherlands are on the world stage.
Yeah, well, that definitely put him in that spot, didn't it?
Chance, hook.
Oh, and lovely shot there. A second consecutive 6 for Andrew Hartridge, and he's now moved to 91. So,
wow, when did that happen?
We're potentially looking at the second century of the MCL 2023 here. He's been talked up a big game here, Andrew Hartridge, by some of his Porto Montenegro teammates as the best player in their side, and he sort of had a few mixed starts in his first 2 hitouts, but he's shown the goods today.
We've got him at a good clip too, off 44 balls now for 92.
44 balls, wow.
Meanwhile, Le Mans just ticking along, 35 off 10. So definitely come in with a mandate to lift that
decent
run rate.
Strike rate, yeah.
2 for 189 now with 4 overs remaining. Projected score of 236, which if it continues at that rate is going to comfortably succeed the score that the Talon Hippos posted earlier today of 216. So it's obviously getting a better wicket to bat on as the tournament progresses.
The range stopped, is what you're saying, yeah? Or
wicket's getting flatter.
Wicket's getting flatter,
yeah.
Although the gentleman on my right, Tim Heath, you got off to a bit of a flyer, didn't you? With your batting?
I saw a few nice ones. I think I deposited Hoggy over one of the boundaries for 6, and I said, can you call the Serbian post office and get them to send the ball back, please?
Backed it up from yesterday as well.
He proceeded to then bowl the next 3 googlies or something or others, and I had no idea what was going on, but no, it was good fun.
So we've got Gleb Bianovs in. Originally from Latvia, as I understand. Oh, there's a chance.
Oh, what a catch! Holy dolly!
What a catch out there in the deep by Mohammed Saqib. That is an unfortunate end for Andrew Hartridge on 92. But what a catch out there at deep cover by Mohammed Saqib.
You're going to go a long way to see a better catch. Not this tournament, I mean this year. Around the world, that is a spectacular catch. He actually came in too hard. He was about 2 paces, came in too quickly, and then somehow put his arm like a cat, leaping back. Taking an absolute spectacular catch. And what a bummer. Short of 100.
Well, as Dad would say, keep it on the ground, you can't get caught.
That's true.
Well, yeah, that's an unfortunate end for Andrew Hartridge. He was looking good there for 3 figures. He falls 8 short, but an important innings he's played, and he's really set the All-Stars up now to make sure that they've got a more than competitive total on the board.
Yeah, they should look at least 220, 230 here on the board if they can keep that momentum going.
Who's coming in now?
I'm just getting confirmation. I think I know who it is, but I don't want to guess. I think this is Rob Logan.
Sneaking suspicion that there'll be a big target to chase here, 220 plus, and
Toby Finlay, in fact.
Hook and Jones may well put on a very good partnership.
Well, Hook's due, to be fair.
Hook's due, yeah, and Jonesy's been batting very well whole tournament. So
2 half centuries to start his campaign.
81 yesterday. Could be a very interesting run chase here. The slow ball bouncer by Gleb hasn't come off as intended.
He would argue he might have saved 4 runs.
As good as a ball, you mean, yeah?
So we should actually ask you, Timmy, perhaps, you're obviously an Australian background. How did it feel to suit up for Estonia and represent Estonia on the national stage?
Squash or cricket?
All of the above.
All of the above. Look, I think it's not quite the level of Australia, but any time you're representing a country at the pinnacle of that country, it's an amazing feeling that just everything goes up 20%. And you dive that bit harder, you run that bit faster, you take it that bit more seriously. And as I've always said when I was captaining it, we're ambassadors of the sport and ambassadors of the country, our adopted country we live in. You've got to step it up and you've got to be professional in what you're doing and set the standard. So absolute pleasure, if anything.
Oh, and that's a big hit from Aman Maheshwari. Oh, and an attempted crowd catch. Unfortunately, the poor chap there has tripped over one of the grounds. It was
thought you said he could catch Brett.
I think he tripped over that sandbunker you were talking about earlier on.
Should we let him know that we actually got that on camera?
We got that on camera, mate.
Yeah. No, but I'd say just on that topic, it's like every ball is important when you're playing for your country, irrespective of what you're playing. It's a different level. So thoroughly enjoyable and something you should all aspire to and appreciate the moment. That's out. Savio.
Oh, not quite. Can't quite get that in. It's just knocked over the boundary rope there for 6. And that brings up Aman Maheshwari's 50 off just 13 balls, would you believe?
Well played.
It's computer game stuff.
Yeah. If only Savio was a foot taller.
Got away with the full toss there as Gleb. end of his spell. 3 overs remaining. 3 for 204.
Just feel that thermometer, I reckon, has gone up another 5
few notches.
degrees. Yeah, that wind's just died off a little bit.
As it sort of then now, I can feel it blowing
There we
through
go.
our little commentary
just
area.
Just as we say it, right on cue.
35 in the shade.
I think I was telling the boys, not sure if you heard yesterday, Tim, the boys asked me hottest conditions I've played in. Sharjah, test match against Pakistan, 57 degrees.
Was that 2002, I think? One
I
of
think
the
it
series
was.
that
And
moved
Pakistan
away?
got resolved for 53 and 55, I reckon.
Well, you bowled Pakistan out quickly, yeah.
I reckon they was like, bugger, this is too hot.
Come on, Parker, where's the dive, mate?
Run out chance there.
Dive in, Parker.
I always like at the Australian Open, the tennis, that always come down, it's a warm day, and they go and crack an egg on the on the tennis ground, and it'll cook the egg up.
Oh! Nice effort out there in the deep. He's not happy with himself. That was his moment in the sun.
He did all the hard work. He read about 20-odd paces to his right. So, got there in the end, but unfortunately just burst through the seam of his hand.
And no Hog or Maddie coming in yet. Maybe they're padded up for next. For the last couple of overs cameo.
It actually looks like Pavel Florin is padded up there to come in. I mean, he just might be ambitious. I think he was listed on the team sheet to come in at number 11.
Tapping on the captain's shoulder, was he? I'm ready to go, Skip.
I can remember there was a World 11 game. I think it was for the tsunami relief in about 2005, and Glenn McGrath was promoted up the order on the back of that 61 you mentioned earlier. And, sent in up the order as the all-rounder in this match. And as is true to form, he was as out as quickly as he came into the field.
Well, Glenn McGrath had averaged about 2 in Test cricket. So Steve Orr said, if you nick one through slips, you'll double your average. If it goes the boundary. And then I think Steve Orr was quoted once saying, McGrath is a genuine left-hander. He goes out and bats right-handed. You put him in the nets, it's a true story, I'm not embellishing this one little bit. You put him in the nets, he bats left-handed with a stump, does not miss a ball. He goes out and faces a spinner with a full bat, batting right-handed, can't lay bat on ball.
So no ball here, so it's going to be a free hit opportunity.
I think that might have hurt Gavin's shoulder, that ball as well.
Oh, has Aman cleared the ropes? Yes, he has. Ambitious attempt from one of our touring Indian friends there in the crowd.
What I always think was unfair was that Kasparovich made 200 in Bangladesh in Dhaka. Or Gillespie.
Yeah.
And he got dropped the next game.
Yep. But there's a theory behind that. If you look at Brad Hodge, also got a double 100, didn't play again.
Yeah, he got
might have been
two
fiddling around the edges,
test
though, wasn't
matches later down the track, I think, when there's some injuries
Don't score double 100 and you get dropped from this Australian cricket team.
I think I'm safe.
Me too. But that double 100 you're talking about with Jason Gillespie, I'd been doing the night watchman for about 18 months for the Aussie team. And that particular day I said, nah, I'm not doing night watchman, I'm buggered after bowling. Over to you, Dizzy.
Did he get out and do the Happy Gilmore again? No?
Yeah. So after he changed his email address, I won't say the first part of it, but let's just say his email address ended with a 201 at the end.
I couldn't believe that. I can recall that I was at university at the time, and I'd gone into an exam, and Gillespie was on about 70, and you sort of go into the exam and your focus should be on all the different curriculum. And I've come out and I've seen 201 not out, Australia declared.
Couldn't believe it.
So your earpiece was on Grandstand Radio, was it Jim Maxwell? Or?
It was in a few lectures during the course. An Australian tour of India. Actually, the last time you guys won over there in India. I should have been paying attention to different things. And I did have Glenn Mitchell, who I think it was at the time. I knew it was an important series. Probably really the making of Damien Martin, I think. Just some of the best batting I think we've ever seen from an Australian in the subcontinent.
Well, I always remember it was at 2005 in India or thereabouts when Australia declared, they put India back in, and VVS Laxman, very, very special.
2001.
2001. I remember listening on the radio, and who's the Indian commentator? Harshal Burglar. And just fantastic listening to that. What a test match that was as well. Well,
Harbhajan Singh got a hat-trick, I think, as well.
Yes.
I luckily missed that tour with not luckily, but I wasn't part of that declaration, but I had a broken elbow, snapped my elbow in half. Missed that tour, so I was listening in as well.
I think they were like 300 in front when they declared it, weren't they? And then put them back in, and a couple of double hundreds later, or a triple under for someone.
Yeah, so I think VVS Laxman got about 281, and Rahul Dravid, I think, also got 200 and something.
Yeah, they batted the whole day.
Yeah, whole day.
To be fair, though, VVS Laxman, he scored 100 against us every single time he played against us.
And no one else.
Yeah.
We always said that if you get out Sachin Tendulkar, he should feel very special. If you get out VVS Laxman, it's a miracle.
We've got a chance. Did you do much
launches another one out there towards the blue room.
Homework's the wrong word, but you do much sort of team analysis on how to bowl to every individual bowler. How detailed were you going as a bowling unit?
Well, one thing you had to do, and one thing I was very focused on, against guys like Lakshman and Sachin Tendulkar, is that you have to treat them like a normal batsman. Don't play the name, play the batsman, because every cricketer's got strengths and weaknesses. It doesn't matter if it's Bradman or Steve Smith or Sachin Tendulkar. There's always a way to get them out, but the reason why they're so good is that they don't have many ways to get them out. There might be one way to get them out type of thing.
So Martin launches another one there. Oh,
6 more.
And so what would your approach to Sachin be when you're bowling to him?
So, don't sledge first and foremost.
Don't sledge?
Yeah, honestly, don't give him nothing. Don't try and hop into him. Real good test match bowling, top of off stump. Don't try to, bounce a bowler slow, Yorker slow or type of thing. Just be really patient with him and just hope that he makes a mistake. But if you give yourself, and I always say, imagine walking into a casino and you've only got one chance of winning. Like, it's the same with bowling. If you only got one chance or one form of dismissal, so when people bowl that fourth or fifth stump line, how are they going to get the batsman out?
Yep.
You might nick him off, but that's it. If you bowl at 12 off stump, there's LBW, there's bowlers caught behind, there's all these different, variables. So just try and put the odds in your favour.
But was he that level above?
Oh, yeah.
With his game, yeah.
But for me, there was a lot of visualisation when I was playing.
Where to put the ball?
Yeah, and I used to, before the game, on the way to the ground, and they've only just done studies now to prove that this is, a really good way to train your mind. And I just did it because it felt right. But I'd get all of my dismissals against that particular batsman and just put them on a loop and just roll them and see how I got them out. So you sort of tricking your brain into
memory recognition.
I'm feeling good, yeah. I've got this guy before. That's out.
Ooh. Strong appeal there from Richard Parkin for the wicket of Aman Maheshwari.
Would have nearly said a desperate appeal there, actually.
It was a bit of a desperate appeal, but so 4 balls left in this first innings by the All-Stars. 3 for 236. Launches that one down, but not able to get any further than the fielder here in front of our screens at long on. I think it's fair to say, gents, I don't think we thought that the All-Stars would be 238 near the end of their innings, about the halfway mark of the innings.
I think they were 1 for 60 off False 6 or 7 overs, yeah.
250 on the cards if they can do it. You'd be happy with that.
Really?
Anything in 230s, 240s is a...
Get our Swanee back on strike again. What's he on now? Is he going to get a chance for a ton?
69. Toby Finlay gets that one away. 4 runs to the total. 2 balls remaining. 14 fours and 16 sixes for this innings. So the majority of them have probably all come post about the 8 over mark.
Yeah, some good hitting. I think one good tactic too for the fielder, and this is one thing that we can do tomorrow as well if we defend bowling wise, is you want to try and make a hit on one side of the field. So obviously with the leg side for a right-hander being the smaller part of the boundary, you want to make sure you bowl either wide line Yorkers.
Yep.
Get him hitting square of the boundary on the offside.
Put a few more catches up for Crossy, yeah?
Yeah, that's right.
Stu Hook's a chance
Stu
here.
Hook.
Oh,
He's
lovely
taken a
diving
ripper.
catch.
And
A
rolled down the hill as
diving
well.
catch to get rid of Toby Finlay. Coming down the hill, it is a little bit tricky. You got to sort of watch your footing as you're attempting to keep an eye on the ball. But Stu Hook, he's made that look effortless.
Great catch by Stewie Hawke. He must have found his washing machine in his room this morning. So those items of his clothes will be thrown in the night, but great catch at the end. A nice little crocodile roll there to finish it off too.
Yeah, very nice roll down the hill. He's still pretty. He's not keeping that much anymore, but he can still. He was pretty quick behind the stumps as well back in the day.
He's got good hands, that's
Yeah.
for sure.
So 1 ball to come. The batsman, I think, might have the incoming batsman might have just sort of taken the pads and gloves off, and now is being quickly suited up to come out to the middle.
I think Swanee doesn't realise the RCC rule change that even if you have crossed, you don't face on the strike anymore.
Yeah. It's
That's
the
a
way
great
it is,
rule.
so.
I like it,
Absolutely,
Beefy.
yeah.
Yeah, I tell you what that's going to do. It's going to create a lot more hat-tricks in the game of cricket.
Yeah, fresh in off the next batter in, yeah.
Well, if you get a guy caught at third man or or skies one and they run a single, you've got the main batsman back on strike. What's the point?
You've got two hat-tricks at international level, don't you, Brett?
I think so, yeah.
In a one day, I think, at the World Cup, and then the T20 World Cup a few years later.
Yes. I'm very proud to take a couple of hat-tricks for Australia.
Did you play in any test matches where hat-tricks fell?
I was on... I've seen, McGrath in Perth against the Windies.
Yep.
I was playing in that. But I was on 6 hat-trick attempts in Test cricket and didn't get the third, unfortunately.
And Steve Ogden, the veteran of the Porto Montenegro All-Stars, gets 1 run to close the innings and 4 for 243. So a very competitive total there. That's going to take some chasing.
Yeah, big total, that's for sure. So they definitely upped the ante. Massive total of over 240. Thought at one stage there they would have been chasing
170, 180, yeah.
Fantastic. All right, we will take a quick break, give our sponsors a bit of airtime. Thank you, Brett. Thank you, Tim, for your time. We appreciate your insights and everything, and I'm sure we'll catch up with you during the course of this commentary.
Do you have ESPN Cricket Info really open on your phone, or do you just know all the stats off the...
It's good.
Yeah,
it's
very good.
Very, very impressive.
Spent far too much of, as I said, my high school and university years paying attention to cricket and footy stats rather than I should have actually been. What do they say in the classics? You remember the stuff that's not going to be relevant. But
well, you can
now
actually
now I can tell Mum I've just been sitting alongside Brett Lee and Brad Hogg this week. Look where it's got me. Anyway, thanks
Very
again.
good.
We
Thanks,
will
guys.
rejoin you shortly.
Cheers.
Cheers. hand before earlier today? Like landed on a rock yesterday? One of the, I think one of the.
Might be one of the nails.
Yeah.
Chin up. Good wicket. Yeah.
Yeah, the breeze hasn't really quite come in this afternoon like it did yesterday.
So do you want me to come back and...
Yeah, so we're at the start of the inning, so just as long as you're sort of here for that first ball, then we're good to go. So
All right, cool.
too easy.
Yeah.
Did you want to do any filming with Brett doing any stuff?
Benny wants to do some stuff. Yeah.
I'll learn crypto on or something. You can explain the proof of source of the blockchain transactions.
Give me a script, I will. I can recite anything.
Yeah.
Welcome back to Porto Montenegro Arena for day 2 of the Mediterranean Cricket League. We are approaching the end of what's been another fantastic day here in Tivat. We've got an exciting run chase, I think, on our hands. The All-Stars made 4 for 243. Started off a bit slow, but came home with a wet sail and have now made an incredible finish to the day. So let's see if Sarama can get the 244 runs required. No team has scored higher than 216, and certainly no team at the moment other than the All-Stars in the first game have successfully chased down the total set by the team batting first. So we're getting underway here. It looks like we've got the Sarama captain Stu Hook at the non-strikers end. And Mohammad Saqib is going to be facing the first delivery. We're very fortunate to have a very special guest in the MCL commentary box. None other than the MCL founder, Jeff Grzinich. Jeff, welcome.
Oh, nice to be here, Michael. How are you?
I'm not too bad. I think perhaps the more important question is, how are you?
Yeah, I'm okay now. I've just spent about 15 minutes under a cold shower, and it certainly helped with my core temperature. Oh, here we go.
And there could be a chance. First ball, Brad Hogg under it.
Oh.
Not able to get there. And the best possible start for Mohammad Saqib.
Yeah, that is a good start, isn't it?
Yeah, so Jeff, tell us a little bit about sort of your journey here to Montenegro. You arrived from Perth into Zagreb on Friday and weren't feeling the best. How have you sort of managed... as we've seen a shocking wide there from, I think that's Richard Starkey opening the bowling.
Yeah, so came from Perth to Zagreb, and basically the day I was meant to leave, I woke up with a bit of a sore throat and not feeling the best, and wait for this ball.
Oh, big shot over mid-wicket. Not going to quite get the boundary, I don't think. It is the long end of the ground. Batsman come back for 2.
Yeah, so I basically started feeling a little bit under the weather prior to my flight. Got to Zagreb, felt terrible, and have sort of just basically fought it ever since.
Well, it definitely, your passion for this competition certainly shines through. The fact that you have done your very best to soldier on, despite some bites of advice to the other country. As Mohammad Saqib again goes out there, but the fielder nicely placed out there in the deep stops it.
Yeah, look, I think you've got to, people make a massive effort to come to these events. I mean, yes, to organise them, it's very, very detailed and, intricate to sort of get these things together. But you've got to remember that the people are coming here to play have taken, holidays, they've paid for airfares and all those sorts of things too. So we're here to put on a show, and, the show must go on.
Another boundary there for Stu Hook, his first of the day. So, yeah, Jeff, obviously as the MCL founder, this is a very proud competition, and I guess it's your baby at the end of the day. There's been a lot of excitement about this particular tournament, though, this year. Tell us sort of why, you have been doing your best to soldier on against all other advice to be here and partake in what's unfolding.
Yeah, well, obviously, when you have the names of, Brett Lee, Brad Hogg, Darren Matty and Pavel Florin come into your tournament, it really sort of sets it up for a really good event. So you just really want to make sure everything's set for a good tournament. And, I think it's been a great couple of days so far.
Richard Starkey just not quite able to find his line in this opening over. Jeff, you've had a long and storied history with European cricket since your early days representing the Croatian national team. to now running a tournament that involves those names that you just mentioned.
Oh, look, it's fantastic. I mean, European cricket is just, it's a sleeping giant. I think it's got so much potential, and I think, growing the game of cricket is, the responsibility of everyone that loves the game. I mean, I think, and then you sort of see, to have the names I mentioned before all participating and all being such ambassadors of what we're trying to do, it just fills you with a lot of pride, and it sort of feels like, you're not the only one out there trying to do, the promotion and, development of this sport in mainland Europe. So it's fantastic. I think it's the weather's been obviously very warm, but it is a summer sport. So I mean, you got to cop that as well. But no, it's been really good. Really happy with the way it's gone so far, and obviously like having Brad, Brett, and Darren in particular here has been awesome. And you could sort of see from the other players walking around how they stand a bit taller and they bowl a bit faster, and it means so much to those guys to be able to play against names like that. So fantastic.
Second over getting underway here. Toby Finlay with the new ball. Oh, and a big swing and a miss there from
nice.
Mohammad Zakib. So, Jeff, you've made the decision not to take the field for this second innings, handing over the captaincy reins once again to Darren Maddy, a good mate of yours. So,
yes.
Got a lot of faith in him to lead the side to victory from this point.
Oh, look, Darren was saying something along the lines of, he captained on the first day and they won, and then, I took the reins over again, and then we lost, and he was sort of saying, mate, do we really want to win? Do we really want to lose? And so, no, just seriously. I'm not feeling the best, and I sort of thought we've obviously got another game tomorrow as well, and we've got 12 players that would like to get out there as well and get amongst it and have a bit of a field. So I think it's just a smart move with so much cricket still to go.
How proud are you, Jeff, of I guess all the support that you've got from people like Dana Jaising through to the Estonian Cricket Association to Lydia, the scorer on our table, the umpires?
That's absolutely amazing. As Stu just pops one down there to point. Yeah, absolutely amazing. I mean, these events, you need people supporting you. You need a lot of people, a lot of knowledge in different areas and that sort of support, and those names you mentioned, and there's a lot more.
With a full toss there.
No ball.
So no ball, free hit for this next delivery.
So yeah, the support's been absolutely amazing from those guys, DJ to Tim, Stu, Robbo. I could list off another 10 people. It's been absolutely amazing.
Mohammad Zakib not able to make the most of that opportunity. Just a single off the free hit.
I mean, that's the thing with the MCL that I've tried to build since 2015 is that family feel, like of the guys that all the people we mentioned, they have been involved pretty much from the start. Whether, you got your ambassadors, obviously Brad, Darren and Simon Kadich, those guys, they've been with me from the start. But these other guys have helped me build this tournament, like with the hands-on stuff. So, nice, Stu. So it's been very very important to have those sort of guys backing you and supporting you and helping you and having the sharing that same vision that we want this quality T20 tournament in Europe to take it to the world, and attract the likes of Brett Lee.
Oh, and a big hit over fine leg onto the road. Looks like it's again avoided a car out there on the fine leg boundary for the left-hander. Looks like I think the umpires are calling for a new ball here. And Jeff, can you tell us a little bit about, I guess, the history of the MCL? The previous editions have been held in Croatia, and this year that you've made the decision to hold it in Montenegro. Tell us a little bit about sort of the history and sort of how it's led to this particular point.
Yeah, look, we're always interested in making the competition better in whatever way we can, from better gear, better grounds, better balls, better players, more teams, just everything. We're just always trying to up the ante where we can. And there was the opportunity to take the MCL out of Croatia as an opportunity, so we took it. So we thought, Montenegro have been great supporters of Croatian cricket for many, many years, obviously playing against each other many times and been very supportive. So the conversation was sort of had between both associations about the viability of taking it to Montenegro for a year and whether we could make it work. And I jumped at the opportunity. I thought, well, what a fantastic idea to take it on the road, take the MCL on the road, and this could be, it seems to have been a very successful week so far, and the amount of support that everyone has really got around the event sort of tells me that maybe that could be a really good thing for the future, that we do take it out of Croatia occasionally and just do something a little bit different. So no, it's been fantastic. So it's certainly given us more options now moving forward that we can do it. We've shown that we can do it, and obviously the support was there from the key people that we needed, and here we are today.
And that's a boundary there following the misfield out there at third man by Aman Maheshwari. And we should actually point out, and it's perhaps a good time to have you in the commentary box, Jeff, Stu Hook has now moved within 3 runs of bringing up 1,000 runs across all formats of the MCL. Obviously, Stu, I think, was the inaugural player of the tournament back in 2015. So I guess we're looking at, the first real major milestone for, the MCL across the journey.
Yeah, look, Stu Hook as a cricketer is an amazing cricketer. He's shown that over the whole journey that he just makes runs for fun. He's a super player. He's a superstar of European cricket, and as good as he's a cricketer, he's just as good as a bloke. And that's what's so good about having someone like him as.
And there it is. What a way to bring it up. He's done a 6, and that is 1,000 runs in the MCL for Stu Hook. Congratulations.
Fantastic effort, Stu. That's brilliant, and you really take your hat off to someone like that. That's a lot of runs and very, very well deserved. You like when your milestones go to great people, and you've certainly got a real winner out there. He's an absolute legend of a guy, and just gives his heart and soul to European cricket in many ways. Obviously, he's a legend of Estonian cricket and Croatian cricket, but what he does for European cricket is amazing. So, no, well done, Stu.
And looks like he's going to repeat the dose there with another 6.
No, that's a 4.
So given he has a top score of 178, I think also in the inaugural tournament back in 2015, it's probably fair to say that a 6 was the perfect way to bring up the milestone.
Yeah, no. Look, the ground obviously we played on for the first few editions was quite small. Probably a touch smaller than this one even. So yeah, it did favour someone like Stu, who is an aggressive hitter of the ball and loves to hit 6s. So yeah.
So a fast start here for Sarama, looking for their first win of MCL 2023. You confident that you can defend 236, Jeff?
Well, I will be when Stuart Hook is out, because Stewie Hook is capable of doing absolutely anything on a cricket field. So I'll be a bit happier when I see the back of him. Spoken like a captain of a side.
Yeah, no, certainly dangerous, but Mohamed Saqib certainly hasn't done a lot wrong in his own efforts at the crease so far in this tournament. Big swing and a miss there.
And there you have it. Every team has a few danger men as well. You know what I mean? So I highlight Stu because he's just been doing it for so long. You know what I mean? He's just that ever-reliable guy that makes runs for fun. So I just hope we can start stemming the flow of runs.
So Brad Hogg coming to the crease now. It looks like he's going to bowl some of his left arm wrist spin.
Yeah, he bowled very, very well earlier today, I thought. Brad, so he reckons they're coming out all right. He said he's feeling very good, so let's hope that his last game, excuse me, his last game could be a really good one. He can take a few wickets. Don't think he's taken a hell of a lot of wickets yet.
No, I actually don't think Brad's managed to get on the scoreboard.
No.
And neither has Brett Lee, would you believe? So you wouldn't have thought that
well, there's a conversation.
Two former Australian
there's a conversation between
teammates,
those two. Yeah, absolutely.
I think we reached the conclusion with Brett Lee in our earlier conversation that, possibly the most energetic, but also possibly the most annoying person that has been around the Australian squad in yesteryear.
Well, having been on a plane with him from Australia, I can sort of say that he's got a lot of energy. And when you're not feeling 100% well yourself, and the guy is literally walking 10 steps ahead of you, and you're just trying to keep up with him because he's that energetic and wants to get to wherever he's going, I can certainly vouch for the energy part. And there was certainly many interesting conversation along the journey. Let's just say that.
He's always got plenty to say. He's I've been fortunate myself to have breakfast the past 2 mornings with both Brett and Darren. So lovely little spot down here in Porto Montenegro.
Oh. Yeah, it's hard to find a bad spot around here, isn't it, Michael? Really?
Good problem to have, for sure.
Nice. That's it.
Just tell us a little bit, obviously, about Brad Hogg and sort of his commitment to sort of helping grow the Mediterranean Cricket League.
Oh, look, absolutely fantastic. From the day I started my communications with him about the possibility of coming over at some stage, just been nothing but supportive. Brad and his wife Cheryl have just really gotten behind what I'm trying to do with the tournament, and have supported. Obviously, when I first got in touch with Brad about the opportunity to play, I think he was still playing IPL at the time, and I think Renegades as well. So obviously a very busy man, and he was sort of still playing professional cricket, and the idea was always can we get you over, and when let's just try and make it happen when we can, and true to his word, as soon as an opportunity presented, he got on a plane and he come over, and behind the scenes, it's probably where that people don't know that the guys like the Brads, the Simons, the Darrens have done for me, in terms of the communications with potential sponsors and people they know, and signing things, and even for from an advertising promotional perspective, having a name player makes people want to come to a tournament, and I think that's really, really important when you're trying to grow something. You need to sort of have that sort of that name where people can sort of associate it with a certain level of standard. So they've obviously they see Brad's name associated, and they think it must be half decent if he's getting himself involved with it. So. But I mean that lifts the expectation of the tournament, and obviously that puts a lot of pressure on me, which is what I like as well, because I think we want that standard to be raised all the time. And if I know that I've got a Brad Hogg playing, then I want to make sure that it's going to be a really high standard tournament, and people are going to enjoy coming to play. So Brad adds that, and you just see when he plays, he puts 100% in. A little tournament like this, compared to some of the places he's been. The guy's won 2 World Cups, and he's still energetic, and he's still having a lot of fun, and then that's the playing side, and then off the field he's signing autographs to people and saying hi, and photos with kids, and it's that sort of stuff that people really remember. And I mean, I think that's what makes him such a marketable person in so many ways, that he's actually, that's just generally his persona. He's not putting it on. He's not trying to be, one of those people that, puts it on for the camera, and then off the camera is not really interested. He loves people. He's a people person, and he's a lot of fun to be around, and you can just sort of see that energy, and you feed off it, whether it be when you're playing with a Brad Hogg, or when you're just socially around him, and you see him mixing with other people. So, Brad certainly brings a lot, and I'm very, very thankful for everything Brad's done, and we've developed a very, very close friendship as a result of it. So I'm very, very, very happy.
Yeah, fantastic. Friendships, cricket and friendships, I think, go hand in hand, and have done since the dawn of time for the game.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. They're lifelong bonds.
Oh, another big hit there from Stu Hook. Is that another maximum? So a few of Stu's teammates have said that he's due. So he's certainly looking like he wants to post a big total on the board and help his team to their first victory of the tournament.
Yeah, and like I said, if anyone is going to do it, it's Stu. So I'd like to see the back of him. As much as I like Stu, I think he's been out there for too long and he's making too many runs. So let's have a wicket now.
No. Another boundary there for Stu Hook. He moves his individual total along to 40. Jeff, just before we let you go, obviously I think you're overdue some more rest. What next for the MCL? What sort of on your, if you could sort of look into that wishing well, what do you hope to bring to the tournament in the future?
Oh, look, it's a very good question. I'm in the here and now, so I really just want to make sure this tomorrow goes, obviously today finishes well and tomorrow goes really well, and then I'd like to just sort of, we'll assess it after the tournament and have a chat whether we, do we go back to Croatia? Do we play another edition over here? There's a lot of possibilities, and they're all positives that are coming out of having such a great event so far. I don't really have a wish list in terms of that. I just want it to keep growing, and I want people to keep playing and enjoying cricket in Europe, and that's hopefully the standard continues to raise, and we continue to get some good strong teams and good strong players, and obviously any former players who would like to come and join us would be more than welcome, and they'll have a great time, and we'll certainly look after them as well. So it's just one of those things. I'm really my vision is just to continually grow the game. And the tournament, and that's just in all aspects. I just want every year we just lift the standard a little bit. So excited to see what the future holds actually, because it's sort of it's been one of those things that's sort of had a life of its own, and certainly certain things very serendipitous, if you know what I mean. It's just sort of things just start to happen, and then I get taken down another tangent, so it's exciting. I'm really looking forward to see what the future does hold for the MCL.
As Mohammad Saqib punches that all the way down to the mid-wicket boundary forward. Jeff Grzinich, MCL founder, thanks very much for joining us in the commentary box. We'll catch up with you shortly. Please go home and get some rest, and we'll see you back here tomorrow.
Thanks, Michael.
So Brad Hogg bowling his second over of the day, looking to get his first wicket as well of MCL 2023. What a time it would be to get it. Mohammad Saqib pushing that one into cover, no run. So Sarama above the required run rate as it stands. Oh, a catch opportunity there for the wicketkeeper. We've just been threatened. Threatened might be the right word. That Estonian Cricket Association President Tim Cross might be joining us very shortly. I've been warned to expect this could go one of two ways. Brad Hogg just travelling Mohammad Saqib there. Oh, and a catching opportunity here for Darren Matty. And that is the end of Mohammad Saqib for 21. And that marks Brad Hogg's first wicket of MCL 2023. So breaking an opening partnership of 75 there first wicket of the power play, first and only wicket of the power play. So Richard Parkin looks like he'll be the new batsman for Sarama.
It's like telepathy.
So now we have perhaps one of our other unheralded special guests coming to the bowling crease, Sasha Ilic, former Serbian goalkeeper. So it's great to see someone of Sasha Ilic's calibre deciding to apply his trade in another sport. I think we might need to source Sasha Ilic a full pair of cricket pants. Let's see what he can bring here. Stu Hook on 49. That's very nicely fielded out there in the deep. I think that's Steve Ogden at a deep point position. And that brings up Stu Hook's 50.
50 shoot.
So Richard Parkin taking up strike for the first time. Shown a little bit with the bat in his first a couple of stints at the crease. Was denied a successful fielding attempt earlier as well, as that's bowled down the leg side. Signalled a wide there by umpire Basil Roberts, who did ask for a shout out to his family watching back at home in Australia. And of course at square leg we have tournament referee Rex Evans, who's actually going to be joining us on the mic tomorrow. So we'll get a little bit of the insights as to what it takes to bring an officials team here to Montenegro. As Stu Hook launches that one over mid-wicket and nearly takes out a couple of unwary spectators crossing the road behind us. I bet you weren't thinking they would see a pink cricket ball coming past them. Always pays attention to look up from your phone, young lady. So Sarama move along to 1 for 84. 160 off 81, so still 2 a ball required, but to run down a total of as much as they need to, that's what it's going to take. Full toss, but Stu Hook unable to take full advantage there. Oh dear. And that is a no ball. So this will be a free hit opportunity for Richard Parkin. Richard Parkin hits that one high over his on leg. Oh, and a dropped catch right out in the deep there by Steve Ogden. A great attempt. It wouldn't have been out anyway because of the free hit, but it's still nice to have those on the highlights reel nonetheless. So one more ball left in this 7th over. Darren Maddy calling the field in. Stu Hook on strike on 57. And he's hit that long over the boundary and another 6. Excellent hitting there by the Sarama captain. And this game is firmly in the balance. And as we finish the 7th over, I'm delighted to welcome to the commentary box here, Estonian Cricket Association President Tim Cross.
Howdy ho.
Welcome, mate. How are you?
I think like everyone else, a little on the warm side, but it's certainly a nice place to come and play some cricket. And we got a big score to chase down, so if this is going to be a close game, there's going to be plenty of entertainment to come.
Before I get into the serious questions, Tim, we do have to ask you the elephant in the room. How does it feel to be in Pavel Florin's pockets as he's been going around telling everyone these past 24 hours?
Sweaty, mate. No, it was there to tempt me, and I took a big bite.
Aman Maheshwari coming on to bowl.
I'm glad you said his name.
We'll just say Aman, but let's not forget that Aman is our crucial streaming sponsor here. And if you'd like to know more about the many lives of Aman, make sure you follow the social link in the top right-hand corner of our screen.
He had a big day yesterday as well, didn't he?
Yeah, and some good hitting in this innings to push the total up to 236. So
biggest of the week.
Biggest of the week for sure. So yes, and so Tim, just tell us a little bit. Obviously, your role at the Estonian Cricket Association. As I understand it, you've not long taken over the reins as president.
No, in October there's a new board formed after Stewie, Trav, and the guys had done the last 2-3 years, and they've left us in a pretty good situation in terms of we've got a couple of full-time employees now. Terry's joined us. He was previously at Czech, and Robbo was the development officer. So actually having 2 full-time staff gives you so many more opportunities to get into schools, set things up, and it's a position that we're quite fortunate with the backing we've got from Mr. Heath at the moment that we can afford these things. We got 10 years of funding from him, so we're putting together some longer-term plans to try and get cricket into the curriculum up there, actually part of the regular school sports, the minute they do rounders and things that are a bit similar, but not quite cricket, as I say.
How much of a challenge has it been to sort of get youngsters involved to a game such as cricket, which is not native to the country?
It's about getting there, and you've got to be so much more proactive with it. So, we have to go and chase schools to get the opportunity to go there. We're doing some after-school clubs now as well, which will bring it on a little more onto the radar. But so many times the conversation goes, would you like to try cricket? What's that? So
Stu Hook then just launches another big 6 down past us here in the commentary box. I think he's well on his way to 4 figures, wouldn't you say, Tim?
Well, did he get the 1,000 runs for the competition?
He did. When he passed 17, he got his 1,000-run milestone.
Well, he's got a bit of a way to go for the next 4 figures then. That's in the air. That's a fabulous run round by Sasha, but I think it's trickled over.
Couldn't quite complete the goalkeeper type save there in the end, but nonetheless a very good effort.
Yeah, I mean they can't all be athletes like myself, so.
Well, didn't you drop a catch earlier today?
No, I don't know what you're on about, mate. It wasn't Maddie first ball, honestly. All I got for that was you couldn't even stop it. It went for 6 as well.
we had Darren Matty. I'm sure he'll come on to bowl a bit later on. But Darren Matty, I've heard, has got the new nickname 9.
A cat, yeah?
9 lives, yeah, because he seems to keep getting dropped first ball.
I think that probably says something about the competition rather than himself. But
there's another boundary there to Stu Hook. Moves along to 77.
That's rattling along. They're kind of up with the run rate at the minute.
Yeah, just ahead of the required run rate. So I think as we heard earlier from MCL founder Jeff Grzinich, he said while Stu Hook's still at the crease, it's certainly going to be a challenge for the All-Stars to hold off Sarama's charge.
Yeah, there's some bound to come, but I think he is obviously the crucial wicket. And he's if he's at the crease, runs tend to come quickly. So
we're seeing Brad Hogg come back to the crease. So
he's going to be tired. He's going to be a bit over bowled, I reckon, Hoggy.
Yeah, well, it is.
Most of the other teams share it around a bit, Jeff, but
well, it is actually Brad Hogg's last match of the tournament. Unfortunately, due to other commitments, Brad has to leave us tomorrow.
That's terribly unfortunate as a hippo player. And Doneymore ends up there. Parko went for a stroll and the ball went somewhere else.
Safely into the keeper's hands, I think, is where it ended up.
Yeah, I don't think the bat was in any danger, was it? And the other way, beat him the other way now. Right.
Nearly bowled him there, Brad Hogg. Yeah. Just can't quite get it in line with the stumps. He's getting. Looks like he's getting a little bit of turnout there.
He does.
Not bad for a 52-year-old.
Another one of these athletes. But he's a sort of bowler when those who are not played to the same levels really struggle. You can't pick a thing. You've got to go with gut instinct.
The big thing, Parko.
Put a bell in it.
The 3-dot balls here.
And the run rate climbs.
Oh,
he's got one. Hooky taking no chances. Yeah, I think I'll take the strike, lads.
Well, 1 ball left in the over, I think. Perhaps 2.
Yeah, it's managing the strike now, I think, for the Sarama team to keep Stewie as much as possible there. He's not used to wearing a lid. Yeah, it's probably the 2nd or 3rd time I've ever seen him under a lid. He's very much a flat cap man.
Yeah, well, due to the ICC requirements, safety first. Not that he necessarily would need to wear a
if it's picking them like that, mate, I think it's probably for the best. But no, it's a lot of the older generation aren't quite used to the lids at the minute. So, but already in Tallinn, where it's come into force as well, there's been several people saved by the mostly top edges into themselves. So it's not so much about the bowling as the quality of the batting.
And we're about to see Darren Matty, the stand-in skipper for the All-Stars, bring himself onto the bowling crease.
Yeah, what's up with Jeff? How come Jeff's not out there?
Well, Jeff hasn't been feeling well, as you know, this week. And after punching out a very impressive half-century batting, he's retired hurt.
He's done that old
scampered off to the cold shower. And, I'm sure we'll see him at the bar a bit later on sinking a few cold ales. But
character of the man you got to call it. I've had me bat, I'm going home, yeah.
So Darren Matty looking for another breakthrough here for the All-Stars.
I had a great little moment with Preston in the first innings. I know he's a younger lad, so I'm out there. Matty comes on to bowl and he goes, is he any good? What does he do? He's all right, mate, yeah. he's played a bit. He'll be in the right area.
He certainly does. I guess we sort of take the mickey a little bit about young Preston there, but he's certainly showing all the hallmarks of someone who wants to be a very good cricketer by asking all the questions. We actually, I can see him out of the corner of my eye here in the commentary box. He's sitting with our Indian contingent, I believe. And
I think he's trying to get a beer off him.
Well, there might be that element of that too, but we won't tell his father or his mother, who are very kindly joining us here at Porto Montenegro Arena. Perhaps just soaking in a little bit about what it takes to master some of those Indian wickets where all the rage is happening at the moment.
Yeah, he showed some pretty good signs with the bat. He's 50 in the first game, just short of it. Some fat bloke cost him his 50 in this game by only running one when there was a clear two, but we won't mention that again. So the score has ticked along, 114 for 1. Nearly drinks break now. So
one ball left in this over, and we'll have a drinks break. As we mentioned, hydration very important in these very warm conditions. Didn't get the exact temperature of what it got to today, but earlier in the day it certainly was mercury touching 36, which rather warm for Tivat.
Rather warm for it, and there's 6 more before the break.
6 more, so best possible way to finish on a well-deserved drinks break for Stu Hook and the Sarama team. 85 not out.
What do we call that? Are we generous and call it over long gone, or do we say it's cow corner?
No, we can call it long on, but...
okay, yes, good batsmen go to long on. Okay.
Good batsmen go to long on. So, sorry, there is actually one more ball in this over. Darren just coming off the very short run. Stu plays that off the back foot and hits...
Gonna have to run him.
Another boundary. Is it going to quite get to the rope? No.
Fogden did his best to put it over, but... Oh, it's not Foggy. So ran a free on this pitch. That's some impressive work there.
No, and Stu Hook takes his total along to 88.
It was a
and
nice
he'll have strike first ball after the drinks break.
Refreshments for everyone.
Refreshments for everyone, of course. And Tim, perhaps you can tell us a little bit about sort of the what Estonia is doing to grow the game more broadly. Obviously, a lot of the streaming services for this tournament and also for your domestic leagues are available for anyone to watch around the world?
Yeah, everything we do basically in Division 1 up there now is on YouTube. We've run the streaming for a couple of years, but the streaming actually, it's more for the players themselves, but the rest of the social media, it's, what do you call it, Robert, always on? So... The young kids have Instagram and things nowadays, which I avoid. But we're pretty heavy on pushing it, and it's part of the deals we get with our sponsors as well. We tag them in for everything, and then they're happy to share it, obviously. So, but realistically, this year we've started getting a lot of all the literature and the websites and things all translated to native language as well. So. The real big push for us is amongst the natives, amongst the younger generation. So that's a lot of it. We've got a relatively high-profile ground now. It's a big piece of grass and just big signs along the road just saying come play cricket, and it's trying to get people to actually just come and have a nose, see what it's about, because it's such an alien concept to most of them still. But
well, I guess in a lot of ways that someone like yourself is a bit of an alien of sorts to Estonia. What did you sort of first stumble across cricket in the country?
Well, I moved there from the UK, and I was kind of condemning myself. I won't probably play cricket again, thinking moving there. But yeah, I just did a search on Google and I said, it's something down the Hippodrome. So went for a nose down there, and then... But we have a habit of getting our teeth into people early because we don't get too many come along, and then it was right. Oh, come down Friday, we're doing some training, and then there's a game Saturday if you want to play. And so it's same as club cricket in the UK. If someone, I was going to say young, but somebody comes along showing an interest and wanting to play, then you drag new blood in when you can. And after that, mostly Australian, so you don't get everything, but people have... People of the same language as me really helped as well, and a few beers after the game and then a few more, and then basically it ends up as a social circle as well as cricket. You know, it's quite a closely knit group amongst the teams there, and now we got 2-3 Bangladeshi teams, a couple of Pakistani teams, and an Indian side that they run 2 teams So there's a wide variety of expats, but the native numbers are still quite low. But we're hoping that this campaign in the schools will move it along, and certainly if we can finish off getting the planning permission out at Tiskra and the facilities finished there, then it's a lot more attractive than just coming to play in the field as well. So.
Absolutely, and you mentioned obviously about getting a few more native players sort of in Estonia. You must be pleased to see the likes of obviously Mark Tamoya at this particular competition, Marco Vake, who unfortunately can't be with us this year, and their development over the journey.
Well, when I got there 10 years ago, and you had Fishy or Calla and Marco, there's still probably 10 to 15 semi-regular players. They're mostly like in Super 8s because we run sort of a couple of introductory leagues as well rather than straight into T20. And this year we finally had enough teams to split into 2 divisions. So we got a couple of very strong teams at the top competing, and it's not much fun to some of the sides to come and play and 240 being posted in the T20. So we literally had, I think, a 2-run net run rate split across the whole of Division 2 this year. So it's serving its purpose well. It's keeping guys playing. What was it, minus? Okay, so I've been corrected by Robbo, but 1 run. So it shows that there's competitive cricket there for the guys without having to play against the really good guys. So.
And we're about to resume the innings here very shortly. Just one more one, Tim. Obviously, we've got young Lama Delbina in the squad at the moment. She's become the first woman to play in the MCL. Estonia's also got a commitment to growing the women's aspect of the game of cricket.
Yeah, well, there's the big push for the new board as part of this sort of 10-year plan is really to get the women's in cricket. There's an element we have to because of the ICC, but we did have 4 or 5 years ago a fully functioning female team, and this is the first year we've run indoor and outdoor leagues for the women. So we've got 4 teams up and running now for them. So that's certainly come into pay with having Terry and Robbo full-time there. They've really been able to go and reactivate some of the older players, and there's also a new batch of, I guess, probably 6 to 10 new ones joined us, and the aim really now is to take the kids to that stage of actually getting to a league as well. At the moment, there's a lot of training and a couple of games for them, but there's still some room to go there, and that's where the school program comes in. So looks like we got Pavel on after the break.
Yep. So Pavel, as we said earlier, the man who's in is
that's easy
in your
for you
pocket.
to say, mate. Easy for you to say.
I think Pavel.
Yeah,
I would make Pavel look like Ricky Ponting. I think the way things go. So, but yeah, Pavel Florin to bowl his first over of this match. He's taken 2 wickets so far in this tournament. And he's now going to be bowling to the very dangerous and informed Stu Hook.
Yes, this could be quite an interesting spell. He waits for it and straight to the fielder by the look of it. Yep. 1 bounce for a single. Stu will be, yes, eyes to the heavens, thinking of what could have been. We got Parko, who struggled against the slower bowling, but from Hoggy, so maybe a little different against Pavel. So let's see if he's patient enough to wait for the ball.
Yeah, I think Brad Hogg's spin might have perhaps troubled
most people.
Parko than it more did the pace.
Up it goes. He's waited, and he's got.
That's a lovely shot, and he's going to get maximum reward for that. 6 runs.
It's a lovely little boundary that for a left-hander against slow bowling. I would argue that Pavel's come on from the one end, but we're only bowling from the one end. So.
Yeah.
But left-handers will not be short of runs with that boundary on the leg side against Pavel. Yeah, it's tricky to pick up down there, and he's tried to manufacture it again. Just a single. I think Stu would have said no if he attempted a 2 there.
So plenty of wickets in the sheds for Sarama.
And how's that run rate looking now? So they're still ahead. What we got left? We got some overs in the bank for Maddie. Our man's still got a couple to roll his arm over if it gets. That's a wide, surely. Did he hit it? Yeah.
Yeah, it's a quarter wide there. Did think for a moment umpire Rex Evans wasn't going to award that.
The only way it wouldn't have been is if Stu had got a bit of bat on it.
I think Stu might have been almost querying whether that was actually on the pitch at all and whether it should have been called a no ball. Stu launches that one.
Right to the fielder, good stop. And another single, so
yeah, Stu Hook not able to capitalise on...
I'll have to give him some hints on playing Pavel later. Yeah, I didn't say it was going to be good advice, Robert. And
a lovely stop there out in the deep by Steve Ogden, the veteran of Porto Montenegro.
Yeah, good field placement by Maddie there. He's protecting that little boundary for the lefty. It's almost like he knows what he's doing.
Yeah, he's only played 1 or 2, 3 test matches for England.
Yeah, a bit of time at Leicester, I believe, as well. Yeah. And it's the right format for Mr. T20. Pavel into Stewie. And that might
launches it. Darren's going to attempt it. No.
Splits the fielders down at long gone. Okay, yes, long gone.
Yeah, and Stu Hook now within one big shot of bringing up 3 figures. Would be his 4th. In fact, he's on 96 now.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah,
Stu Hook has got 3 previous centuries in the MCL, a top score of 178.
Not out. We hear about that one a bit.
Just a bit. I'm sure we'll hear a bit about it tonight if he adds another century to his very impressive resume.
Yeah, Andy just missed out in the first innings. He's some of our trips down here, he's been a bane for us in the past. He's a good steady batsman, Mr. Hartridge. We were very fortunate in our game this morning to get rid of him so early. He's put us to a sword on worse pitches than this down here. Maddie on to Parko. Oh. Parko's probably starting to overthink things a little now. It's very much a thinking man's cricketer.
So Darren Maddie going very quickly, just trying to get through these overs. That's very nicely played there by Richard Parkin.
Yeah, we call that his nurdle. He loves to little nudges and nurdles round the corner, so...
He's not like Stu Hook and just says it's a late cut, the more eloquent version of the shot.
No, he's quite happy with his nurdle. He's proud of it. What's happening here? Hoggy's just sprinting into his new position. It's almost like he played a couple of games of cricket today.
I think back-to-back matches.
We've got that tomorrow.
And there it is. That is 6. Nearly takes out unaware MCL tournament manager Dhanajay Singh, but that is 100 for Stu Hook. His 4th in the history of the MCL, his 1st of this tournament. There is a reason he is the leading run scorer in this competition.
Painkillers. But now, a nice way to bring it up as well.
Nice way to bring it up. As we said, with his 1,000th run, he only knows one way. Best way to bring up a milestone is to do it with the maximum. So well done to Stu Hook. 4 centuries in the MCL. No one has been able to match that feat, of course. 8 4s, 9 6s.
This could be one of the more important ones for us as well, I think. He's got a big part to play if we're going to get up to this total. It's Parko having a go.
And Parko has been bowled. Darren Maddie strikes.
I reckon Parko just thought it was poo or bust time there, but he was taking up a few too many balls.
Yeah.
We got wickets.
Decided to move the score along, and it has proved to be his undoing, and that is the 2nd wicket to fall for Sarama.
Looks like Savio coming in.
2 for 148, and Aditya Savio is the new batsman to join the The Centurion Stewie Hook in the middle.
Gleb's running out of drink. I was going to say that's probably well needed.
Yes, we're certainly all going through the fluids at this particular day. Very warm conditions here in Porto Montenegro.
I'm certainly replenishing myself at the moment. So what's this? This is Maddie's second or third over?
Maddie's second, I believe.
I'm trying to think who's he saving to the death overs now. So
perhaps might even be saving himself for towards the end. Just getting in a couple overs. Obviously, Aman Maheshwari has
still 100 runs basically to go, 96 more for the win. So it's things are on course, but there's still a lot of work to do out there.
So I think Brad Hogg might even have one over left.
Yeah, I think he's got one up his sleeve. Little box of tricks.
Interesting to see whether he brings on a Andrew Hartridge or someone like that who's yet to have
Looks
a bowl.
Like Milan.
The local lad was effective in the first game today against
me,
Talon Hippos. So
yes, I survived Maddie, survived Aman, Hoggy, and then just totally missed a straight one.
It's usually what they say in cricket. It can be a bit of a funny game. You do all the hard work, and the basic one is what proves to be.
I think it was probably more to be doing slightly too rotund and warm.
So Milan Kovacevic.
Bless you. What we got? So they seem to have a ditcher on strike, but no, it's the end of the last over. That was, yes.
Yep.
So 8 overs to go. The field's pretty well spread.
Lots of protection on the boundary.
Yeah, there seems to be 2 infielders and 7 outfielders. So it's difficult for the umpires as there's no inner circle, but
there's a general rough outline, isn't there, and sort of how they are adjudicating it. It's
well, I'd say this is consistent how they adjudicated the first. Not sure what the delay is here. The umpires decided to check something with each other. Steve's semi involved, but
the umpires do a great job. They try to ensure that the laws of cricket are upheld, but while also helping the game be played in the best possible fashion.
They facilitate a game, apparently. Oh, no, it's a problem with the... for some reason he can't bowl. Is that the subfielder for I've Had Me Back, Jeff?
There we go. So Milan was not part of the playing 11. He is a substitute fielder. And
maybe Jeff wants to come on for his bowl.
I'd suspect that Jeff's probably in the pool or the shower or something like that.
Geez, you spelled bar different to me. But no, he toiled with the bat after not being in full fitness. So I think wiser to sit out another 20 overs in the field. Yeah, local support for, is it Mark Overton coming back?
No, it's Toby Finley.
Got Rent-A-Crowd on the hill waiting for him, and
we should get a shot of the nice crew that's built sort of under the tree there to the left of screen.
Yes, at my old club on a Sunday, we used to have Rent-A-Crowd come and basically abuse the home side whenever they did anything wrong for 40 overs.
That's not within the spirit of cricket, is it?
No, it was good pea taking though. So Stu's looking round at the field. Pavel's sneaking up on the fine leg. Oh, he's through the kitchen sink at it.
Big swing there by Stu Hook.
Not much ding. Oh. The run rate of 12, you only have to have a few dot balls and the pressure starts to mount, so...
That said, only one big hit and suddenly the pressure's off, so...
You got to hit it, though.
Let's see if Stu Hook tries to just release the pressure valve a bit, and he does just that with a big hoit over mid-wicket. Good attempt out there in the deep by...
Andy,
Was it
Andy Hartledge, who's
Andrew
probably not got
Hartledge,
too much of a spring in his step after his 98.
.92, I think it was. 93 was it? And Stu Hook goes again.
And
has this one got the distance? Yes, it has.
The fielder was lining himself up, and then there was a slump of the shoulders as he realised it was sailing over his head.
Yes, so those sixes that I spoke about that could relieve the pressure valve, Stu Hook's produced them in consecutive deliveries. That's 12 off the over, so...
Job done for this over. Two bonus balls now with whatever comes. Swap of the wicketkeeper by the look of it. Oh.
And that is the end of Stu Hook. Huge wicket there for the local lad, Toby Finley. A fantastic knock by Stu Hook, out for 115. And yes, as you did point out there, just before that wicket fell, it looks like the goalkeeper has become wicketkeeper.
Yeah, so maybe what the little delay was, I was looking around to see if it was a fielder moving, but it was a changing keeper. So out comes, is that little Fogden?
So Theo Ogden coming to the crease. Don't think he's had a bat so far in this tournament.
You got to say the chase is going to be a lot more fraught now, I would feel.
So 84 runs. Still, obviously, Benny Jones is still to come in.
Yeah, drop down the order a little bit, share it round, and I think also he kept, so he wanted a little time to
he did
cool off. He spent a long time on the pitch yesterday.
So well done to Stu Hook, a well-made century, his fourth in MCL history. But now it's up to his less experienced teammate, shall we say, to get the job done.
I'm trying to see, so you got Benny, Mart.
Mart obviously batted very well yesterday, so...
Yes, he was in fine form, rattled along some lovely boundaries. We'll be in for a bit of a grandstand finish, yeah.
Wonder if we'll also see young Lima Dalbina get a hit.
I would imagine she'll be in double figures. We came down last August and it's not the biggest pitch, but it's the physical strength needed really. But tricky for the ladies to make a difference in the short format where you need a couple of boundaries per over.
Absolutely. Well, just looking over to my left, it looks like Gleb Bianovs is padding up, so we could see the Latvian larrikin coming to the crease.
I've heard him called a few things. That's not one of them. But now Gleb is nothing but pure enthusiasm for the game. He travels a long way to play the cricket, and he never gives up on the field. He'll run himself ragged in fielding, bowling, whatever. He always gives his all. And as you predicted, he's turned to Hartledge. It's not the speediest of runnings after his knock. Well, a good steady line length bowler when we've played against him, so
Andrew Hartridge, already very impressive with the bat, carried the All-Stars innings. Now he's going to be tasked with continuing to stymie this climbing run rate from Sarama.
Yeah, I think the instructions will be just line length and get as many of the dot balls and ones in as you can.
It's 42 balls remaining, 83 runs required.
It's a stiff task, but it's what it was from the start, and they've stuck at the task well. But losing the talismanic hook, it's now got to be over to someone else to start to deliver the boundaries. So looking out there, Savio is capable. Prefers a nice medium pace, Savio. If there's a bit more pace on the ball, he can end up chasing it a little bit. But
It was certainly impressive in the field. You know, there was certainly plenty of boundaries being hit during the back end of the All-Stars innings.
he works hard at the field.
Oh, and there's a catching opportunity.
And it's beat the fielders, just fell short and then spun away to that very short third man.
Yep, I'm sure young Fogden was saying, hit it towards Dad. You're almost guaranteed a boundary.
Yes, they're not very forgiving children. And it is an important boundary, though. It's one of the, I would say, minimum of 2 and over that they need. And nice and early in the over takes a little bit of pressure off straight away.
Still plenty of deliveries left in this match, but boundaries are going to be crucial.
Oh,
and that's a full toss, and that is a very
drop.
nice hit, but the catch has been dropped out there in the deep.
Oh,
I think that was the sub fielder Milan Kovacevic.
Yeah, it was a bit of a gimme ball. It should really have been posted away, but he found the fielder straight out there and just popped out his hands.
So a lead off Aditya Savio on 5.
And Fogden ready to face his fellow Montenegrin Buccaneer.
Oh, another swing and a miss.
Sasha wearing the ball as well rather than the gloves. So,
well, they do say goalkeepers put everything into it. Don't think you quite realise that if you just have soft hands with your take, you generally do okay.
I've only ventured a couple of times with the gloves on, and I can't say it was successful. It is a difficult art to master.
It is an acquired taste. Not everyone's a born wicketkeeper.
Oh, yeah.
No.
Rookie mistake by Fogden there.
Yep, so has not
Eagle Eye
quite
Rex.
grounded his bat at the non-striker's end in coming back for the 2, and he gets all of that effort rewarded with just a single.
Backing away a little bit, but a little prod, seeing if he can embarrass Dad, but no mistakes out there at backward point.
So the end of the 14th over there, 3 for 168, 76 required off 36 balls. I think we're potentially set up for a very exciting finish. Do you think we might see Stu Hook say to Benny Jones, look, we need a big hitter, we need some runs quick?
No, I mean, he doesn't really need to. Benny's played plenty of cricket and he'll know what the situation requires. It's not all-out charge just yet, but it's got to be good and consistent. Now, this could be a little bit of interest.
Well, yes, we have the battle of Thogdad and Thogden 2.0. Yesterday it was Thogden was the hero. Sorry, Thogdad was the hero.
Dropped.
He's dropped him. He could have dismissed him first ball, and he's been let down there. Who is that's dropped that catch? That is terrible. That is a gimme every day of the week.
I reckon he might be having a little chunter under his breath there. Here comes Savio on strike, and that's a swipe and a miss. Not much foot movement on the first shot. Did a bit better on the rehearsal. But 1 off 2 is the key fact here. So.
Oh, and a big hit there from Aditya Savio out to the longest boundary on the ground. That is that all-important boundary you talked about earlier, Tim.
Yeah, 1 of 2, so he needs another one from somewhere this over to keep in the shout. The run rate's creeping now. It's 2 runs a ball minimum required, really. So the swing and a miss and the 4 still not quite what we need from the Sarma perspective, but a welcome boundary.
All right, it's 3 balls left, I should say, in this over.
Thumped
Goes again, but can't beat the fielder recover. There's a chance at the non-striker's end. Thogdad takes off the bails. He goes for the celebration before the actual appeal. Thogden very comfortably in his crease. Saves embarrassment yet again.
Someone might be walking home later.
I would have thought he'd just make him walk home anyway. He's old enough to drive a car now, isn't he, young Thongden? Oh, and there's a hit.
It should be in
going
a gap.
to be safe.
Yeah.
Will they come back for 2? Yes, a blind
got
turn
to.
from Aditya Savio, but doesn't matter. They comfortably complete the double.
Yeah, can't imagine it's going to be much fun running 2s out there. The heat's starting to fade a little out today, but it's still plenty warm enough.
Yeah, well, still plenty of cricket left in this match. Last ball for Steve Ogden.
Might get another one, yeah.
Oh, yes. Nice take there behind the stumps, Sasha Illich.
Smothered it.
Did you ever see him in action playing? I think he played in England for a little bit, didn't he?
Yeah, was he West Ham and Arsenal?
I think so. I can't say I'm an expert when it comes to English football.
And neither can I. I'm a Villa fan. Oh, he swiped that
Oh,
for
and
6.
he's sick there. He's made the most of the opportunity. That is an excellent shot.
And that's the difference between meeting a run rate and not that extra ball.
So, yeah, perhaps a costly wide, as they say. 6 runs. All right, Tim, thanks very much for joining us in that commentary box. We are going to have a bit of a change. And
yeah, you can have the third best Tim now.
We'll have the third best Tim. Thanks very much. So earlier today, the Talon Hippos triumphed over the All-Stars, and we're very fortunate now to be joined by the player of the match in that particular game, Mr. Tim Filer. How are you, mate?
Good, mate. Yourself?
Yeah, going well. You're going to help us see out the close of this match. What's your thoughts so far?
I just had a chat to Maddie walking past in there, dropping his name like he's my mate. But no, it could be a good finish here. If Ajita just... He can hit boundaries, I think. And it sounds like a very stupid thing to say, but he's a boundary hitter. I think he looks for it. So if he puts us a couple away, it's going to be a good one, I think.
So Pavel Florin, the Romanian superstar, wicketless so far, but we can expect wild celebrations if he was to do the unthinkable. Oh, that's a very nice shot, actually, by young Thogden. Only rewarded with a single.
Yep. No, Pavel is definitely a wicket taker. I think he bowls it straight enough, I think, but the batsman has to put the power on the ball themselves. So, yeah, definitely could be in with a chance of a few wickets, I think.
And how have you pulled up after your match-winning efforts with the ball earlier today?
Oh, I'm a bit... just getting back into cricket after a few years, like so many of us here are, apparently, but... The muscles have not been used for a while, so the rotator cuff is letting me know it's there now, and nothing. A bit of lubrication tonight won't resolve. I think so.
Well, it must be nice though. That said, to be able to play a bit of a competitive cricket after an extended break.
It is. It's really nice to be back, especially with some old faces here. Like
very nice shot there by Aditya Savio. Unfortunately, are they going to come back for the second? Oh yes, he's called it. Run out chance at the bowler's end if they're quick enough. No, there you go.
He didn't run his bat in, he was confident. Yeah, good. That's the thing here, boundaries are a good thing, but they don't want dot balls, so even if they're picking up 1s and 2s and not hitting the boundaries, it keeps the score ticking over until you get that bad ball. And what's criminal now is the dot balls. I think that's no good for anyone. There it is.
Yeah, very lovely pull shot. No one out there on the deep mid-wicket boundary.
Yeah.
And that comfortably goes across the rope. So
Silvio's going at 220 here, I think.
Yeah, well, all those runs he potentially saved in the field during the All-Stars innings, they might come into play here if Aditya Savio continues on his merry way.
Did, didn't he? He pulled off some great stops, actually. Yeah. Very good. So what's the equation? 55, 27 balls. That's very doable, isn't it? And, yes, 3 wickets.
Oh, bit of a misstep there by Pavel Florin.
You're not playing yourself, mate? No?
I've said to a lot of people, I'm a very good cricketer when it's on the PC. Oh, is there a chance here? Yes, he's caught. He's checked himself. Yes, a very good catch. I think that's Andrew Hartridge out there on the sort of cow corner boundary. And Pavel Florin has taken another wicket. You said he was a wicket taker, Tim, and he's delivered.
He has, and he a great celebration putting his Smith and Wesson away there. So, yeah, no, I could see it coming. But he, as I said, he makes the batsman put the. You know, you got to hit the ball and clear the boundary. There's not going to be any free runs out there. You miss it, wicket time. Good on him. He's a great bloke. He deserves a wicket.
So I think this is the informed Benny Jones that's now coming to the crease. So we were potentially expecting Benny to come up a little bit higher in the order, given that he has been in such good form throughout this tournament.
Yeah, 100 runs yesterday.
I think it was close to actually to 150 scores of 64 and 81 just off the top of my head.
Did he get 81 yesterday?
Yeah.
Hey. Fair play. No, he's a great player. Really good. And I think Hoggy touched on that yesterday in the commentary, that he identified Benny as one of the standout cricketers. Yeah.
Well, we may well actually see Brad Hogg come back into the attack with in these next couple of overs. Certainly travelled Richard Parkin earlier on and took his first wicket of the tournament.
Hoggy?
Hoggy did, yes. Would you believe? Despite bringing a resume of, I think, Australia's second highest ever wicket taker in limited overs cricket.
Right.
He has only taken the 1 wicket in this tournament.
Oh, there you go. Oh,
and Ben Jones wasting no time. He has quickly moved his score along to 6 off the first ball.
That's true. That's a great shot. Very good. But down the ground as well.
Yeah, not even just sort of getting in on a couple. He's going large, high and fast already.
Yep. So that's the equation, almost exactly 2 runs a ball now, which is what they need.
And he goes again. Nice shot over the top of point.
He's tying the pants
awkwardly
off that.
field out there in the deep. I think that's Richard Starkey.
Yeah, it's very slow out there, right? There's a lot of shots gone that way, and people have walked down expecting a boundary, and it just pulls up. So.
Yeah, it's the long boundary to the offside for the right-hander. The grass a little bit longer than what perhaps many of our viewers at home are used to seeing in some of the more high-class matches, shall we say?
Yeah. I don't think there might be where the water table is. I don't know. It seems to be maybe that's downhill. Maybe I don't know.
I think the argument was that the groundskeeper just got a bit tired and decided not to cover that part of the ground.
Sounds like groundkeepers are. I know for sure.
So Darren Maddy, the stand-in skipper for the All-Stars, bringing himself back into the attack.
Alrighty. So how many overs has he had?
So he's bowled 2, so he still has 2 left. We thought this might be the case, that he would bowl 2 of the final 4 overs. Just a consult here between skipper and wicketkeeper, Sasha Illich.
Yeah.
Probably saying, how fast can I expect them into the mitts? Yeah, or possibly just double-checking what the pre-arranged dinner plans are.
There's maybe it. Yeah. What's the buy-in for the poker game? So, yeah, Thogden on strike, is it, Benny? Thogden on strike, 4 from 6.
Oh!
Yeah, it's a run.
That one's got past the wicketkeeper. And a bite of the total. I wonder if someone of Sasha Illich's calibre realises that buys always go against the wicketkeeper's name, not the bowlers.
He's a big lad. I don't think anyone's going to tell him, to be honest.
Brad Hogg awkwardly stopping that out there just putting his case into play for Arsenal.
That's it. Western Australia Football Club, isn't it?
Well, we got the local team in Perth is the Perth Glory.
Glory.
Yeah, Glory. It's a very strange name.
Just a bit, yeah.
Yeah, but no, they were the special team. Bit of an interesting history. Dominated the National Soccer League as it was originally called, and the only club actually to carry over to what's now known as the A-League. But yet to take away the Grand Championship.
Not much glory then.
Yeah, not only, the only little glory was they finished on top of the table twice. Once they were removed from the competition for breaching the salary cap.
Oh,
and so,
good old. Yeah.
So there was probably a reason they finished on top. And then second, they finished on top, but unfortunately lost the grand final. Because we have a grand final in Australia. They lost it on a penalty shootout against believe it or not, the Grey Wiggle, who you might have seen, Andrew Redmayne playing for Australia.
So, Sacha Ilic, has he played any football in Australia, first grade?
I don't believe so, but yeah, there is actually another Sacha Ilic who was a footballer and I think had a connection to Australia, but no relation as I understand it.
Okay.
So we're at the end of the 17th over, 4 for 199, 45 runs needed of 18 balls.
Okay, Stu coming back out.
No, Benny Jones is the
Benny Jones, I think, is the one that will likely be needed to do the job.
Yeah. So if Benny can put get to 15, 20 here, then you'd say what's that thing they have in a test match? The win gauge.
The win viz, I think
the
it was
win
called.
viz,
Something.
yeah. So what's that they're saying? We need a proper gambler somewhere. Anyone know a gambler? We need. So I think it's probably. What's the odds, Beefy? 50-50 at the moment?
No, not 50-50. I'd be putting Saramara about 7-2, 4-1.
7-2.
There we go. Our viewers at home can hear the Talon Hippos captain and the man behind Sportsbet, Tim Heath.
Endorse gambling.
Yeah.
Have to take up a $50 bet. If he gets a couple of sixes the first two balls, game on.
Game on here.
Yeah, because that was a pretty tidy over by Matty. There was a lot of dots in that. So
yep. So
bit of pressure building.
Just the 2 runs off it. Only one off his bowling with that bye as we mentioned earlier.
Yep.
So Aman Maheshwari.
Lefty. Oh, that swung a mile.
So yes, a star of the Croatian national team.
Big imposing character running in, isn't he?
Yeah, solid cricketer. Yeah.
Solid person.
Yeah, well, a solid person. If you'd like to find out more, make sure you check out his socials in the top right-hand corner. And that's coming down the ground. It's not going to get the distance. Falls comfortably in front of Darren Matty there, coming in from the long-on boundary. Which brings young Thogden on strike.
Yep. So a little snick down to third man for 4 would be nice, yeah.
So 4 off 11, not the ideal run rate you need in a run chase. He's played that nicely, and that is gone all the way through covers. Is it going to get to the boundary? Yes, it does.
Shot, fella.
Well, and
I
don't know if he realises that once it's got to the boundary, he can actually stop running and save his legs. He's continued to see if that would just add to his total.
Give him 6.
Yeah. Press like and subscribe and look at the comments below.
He's whacked that. I mean,
wow, where did that come from?
Yeah, all along the deck.
He's using Beefy's bat.
Oh, he's using Beefy's bat?
He's not using, yeah.
It's all right, it's cheap beef, isn't it?
Here we go. Another wide one. He goes for it again.
There's a man out there
The protection is out there in the deep. Coming back for the second.
Yeah, that's it. One on the arm.
Benny Jones putting every faith in his batting partner.
Yeah.
So 38 off 14 now. This one definitely is going to go down to the wire.
Yep, so 2.5
a couple of big hits will really change the equation. Ooh, and a swing and a miss there. Much better line from Aman.
Yeah, that was a lot straighter. The last 2 have been very wide, but yeah. It's a free shot. Bold. Now he's got a lot of runs this tournament as well, hasn't he?
Yeah, backed up his century yesterday with 68 today. Stogden gets that one in. There is a man coming out for the deep. There was 2 runs to finish the over. 36 needed off 2 overs. Ben Jones will face, I think it'll be Darren Maddy.
No.
In fact, no, I suspect it could actually be Brad Hogg that's coming onto the attack for the last time in this tournament.
Hoggy, there you go.
Yes, and unfortunately Brad Hogg, due to another commitment back in Perth, has to depart us early tomorrow morning and unable to see out the tournament. But nonetheless, we're very grateful for his attendance and his... that's right, he does. He has a sportsman's night back in Perth. Very popular identity in his home state of Western Australia.
Oh, he's popular around the world, isn't he? I think. Oh, everyone loves him. Yeah.
You know, I'm not sure that he's loved as much as he's in Western Australia.
I think much in Sarawak at the moment.
Yeah, no, he's not. So maybe Benny wants to concentrate on putting a few over the rope and not taking singles here, I think.
So as we heard yesterday as well, Brad Hogg saying big raps on Benny Jones. Big test here now. Oh, and Benny Jones hasn't quite timed that one.
He's got to go 2.
He's going to push for 2.
Yeah, stop.
It helps to have 2 young, fit men at the crease.
Yeah, Thogden's rapid there. He's a little whip it, isn't he?
So 2 runs, as you said, a minimum of 2 runs required at each ball to keep Sarama in the contest. He goes high. There's a fielder under it. Oh, no.
There's 2 more there.
Milan Kovacevic wasn't watching. He's very lackadaisical with the retrieval. And the batsman complete another comfortable 2.
Yep. That's good bowling by Hoggy. Look, Benny doesn't look like he's finding his timing quite so well after his first shot down the ground for 6. I put one away. Still 4 off the first 2.
So 32 off 10 is the equation.
I would want. Shot.
Nicely played away, but well stopped out there in the deep by Arman Maheshwari.
A beautiful little late cut, actually.
So this is going to be a big test because young Thogden is going to need to go big off Brad Hogg. And as you probably just saw in our screens, I think we know what he's going to do.
I think he got the memo. Go on, son.
Oh! So a dot ball, a crucial dot ball.
Doing the old Bolshoi theatre pirouette.
That's it. The old
31 off 8.
Yeah, it seems that I think the old WinViz thing will probably be 90% on the All-Stars now, I think. Yeah. Go on.
Well, he's got bat on ball. Are they going to push for 2?
They got to go 2.
No, only 1. Benny Jones sends it back. There's an overthrow. Thogden wants it, but again sent back by Benny Jones.
4 there.
There might have been a run. No, they are going for it. Well,
there you go.
Wasn't that your classic comedy of errors? There could be another one there.
5 there.
Well, wow. That might have found a way to lift the run rate unexpectedly, but it's a 29 off 7. You would have to say that if Brad Hogg is able to keep this to anything but a boundary, which he does.
And it's a miss-stumping.
Miss-stumping.
That's all right. That gives Benny the strike for the last over.
Benny the strike in the last over. 29 runs needed to give Sarama their first win in this competition.
Final super over?
It might be a super over, yeah.
It could be a super, it could be a super over or a bowl off.
That was a solid over by Hoggy, showing all of his experience there. Very good. So 29 off 6 is a bit of an ask, really. You've got a at minimum of 4 6s and a couple of 4s. That's what they're looking at.
Yeah, so no, it's 4 6s and a boundary, or 3 6s and 3 4s will get the job done.
Yeah. So I'm putting $5 on Benny here.
Got to come up against the very experienced Darren Maddy, who I must say has bowled a lot better in this match than he has throughout the course of the tournament. Just worked his way into it without playing any sort of serious competitive cricket for a number of years. Oh, and he's gone in with the
for a
faster
single
one.
first ball. It was that, yeah. Yeah.
Well,
out.
that's 28 off 5. That suddenly says that that's a maximum for young Fogden. Well, he's made contact. He's made contact.
Got it.
Oh, and it's stopped out there in the deep by Andrew Hartridge. They're coming back for the second. And unfortunately for Sarama, that will be the ball game unless they can get some unexpected no balls.
Oh,
That's nicely played. It'll go all the way out there to the boundary. That is a 4.
You can whack him.
So some consolation runs there for young Fogden. He takes his score to 20.
How many inside the circle, umpire?
The crowd getting right behind Sarama here, looking for any opportunity to keep them in the game.
I think there was 3 behind leg on the... Yeah.
3 behind leg.
So 4 for Choo Choo Choo.
20
Choo needed.
Oh,
And he's hit that one up. And comfortably taken. And that is the end of young Thogden.
He looks a bit knackered, to be honest.
Who, yeah, I think is perhaps quite happy to be off. Has he actually managed to hurt himself here?
I think he may have hit the bottom of the bat on that one. Another wicket for Madden.
So Matty with his second wicket of the innings.
Yeah. So yeah, done and dusted now. I think unless a miracle happens, we'd need a couple of no balls, and I can't imagine Maddie bowling off 2 steps.
More chance of rain in Montenegro.
More chance of rain in there, yeah. There you go. So you were saying you're a cricket, computer cricket guy. So
yeah, well, I think back in the day, I don't know that there's too many more PC games, but yeah, I was saying to Brett Lee earlier that I probably spent far too much of my youth instead of studying, spending hours on the computer and looking up endless cricket stats, and this is where it's got me, commentating cricket in Montenegro.
There you go. Did you have Brett Lee and the...
I had Brett Lee. Yeah, we had Brett Lee. He was one of my best bowlers. Very handy lower order batsman as well. Brad Hogg, he was a fantastic all-rounder. Yeah. Ended up making quite a few centuries with Brad Hogg.
Yeah, he could bat. You can see today. So who we got in now?
So Gleb Bivanovs with that one. So
Gleb Bivanovs.
Yeah, same with Brad Hogg making a few centuries. It was usually because he was batting at about 7 or 8, and by that point I'd hauled out all my top order batsmen very quickly and needed to actually spend a bit of time back there. That's a lovely shot.
Oh, Benny.
4 runs from Benny Jones, but unfortunately it's all too little too late, and that marks the end of the match. A good win there to the All-Stars by 16 runs. Unfortunately for Sarama, they are still winless in this competition.
But cricket's the winner.
Cricket's the winner. Cricket's always the winner.
Yeah, good knock by
So
Stu.
yes, Stu Hook, but the player of the match is Andrew Hartridge with his 92 off 45 balls, and also a very economical 1 over for just 7 runs. So it's fair to say, actually, I think the over that he bowled was preceded by the fall of some wickets. So a very crucial performance there by Andrew Hartridge.
Yep. Oh, there's Preston in the tank. That's the thing, is we were getting whacked round the park earlier. Like the likes of Robson came on for us, and you have 2 tight overs and creates more wickets.
Creates more wickets, fantastic. So there we are. That concludes today's double header. We will come back with you shortly for the post-match presentations with the player of the match and the opposing captains. So thank you very much, Tim Filer, for joining us, and some off-mic comments from the great Tim Heath. We will be back with you shortly. We'll just take a quick moment from a couple of our sponsors, and we'll be back to wrap up.
Yeah.
welcome to Salon Privé, where luxury meets entertainment. My name is Diana Šušić and I am Customer Experience Manager. The casino floor is equipped with state-of-the-art games, including electronic roulette with a blackjack and baccarat on it for ultimate gaming experience. The Sportsbook Lounge offers an exciting environment with multiple screens on it where you can enjoy live sports events from across the globe. The bar serves premium drinks made by our talented mixologists, while our servers are always on standby to ensure that you have everything you need. Our luxurious sitting areas are perfect for relaxing and socializing with the other members of the club. Join now and experience the ultimate in luxury entertainment in Salon Privé.
12 past 5.
Yeah, what's the meal plan?
Fully sorted. You'll be fed very well today.
Okay.
Anthony, who's playing for tomorrow, he's been preparing food today. Okay.
Bigger kitchen on this one, Tim?
No, not yet. Used to cook your family.
Oh, okay.
Your handmade.
They all get stuck in the bush down there, I think. No idea, sorry.
No idea, maybe.
I think they're keeping the stairs.
Yeah, very decent chef.
Yeah. Hoggy, you got 2 seconds? Okay, no problem. I'll keep him. Hello and welcome back to Porto Montenegro Arena. We've just concluded day 2 of the Mediterranean Cricket League. Fantastic win first up by the Talon Hippos over the All-Stars, but it was the All-Stars who triumphed in today's second game. And to start with, I'm joined post-match by the player of the match, Andrew Hartridge. Andrew, congratulations. A very well produced 92 and then backed it up with a handier bowling spell in the second innings.
Cheers, thanks very much. I feel a bit sorry for Stu getting the ton, and if we didn't get him out, it could have been a different story. But it was a great game. You'd think 244 on the board, you'd be safe, but you never know at Porto Montenegro.
Well, speaking of Porto Montenegro, a lot of the locals have talked you up as being the star player and all. Is it nice to sort of get the monkey off the back and get a few runs on the board?
I don't know about the star player. Cricket's a team game, and all the boys have chipped in. It's great to have a few pros playing as well, and it's been a fantastic week. So thanks for everyone for making it happen.
And how good has it been to be playing cricket on your home deck?
Yeah, it's fantastic. Every time we play here, we're absolutely privileged. It's a fantastic setup, and we hope the guys who are watching it on the internet and fancy a weekend out here playing cricket, that you're all welcome and you'll have a great time.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Andrew. We'll let you go, mate, and we'll see you again in action tomorrow. So next up we have unfortunately again the losing captain Stu Hook from Sarama Cricket Club. Ooh. And as I just to try to avoid the ball getting in, Stu, come in to shot if you wouldn't mind. Congratulations again. Unfortunately, again, Sarama just couldn't get the job done.
Yeah, the All-Stars batted really well. The top order took to our bowlers. I thought we bowled pretty well, but the All-Stars knew that we're going to bounce back today, and they wanted to put 220, 230 on the cards. Ended up getting 240, and I think our guys did a pretty good job chasing it down, and the match went down to the last over in chasing 244, so I couldn't be happier with the way the team bounced back today.
I guess while you don't have a win on the board, it must be, I guess, somewhat heartening for you as the captain that you've been involved in every match.
Yeah, we'll keep getting closer and closer. The first team keeps scoring more and more, so we've got to keep getting there, but everyone's committed to getting a win on the board tomorrow versus the Hippos, so we're going to have a good night tonight, have a few beers and look forward to playing cricket tomorrow.
And from your own perspective, a great century and also ticking off the amazing milestone of 1,000 runs across all formats of the MCL.
Yeah, it's quite surprising to get 1,000 runs. I have played a few years, but it's very good. I'm very honoured to get that sort of achievement first. I'm not going to be chased down shortly, but I got there first, which is great. And also good to get some runs at the top of the order again. So middle order had something to walk into and bat, so really exciting prospects for tomorrow's matches.
Fantastic. Thanks very much, Stu. We'll let you get back to it, and good luck tomorrow. And last but not least, we are joined by Brad Hogg from the All-Stars for the final time. Hoggy, how have you enjoyed your experience?
Oh, fantastic. There's been some fantastic batting, good bowling, and some good fielding as well. Some fantastic catches today, especially running down the hill here. So anyone watching, hopefully they got a lot of excitement.
And unfortunately, yes, you do have to depart us tomorrow and won't be involved for the remainder of the competition, but it must be pleasing to leave on a winning note.
Definitely pleasing on a winning note, but you know these things happen. It's a good tournament, and hopefully there's strong competition moving forward over the next couple of days. I think the cricket's been great, the spirit's been fantastic, and everyone's just loving being here and playing the game.
What do you take away as your main highlights from MCL 2023?
Well, just getting belted. Plenty of sixes being hit off my bowling, but other than that, it just took me back to when I was a junior. The love of the game. Everyone that was participating here just enjoys the game, or wants to play out their best, and just wants to enjoy strong competition, but also make sure everyone gets a little bit of participation as well. And I think that's what's more important is the participation, not so much the winning or losing.
Has it dawned on you what the presence of yourself and Brett Lee, Darren Maddy, Pavel Florin have had on this particular tournament?
Yeah, look, it's exciting. I know that everyone wants to try and belt us for 4 and belt us for 6, and I think Arterich today, earlier on when he faced Brett Lee, I think he's an outstanding batsman and got a great technique, and full credit to him too. He's lost a lot of weight over the last couple of years as well, so he's really turned his life around, and he's got that opportunity to play Brett Lee, and it was a fantastic shot that he hit him over cover, and it was only a couple of inches just from going 6, and that was to the long boundary. I think that would be one of his best memories in cricket.
Fantastic. Thanks very much, Brad. We appreciate your time here at the MCL, and hopefully we'll see you again next year.
Yeah, no, thanks very much, mate.
Cheers. Thank you very much. That concludes day 2 of the Mediterranean Cricket League here at Porto Montenegro Arena. We will see you again tomorrow with the Talon Hippos got the double header against Sarama and the All-Stars.